Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just so you know.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House, in both official languages, the following reports. The Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the Parliamentary Transatlantic Forum in Washington, D.C., United States of America from December 4 to the 6th, 2023. The Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association concerning its participation at the spring session in Sofia, Bulgaria from May 24 to 27, 2024. The Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association concerning its participation at the 70th annual session in Montreal, Quebec, Canada from November 22nd to the 25th, 2024. And the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association concerning its participation at the joint committee meetings of Defence Security Committee, Economics and Security Committee, and the Political Committee in Brussels, Belgium from February 17 to 19, 2025. Thank you.
Présentation de.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Albert Balan.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, entitled Environment and Climate Impacts Related to the Canadian Financial System. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests a comprehensive response from the government to this report.
I believe there's a dissenting supplementary opinion. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present today a dissenting report from the Environment Committee. This report, born amid global and domestic upheavals, threatens to shackle Canadian companies with expensive regulations that shove ideology down the throat of reality. It's another top-down decree from ivory towers, fattening consultants' wallets while choking off capital to those who have built this nation's prosperity. These are the engines of untold wealth and jobs whose success underpins millions of pensions and everyday investments. While Liberal members on the committee will not publicly admit that their aim is to make it more expensive for companies to access capital, particularly on those in the energy sector, we are not afraid to call it as we see it. The reality is that other climate policies have failed, and that, such as the consumer carbon tax and emissions cap, and now they have put their EV mandates on ice. They're struggling to come up with a way to bolster their climate credentials in a policy area that most Canadians won't see that have an impact on the economy. I would request a comprehensive response to this report from the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 13th report later this day.
bravo, bravo.
Introduction and first reading of private members' bills. Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Fair Representation. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table the Fair Representation Act. Cette loi protège les droits.
This act protects workers' rights.
There's fundamental right to organize freely and know that they are being represented by an independent and democratic union. The CLAC is the largest example of a company union. They claim to represent workers, but labour boards in Nova Scotia and Manitoba have ruled against them. The International Trade Union Confederation suspended CLAC for undermining labour conditions, yet the Liberal government gave CLAC nearly $5 million in public funds just last year. This has to stop. Real unions are democratic and accountable to their members and only to their members. Les syndicats doivent être
Unions should be free and independent.
all members to support this legislation when it next comes before the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? Never. At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motion.
Motions. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Later this day, Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented in the House earlier this day be concurred.
Wow.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to present this petition, which deals with the issue of the threat of nuclear war. The petitioners point out that the nuclear arms control architecture has all but disintegrated with the termination of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran and the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty and Open Skies Treaty between the United States and Russia, and that the New START Treaty negotiations have at this point, are not inspiring hope for a good conclusion. The petitioners further go on to remind us that the House of Commons and the Senate approved a motion unanimously back in 2010 to encourage Canada to engage in negotiations for the Nuclear Weapons Convention and deploy a major worldwide Canadian diplomatic initiative in support of nuclear disarmament. As well, they remind us that in 2018, the House of Commons Standing Committee on National Defence made an all-party recommendation that Canada play a leadership role in NATO in encouraging work towards a world free of nuclear weapons. Therefore, the petitioners ask the Government of Canada to make nuclear disarmament a foreign policy, national defence priority, and to engage with and accede to the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And that summarizes this petition, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to table a petition on behalf of constituents in my riding. The petitioners believe that freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights that must be preserved. They believe that Liberal Bill C-9 is an infringement on those rights. As such, they call on this House to withdraw Bill C-9 and prevent government intrusion into matters of faith. Thank you.
Petition? The honourable member for Mission Mascouy Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present petition E6753, signed by 7,175 Canadians who want the GST-HST removed from massage therapy services. Registered massage therapy is recognized as a medical service by healthcare professionals, and registered massage therapists are licensed and regulated like other health professionals, but they are still not exempt from GST-HST under the Excise Tax Act. Failure to remove the GST creates double standards and inequity in the professions regulated by the colleges. It may also contribute to financial barriers for some patients. These Canadians are calling on the Government of Canada to add registered massage therapy to the GST-HST exemption within the Excise Tax Act. Remove GST-HST from registered massage therapy services in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on Canadian economic sovereignty, standing in the name of Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs, seconded by Ms. Ainsley, moves that in the interest of restoring Canadian economic sovereignty, the House call on the government to immediately introduce a Canada Sovereignty Act that A, reestablishes Canada as a competitive resource-producing nation by repealing federal measures that block or penalize development, including 1, the Impact Assessment Act, formerly Bill C-69, the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, formerly Bill C-48, 3, the Federal Industrial Carbon Tax, 4, the Oil and Gas Emissions Cap, 5, the Federal Electric Vehicle Sales Mandate, 6, the Federal Plastics Manufacturing Prohibition, 7, federal regulatory restrictions that impede communication and advocacy by Canadian energy companies. B, rewards provinces, businesses, and workers who build and invest in Canada by 1, introducing a Canada First reinvestment tax cut to spur domestic industrial activity. 2, providing free trade bonuses to provincial governments that remove internal trade barriers and fully open their markets to fellow Canadians. And C, protects Canadian innovation by requiring the Minister of Industry to present plans to Parliament to keep Canada's inventions, discoveries, and innovations from being sold off to other countries. The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as a first-generation Albertan and a daughter of a Newfoundlander, a very common story in my home province, Newfoundland and Labrador, a place so near and dear to my fiery heart that glows strong and free like Alberta's wild roses. What an honor it is to split my time with a vibrant, kind, honest, a happy woman warrior, the new Conservative MP for Long Range Mountains. It's fitting that 2 MPs from 2 provinces on opposite sides of the country start debate today, both relatively new in Confederation compared to most of the others, that have built each other's homes to the benefit of the whole country for 2 main reasons: the resilience, tenacity, and adventurous risk-taking of our people and our natural resources. Today, Canada is at a crossroad that's been visible and closing in for more than a decade. Canadians are vulnerable, struggling, worried about their futures, and divided, more now than ever before. Because today only press conferences and expansive rhetoric exist, no actual results for all the promises this Prime Minister made more than half a year ago about nation-building projects getting built at, quote, speeds not seen in generations. So what actually of today? Well, more than 60 major projects with real proponents in every natural resources sector are stuck in front of federal regulators with no end in sight. More investment flows out of Canada into the U.S. than the other way around, a historical anomaly that started in 2015, I wonder what happened then, and has gotten worse every single year since. No pipeline to anywhere is being built now because the private sector won't attempt it alone, since these same Liberals outright vetoed and approved one a decade ago from Lakeland to the Pacific for export to Asia to reduce dependence on the U.S., supported by the majority of Indigenous communities, but the court said consultation had to be redone, just as the Liberals would have to do on TMX. But they didn't, and killed it. And since my first speech here in 2015 was in support of a west-to-east pipeline for Canadian energy independence and security, to bring Western oil to Eastern refineries and for exports to Europe, I have to note these Liberals killed that promise too, by moving goalposts and death by delay. Those were the chances to make Canada united, self-reliant, affordable, and sovereign. But when the company spent years and $1 billion trying to make it, the Liberals ignored its warning that regulatory uncertainty risked it, because that's what the Liberals wanted for politics in a province in the middle. After that, the company even dropped Canada from its name and built pipelines in the U.S. After that, and endless caps and bans and taxes and mandates and regs, hundreds of thousands of Canadians lost their livelihoods and legacies, and many took their own lives as major private sector plans got shelved. $670 billion in major natural resources projects, $176 billion in 16 major energy projects alone, all gone, while the costs for energy essential in Canada skyrocket due to bad policies and uncompetitive taxes. And this Prime Minister claims to be different than the one he advised for more than the last half-decade? But guess what? Lots of rhetoric with no actual results is exactly the same, isn't it? While the Liberals did all this to Canada, the U.S., Obama, by the way, it had just ramped up after, started crude oil exports outside of North America for the first time in 4 decades and vetoed KXL from Canada at the same time, while American and other money funded campaigns to stop Canadian energy projects. That biggest trading partner, the world's most important economy, and still Canada's biggest customer because of these Liberal Atlantic and Pacific pipeline killers, just said it will soon get up to 50 million barrels of Venezuelan oil to compete directly with their Canadian heavy crude imports and put billions of Canadian dollars and thousands of jobs at risk. Meanwhile, our own Prime Minister is clearly cozy with the regime he himself said was Canada's biggest security threat, which is also exactly the position of the current President of the United States, but he's let them all in our backyard. Talk about letting all the foxes in the hen house. Yet these Liberals have the gall to spend millions of tax dollars on ads about Canada being an energy superpower. They hated that when Stephen Harper said it. And what do they now want from us? Well, support, help, accolades, cooperation, compliments. I'd say, okay, we'll take a bow if you can with your elbows up, I guess, but you only need look in the mirror for who is actually to blame for why Canadians now find themselves vulnerable to bullies everywhere instead of self-reliant, sovereign, united, and thriving, not just surviving like they are, as this country could and should have been today with all our blessings, our people, and our natural resources. And no matter the magical thinking one favors, here's the truth. Despite the Liberal decade of anti-resource and anti-private sector policies and taxes, in 2024, oil and gas still employed 500,000 Canadians. It's still Canada's largest private sector investor and top export, but almost all to the U.S. Natural resources is still by far the main driver to close the gap between the rich and poor and the biggest employer of Indigenous Canadians in the entire economy, from coast to coast to coast. But these Liberals' words differ from their actions, which show they still want to risk and break it all for their ideology. So it's our duty to oppose the government when necessary and to propose solutions to create private sector jobs, bigger paychecks, and cut costs for every Canadian. That's why today Conservatives bring forward the Canadian Sovereignty Act to legalize and turbocharge Canadian energy development and construction everywhere. The Act points out 7 anti-development laws for repeal and reform that kill projects and jobs in Canada. Bill C-69, the unconstitutional divisive law that makes it impossible to build and blocks major projects across Canada, which the Liberals admit with a workaround in C-5. Right now, the Liberals pick politically recommended projects behind closed doors and refuse to define the national interest or fix the actual laws for anyone else. Bill C-48, the shipping ban that blocks Canadian oil exports from the West Coast, while foreign dictator oil and U.S. oil tankers still pass through and on every other coast and canal. The federal industrial carbon tax that hikes the cost of everything Canadians buy across the supply chain and that the U.S., Canada's biggest competitor, does not have federally. The ban on gas and diesel vehicles that will hike prices up to $20,000 for consumers, expose retailers to criminal charges, and limit Canadians' freedom of choice, and which the U.S. doesn't impose on itself. The plastics ban that hurts responsibly produced Canadian manufacturing that the U.S. doesn't have, and that hikes the cost of groceries everywhere. And the Liberal energy censorship law that stops Canadian businesses from talking about their environmental track record and innovation unless it matches the government's talking points. Sounds a bit like that regime that Prime Minister waffles on, doesn't it? The Liberals also say they intend to make changes, but still haven't actually axed the oil and gas cap that is the only one of its kind in the world and will kill 54,000 Canadian jobs by 2032 and cut $21 billion from Canada's economy, and they know it. Who can afford this? But don't take my word. Last April, in an extremely unusual Canadian action, 38 energy CEOs told the Prime Minister to simplify regulation and scrap Bill C-69, Bill C-48, and the oil and gas cap to build Canada now, they said, since the law, quote, impedes development. The laws, quote, impede development, and existing processes are uncertain, complex, unpredictable, subjective, and excessively long, like we and every single expert has been telling them for a decade. By September, 96 energy CEOs sent a follow-up. It's now almost February 2026. I don't know what this PM considers generational speed, and although they know a lot about generational theft, but thousands of major projects have been built faster than this in our country, and still nothing is actually being built. Right now, the U.S. Department of Energy's emergency permitting procedures can approve oil, gas, critical minerals, and uranium projects in as little as 28 days on federal lands. The weird truth is the U.S. Department of Energy and Defense can build projects faster than any private sector proponent in Canada can dream. But the Liberals want Canadians to believe that the $246 million project's bureaucracy will solve the problem they created, but it's still being set up, and the process is still uncertain, complex, and opaque. Conservatives will give certainty to Canada, as we've always said. In addition to fixing the fundamentals, not ragging the puck with workarounds, we'll create a Canada First reinvestment tax cut that to end capital gains taxes on reinvestments in Canadian businesses and projects, a free trade bonus that rewards provinces for moving into provincial trade barriers, require the industry minister to table a comprehensive plan to prevent Canada's inventions, technologies, intellectual property, and strategic assets from being sold to foreign state-owned or state-influenced interests, and it safeguards Canadian ownership and control of critical technologies to ensure Canadian Canadian sovereignty. And after all those promises, nearly a year into the Prime Minister's term and 11 years into this government, Canadians do not need more grand speeches or photo ops. They need results. Conservatives want big projects to get built in Canada by the private sector, efficiently, safely, affordably, with the top standards, with Canadian materials for Canadians' public interests. And if they're truly serious about making Canada an energy superpower, they have to show it now. The stakes for our country are much too high to dither, debate, and delay anymore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting when the leader of the Conservative Party sat around the Conservative cabinet with Stephen Harper. I think we need to realize that they did not even build 1 inch of pipeline going to the West Coast, going through BC. Not 1 inch. That is the actual reality. They will say, well, we built some pipelines that went down to the States. Yes, that is true. They did build some pipelines going to the States, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, in listening to the member opposite, I would welcome, and I'll be providing the opportunity to show the contrast between the Conservative agenda compared to the Liberal Party agenda, and that's why in the last federal election, Canadians voted for a new Prime Minister, 70 new Liberal members of Parliament, because they saw in the comparison between words from the Conservatives, a lot of it misleading, and what it is that a Liberal government would actually do, and we are doing. My question to the member is, can she clearly indicate how many inches of pipeline they constructed between Alberta and BC?
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
11-year-old government is real desperate when they keep talking about a dude who hasn't been Prime Minister for 15 years or something, right? But just to be clear, in case they haven't Googled it or listened to us over the last 10 years, of course, 4 pipelines were constructed under Stephen Harper's government, including a Line 9B reversal, which actually fuels Ontario and Quebec with oil and gas. So that is actually the record. And the intergovernmental pipelines for export to diversify markets beyond the U.S., those proposals were made under the Stephen Harper government, under the former Conservative government, with our leader as a top minister, because the private sector had confidence that they could build and invest in major nation-building projects to the benefit of every single Canadian, but these guys killed every single one, and that, Madam Speaker, is the truth.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and honourable friend from Lakeland. It's good to see her back in this place and well, and we were deeply concerned when she was in hospital during the time of the budget debate. Sorry, Madam Speaker, just had to be said. And I also want to say that while she will know that we agree on more things than others might imagine, on the offshore tanker issue, just to say that where U.S. and offshore foreign tankers pass by Canada's waters and British Columbian waters, they pass on the outside, because that's the direct route from Alaska to Washington State. They don't come in through the inside passages that are covered by C-48. And I wonder if we can agree that we should probably stick to the facts of the geography and the waters where tankers move and where they don't. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Lakeland.
thank you to that member for her kind words and her warm wishes. And I know that we do have probably a bit of an unusual personal relationship, so her words mean more to me than people probably can imagine. And I hope that the people of Lakeland will continue to have confidence in me, despite the fact that I just said those words. But I agree with her. I agree with her that we have to set the facts straight about C-48. And actually, this is a lesson in how effective the Liberals were to eat the NDP opposition whole, while the NDP didn't actually do their job. Because in fact, C-48 did not give any teeth to the voluntary exclusion zone that the member references. It didn't actually do anything of the sort if one believes that marine tanker traffic is an irreparable and ecological harm to the marine environment. Because what C-48 actually did, which is why we know that it's only to block oil exports from Alberta, was ban the on and offloading of crude and persistent oils at ports in that region, and tankers of a certain capacity, a certain volume, and a certain weight, which would be the super tankers that would go to the direct, safest, deep water route to Asia that would have happened if the Liberals had redone Indigenous consultation on Northern Gateway, just like every single one of those Indigenous communities that had mutual benefits agreements on them wanted it, and he never consulted them.
Another question. The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to thank my colleague for her fantastic speech. And I just want to ask her, the government is looking for some quick, simple, easy wins, and the Sovereignty Act is obviously just that. There's so many great parts to it that would remove barriers that industry has been telling us for over a decade. We've been on the same committee together many times, and we've heard over and over and over again. So I'm wondering if my colleague would just like to maybe inform the government about some of the conversations that have happened at committee from stakeholders about the need to pass something like the Sovereignty Act to try to kickstart development here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland in 10 seconds or less.
Oh, well, thank you to that MP for Saskatchewan and near and dear friend to Alberta and Albertans. Yes, I mean, the Liberals know exactly what to do to fix the problems that they've created, because they've listed the laws and the regs that block building in the back of C5. So that's why Conservatives are saying, just fix the fundamentals, fix the law for everybody, set the rules of the game, make sure that we can compete and beat the United States so the private sector could create jobs with the highest standards in the world and develop our natural resources to benefit the whole country and our allies.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Madam Speaker, I just want to start by thanking my colleague and friend and welcoming her back to this House with a strong connection to Newfoundland and Labrador. So it's my honour today to get up and speak to this Opposition Day motion. Let me begin first and foremost by wishing you, my constituents in the Long Range Mountains, and all Canadians a happy, healthy, and prosperous New Year. As we look ahead to the challenges before us, this debate on the Canadian Sovereignty Act is about a simple but urgent question. Will Canada once again be a country that builds, produces, and invests in itself, or will we continue down a path that leaves our resources undeveloped, our capital fleeing abroad, and too many communities, especially rural ones, falling behind? The Opposition Day motion is about restoring Canadian economic sovereignty by making it easier to build, invest, and innovate here at home while recognizing the growing urban-rural divide in our country. It's about being straightforward with Canadians by calling on the government to remove federal laws and taxes that block resource development and industrial growth, including policies like the electric vehicle mandate that disproportionately hurt rural Canadians, unlock our natural resources to rebuild communities that depend on them, reward businesses that invest in Canada through a Canada First reinvestment tax cut, and protect Canadian innovation so Canadian jobs, resources, and ideas stay in Canadians' hands. We are proposing solutions that restore investment confidence and get this country building again. And it is in that spirit this motion is also about affordability. Conservatives know that affordability starts with opportunity. When we build more at home, we create jobs, we increase incomes, and strengthen the economic foundation that makes life more affordable for Canadians. This motion is also about an invitation to work together to produce real results for the challenges that Canadians are facing. Canadians are doing what they're supposed to do. They're working hard, they're running businesses, they're raising families, and they're trying to plan for the future. What they're struggling with is a system that keeps adding cost, complexity, and uncertainty instead of applying common sense. Canada is one of the richest nations in the world. We're rich in natural resources, we are rich in talent, we are rich in opportunity, and yet Canadians are struggling. Families are making harder choices. Businesses are delaying decisions and investment. Communities are wondering what comes next. I hear it all the time from people in my riding in Newfoundland and Labrador. We are one of the richest places in the country when it comes to natural resources, yet we continue to experience some of the weakest economic outcomes. And Canadians are rightly asking why a country so blessed keeps holding itself back. And that concern is exactly why the oil and gas emissions cap matters so much, because for Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore industry, which is one of the cleanest and most highly regulated in the world, federal uncertainty and caps drive away investment, delay projects, and threaten good-paying jobs. I want to drill down into this a little further because I know the government will hide behind the budget that signaled a shift in how it approaches oil and gas emissions policy. However, the government did not definitively repeal or provide a clear direction on the cap. It talked about other measures, and if those measures were met, then the cap would no longer be required. And this is leaving uncertainty about whether and how a cap might be implemented in the future. This lack of certainty matters for investors and industry because without a clear legislative commitment on whether the emissions cap will exist or be enforceable, businesses cannot confidently plan long-term development. Investors need predictable, stable policy, not vague conditions on future technologies. This is exactly why the Canadian Sovereignty Act matters. Its explicit removal of the emissions cap delivers the clarity and certainty that foreign and domestic capital require to invest in Canada's resource sector and support jobs across the country. This is so important to Newfoundland and Labrador. Therefore, I want to re-emphasize that the government presents this policy as a cap on emissions. Conservatives have been clear that in practice, this is a cap on jobs, it's a cap on revenue, and it's a cap on opportunity. Industry leaders have described this cap as not just a cap on production, but also a cap on investment, including Jim Keating, the Chief Executive Officer of the Oil and Gas Corporation of Newfoundland and Labrador, who was responsible for overseeing and promoting the development of our offshore oil and gas resources. He warned that this approach undermines Canada's ability to attract and retain long-term capital. Investment decisions are made years in advance. Companies need certainty. They need clarity, and they need confidence that if they invest in Canada, the rules will not change halfway through the project. Global demand for oil and gas has not disappeared, and when Canada produces less, someone else produces more. Reducing Canadian production does not reduce global demand. It simply shifts production elsewhere. Canada produces energy with some of the highest environmental and labor standards in the world. When production is pushed out of Canada and into countries with weaker standards, global emissions increase. That does nothing to protect the environment. It simply costs Canadians jobs and investment. In Newfoundland and Labrador, offshore oil and gas is not just a policy discussion, it's how families make a living. It's how young people see a future at home, and it's also how we fund healthcare, education, and infrastructure. This is why Conservatives have been honest about what this policy does. It's a job-killing cap that hurts workers without helping the environment. The emissions cap also creates uncertainty across the broader economy. Energy projects support supply chains, service industries, and local businesses. When investment slows, the impact is felt far beyond the energy sector itself. Investment is so important to our economy and our country right now, which is why this motion also advances a Canada First reinvestment tax cut. This is a practical measure that lets Canadians reinvest capital back into Canadian businesses and projects, keeping investment, jobs, and growth at home instead of driving them out of the country. If small businesses, housing providers, innovators, and investors reinvest capital back into Canada, it would unlock domestic investment, boost productivity, and keep capital from leaving the country. Even independent tax experts have described this idea as a potential game changer because it rewards reinvestment in Canadian companies rather than punishing success. This is about keeping capital here, putting it to work here, and strengthening our economy from the ground up. When businesses reinvest in Canada, Canadian workers benefit, communities grow, and government revenues increase without raising taxes on families, again, making life more affordable for Canadians. This matters deeply for Newfoundland and Labrador, where our economy is powered by small and medium-sized businesses. Family enterprises, fish harvesters, construction firms, tourism operators, and energy-related service companies are the backbone of our community. These businesses are not asking for government handouts. They're asking for a fair chance to reinvest, expand, and pass something on to the next generation. A reinvestment tax cut helps entrepreneurs in rural communities just as much as those in major cities, and it ensures capital stays local. This motion also speaks to the electric vehicle mandate because forcing a one-size-fits-all target on Canadians, especially in a country with such vast diverse geography and demographics, adds costs instead of delivering practical, affordable solutions. I want to be clear, this is not an argument against electric vehicles, it's an argument against the mandates. Conservatives believe government should not be telling Canadians what type of vehicle they are allowed to buy or drive. Consumer choice drives markets. When Canadians choose a product because it works for them, demand grows, technology improves, prices come down, and infrastructure follows. Mandates force compliance before the systems are ready and push costs onto family and small businesses. Even more concerning, an analysis published in the Canadian Journal of Economics suggested that EV mandates could outpace cost parity and consumer demand, and Canadians could potentially face a collapse of its auto manufacturing sector, the loss of more than 100,000 jobs. In the face of this reality, government's indefinite pause on electric vehicle mandates with no clear timeline or answers is simply unacceptable. People want openness and transparency, which is why our Conservatives are clear and upfront about where we stand. All of these industrial carbon tax, oil, gas, emissions cap, and vehicle mandates collide together, drive up costs at a time when Canadians are already stretched. Common sense tells us that this approach is not sustainable. Encouraging companies to reinvest here strengthens our economy, reinforces our sovereignty, and keeps Canada competitive. Madam Speaker, Canadians are tired of promises, fancy speeches, and announcements that do not translate into real improvements in their lives. They want common sense. This is why Canadian Sovereignty Act is meant to restore. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think one of the things that have been really clearly amplified over the last number of months, and why it is that Canada is being so well received by investors in foreign lands, is because they want consistency. They don't want to see rules being changed. That is such an important aspect when, whether it's a private corporation or any other sort of investment firm looking at investing in Canada. Does the member not realize that in parts of the motion that they're providing promotes those sorts of changes, which causes uncertainty, which could prevent investment from taking place in Canada?
Honourable Member for Long Range Mountain.
Well, Madam Speaker, that is certainly not what I see at this present time. What I see is government overreach, and they want to have their hand-picked projects. They want to make Canadians reliant on government programs, and consistently and constantly, I hear investors, business owners, people who want to grow say government just needs to get out of the way. And this is what the Canada Sovereignty Act is meant to ensure, to call the government to get out of the way so that we can grow as an economy right here in Canada.
Great answer. Commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must admit that I'm a bit disappointed by this opposition motion on their opposition day, because they've been talking about the same things for so long, and I've been on the Hill for about 10 years now, Madam Speaker. Every time it's a Conservative opposition day, their motion, the long and short of it, is to call for more oil. In this motion, they say that Liberals cut EV subsidies, that they ended personal carbon tax, they committed to a new pipeline, and they also implemented C5, which allows the government to skirt all environmental legislation and regulations. So now the Liberals have done everything in the Conservatives' playbook. How do the Conservatives not get disappointed? I feel like the only thing that they can do now is radicalize.
Well, thank you. We continue to hope that the government takes our advice and reintroduces policy. And I guess we've been saying it for 10 years because this is what we're hearing from Canadians. And we welcome that the Liberals are taking these policies and reintroducing them, but lots of times they're half-baked. They're somewhere in the middle. They know it's what Canadians want, but they're not willing to go all the way. So I agree, but if Canadians want Conservatives, they need the real deal. They need to vote for Conservatives in the next election, and instead of the half-baked measures that Liberals are bringing forward.
Honourable member for Swift Current. Sorry, Swift Current.
Grasslands Kinder.
Sorry, Grasslands Kinder.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank my colleague again for her terrific speech, because what she did really well was highlighted that the urban-rural divide is one of the biggest issues I think that Canada faces. And one of the best ways to tackle that issue would be through the Sovereignty Act, because there's a lot of nation-building potential that exists within this act. I'm wondering if she could just highlight a little bit of that as we go from here.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountain.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. What about the projects that are still caught up in regulatory paralysis, that don't qualify under nation-building projects? The government has given the ability for them to pick and choose what projects go forward, and we still have tons of smaller projects that are there that want to advance forward, and that is really punishing to rural parts of the country. And my riding is mostly all rural, so that is definitely a huge concern that I have and something that I hear on a consistent basis. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure actually to be able to stand and speak today on a Conservative Opposition Day, which is kind of like a flashback to the last election. If you actually take the time to read the motion that the Conservatives have put forward, you can't help but think in terms of the last federal election. I remind my friends across the way that the things that they're talking about are the things in which they incorporated into their last platform. And I'd like to show some contrast. And the contrast will clearly show and demonstrate why it is that Canadians as a whole rejected the Conservative Party. And they chose to elect a new Prime Minister and 70 new Liberal members of Parliament, Madam Speaker. This is, for all intents and purposes, a new government with a Prime Minister that has a single focus on building Canada strong. And that is something in which we can see in the many measures that have been taken since the last federal election. We had an extensive party platform, a party platform that Canadians understood, supported by voting for us. I will indicate very clearly, as we all know, it's a minority government, a very close minority government, but at the end of the day, it does show the need for the government to work with opposition parties. Equally, I would suggest to you, it demonstrates that opposition parties have to work with the government. But the contrast is truly amazing between the Liberals and the Conservatives. The member that spoke just before me talked about the issue of affordability. Let's go back to the last election, where the Conservatives set their agenda on affordability, and we put forward our agenda on affordability. That's why our new Prime Minister got rid of the carbon tax, to give an increased disposable income for Canadians. That's the reason why the Prime Minister and this government reduced personal income tax. 22 million taxpayers benefited by that, Madam Speaker. Dealing with affordability. You know, we'll have to wait and see in terms of what it is the Conservatives are going to do with regards to yesterday's announcement, Madam Speaker. The groceries and essential benefit. A program that is going to be there for all Canadians. You're looking at over 10 million Canadians that will benefit by that. Many of which we're talking about hundreds going into well over $1,000. I can tell you that the residents of Winnipeg North will benefit by that in terms of affordability. We recognize the hardship that many Canadians are having to face today. And that is the reason why, unlike many other nations around the world, but the reason why this Prime Minister and this government have brought forward that initiative that was announced yesterday by the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. I would like to think that the Conservatives would support that particular initiative. It's hard to say because we still haven't passed the budget implementation bill from last year, Madam Speaker. As the Conservatives have chosen to delay and filibuster even budget legislation in terms of just getting it implemented, Madam Speaker, from last year. It's interesting. What they do is they take their platform and then they put it into a package and they call it the Canada Sovereignty Act. So they're going to take their platform and they're going to put it into law. Well, Madam Speaker, I would counter that by saying, well, okay, let's take a look at our platform from the last election. You know, build Canada strong. That is something in which we said that we were going to do, and that's exactly what it is we're doing. Take a look at what took place virtually immediately after the last election. You had a proactive Prime Minister that was aggressively working with different provinces, all provinces, territories, and others, to take down barriers, interprovincial barriers. And the member across the way, how's that going? Well, the Prime Minister continues to meet and have dialogue with provinces, Madam Speaker. It has made a positive impact on Canadians and our economy. Building Canada strong meant trying to get those barriers, those international or those national trade barriers being taken down. You know, the member from across the lake, across the aisle from Selkirk and Interlake made reference to Crown Royal. It's been a bit of a discussion. Crown Royal is produced in the province of Manitoba. We don't want the province of Ontario boycotting Crown Royal. That's good jobs in Manitoba, and it's a Canadian product, Madam Speaker. There are all forms of irritants between provinces. And we have a Prime Minister that continues to work with provinces in an attempt to try to bring down those irritants and make, whether it's labor and other freer mobility between provinces. But what I really want to amplify is that when we talk about building Canada strong, we know, Canadians know, that there's a difficult relationship today with the United States. And we hope to be able to resolve that in a positive way and have a trade agreement continue on with the United States, Madam Speaker. We understand how important that relationship is. But unlike the Conservatives, when we had the first round of a trade agreement with the United States with Donald Trump, remember the Conservative Party capitulated and just said, sign any agreement. That is not what this Prime Minister is going to do or this government is going to do. We are going to hold out and get the best deal for Canadians, Madam Speaker. And if that's going to take more time, that's going to cause the Conservatives to be uncomfortable, albeit. We are going to strive to get the best deal for Canadians. In the interim, we are looking outside of Canada-USA border. We have a Prime Minister and numerous ministers that are traveling abroad, opening up opportunities for small businesses, medium-sized businesses, to be able to export their products, while at the same time attracting hundreds, going into billions of dollars of investment coming into Canada because we have a Prime Minister and ministers that are aggressively looking for markets that go beyond the Canada-USA border. And we have already seen tangible results. So when you talk about the last election campaign and the platform issues, the number one issue was providing a sense of comfort related to the trade and the President Trump and the actions that have been taking place in the South and needing to be able to bring Canada together. We have been very successful as a government because of that Team Canada approach, where you get premiers, mayors, stakeholders recognizing the value of a Team Canada approach, where you got a government aggressively looking outside of the Canada-USA borders to improve exports. We have legislation before us that it will, in fact, increase trade, Madam Speaker. Look in terms of Indonesia. Legislation is there. We have legislation regarding Northern Ireland and England before us, Madam Speaker. We had a Prime Minister that traveled abroad with the contingency of other ministers and other, including the Premier of Saskatchewan, to deal with some irritants that China has with Canada. And we were able to resolve it, Madam Speaker, at least in good part. It is something that enables, whether it's the canola farmers from the prairies or seafood products in Atlantic Canada, dealing with issues that are going to provide opportunities, jobs, and investments. I'm very proud of the fact of what's happening between Canada and the Philippines. I want to see a trade agreement between these two great nations. I believe that the potential is there, it's real, and the Prime Minister actually met with President Marcos and talked about how we should work towards getting a free trade agreement in 2026. But not only the Philippines, but also in terms of India, Madam Speaker. Again, a commitment from two world leaders to talk about the importance of trade. And in this situation, can Canada get a trade agreement with India? Well, this government is committed to doing what it can, upholding Canadian values, and making sure that we are expanding our markets in a very tangible way. A way that's going to deliver for Canadians. Trade matters. As I indicated yesterday, Canada's population is about 0.5% of the world population. Contrast that to the amount of trade that we do, Madam Speaker. We contribute to 2.5% of world trade. And because we have a government that's looking for more markets, more investment. Look what happened from the Middle East when the Prime Minister went to the Middle East. Literally commitments of billions of dollars of additional investment coming to Canada. These type of investments matter, Madam Speaker, because they are going to make a difference for all of Canada. The Conservatives are starting to criticize, saying, well, the Prime Minister does a lot of international flying. The Prime Minister is the single greatest asset ambassador that Canada has that will enable doors to open and allow us to get into these markets, Madam Speaker. We shouldn't be discouraging it. We should be recognizing the true value of it and encouraging it, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, if we continue to see the types of results that we are getting. That was a major part of our platform. So when you talk about other aspects of the platform, building Canada strong is more than just trade, international trade, and bringing down provincial barriers. We need to build Canada's infrastructure in a very real and tangible way. We got Bill C-5 passed last June. I point out that the leader of the Conservative Party wasn't elected at that time, but we were able to get the support from the Conservative Party in order to get that legislation through back in June. Thank goodness we got it done in June, Madam Speaker, because it's enabled the government to move forward in regards to the pushing and advocating for these major projects. I would note that the Office for Major Projects is located in the Prairies, Madam Speaker. I like to think that that in itself provides that additional incentive, having that local office, Madam Speaker. I believe it says something. We have a Prime Minister that has made it very clear, contrary to the member opposite who stood in her place to introduce the motion and only to be critical of the government on energy. This Prime Minister, this government recognize that we will be a superpower on both clean energy and all forms of energy, Madam Speaker. We can be, and we've demonstrated, more so than Stephen Harper did. You'll realize that when I asked her the question, tell me how many inches of pipeline that the Conservatives built directly to Tidewaters through BC, the member sidestepped the question. Well, we built some that went down to the States. 4, I believe, is what she said, Madam Speaker. So when the leader of the Conservative Party, he can take credit for the 4 pipelines that he built down to the States. But the market is to Asia. And that is something in which we have been able to accomplish, Madam Speaker. But take a look at those major projects. Whether it's the LNG 2 coming out from British Columbia, working with New Democratic government, or it's the Darlington project in Ontario, dealing with nuclear energy and the potential that is there, working with a progressive Conservative government, Madam Speaker. In Montreal, we're expanding the port, which will create literally tens of thousands and support the jobs and the infrastructure that's currently there. The impact on that for the community of Montreal and beyond is great. These are the type of major nation-building projects that this government has recognized in cooperation with other stakeholders, including our provinces, Madam Speaker. I know the province of Manitoba is wanting to see the Port of Churchill get off the ground. And for the first time, we have a premier and I believe a Prime Minister that is really wanting to make that happen if it is at all possible, Madam Speaker. And I believe it is possible. Developing that port. and that can help all of Canada. Major projects that include issues such as what's taking place in, again, BC with copper and gold, or copper in the province of Saskatchewan. These projects, Madam Speaker, are all part of the platform that we presented to Canadians. What the Conservatives are actually proposing today is, here's a Conservative agenda, and they want to replace the Liberal agenda with it, Madam Speaker. I would suggest to you that at the end of the day, Canadians already made that decision. What we should be working on is how it is that we can meet what Canadians want this Parliament to do. That means, for example, supporting the initiative that the Prime Minister announced yesterday. The idea of a grocery and essentials benefit for Canadians that takes effect on July 1 will put money in the pockets of Canadians. Support the initiative. Be clear, be concise on it. Don't dither. Just like when we made a commitment to make it permanent, the National School Food Program in our schools, Madam Speaker. We had one Conservative say it's garbage. We had other Conservatives mock the program. It was actually feeding hundreds of thousands of children, Madam Speaker. We have an agenda that's before us. We have probably the largest crime pieces of legislation that we have seen in generations. And it can make a difference, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, the Conservatives filibuster it. I can tell you that there are Conservatives or Canadians in Conservative ridings that want the Conservative members to be voting for many of the initiatives that we're putting forward. I think it's time that they start putting the Canadian agenda ahead of their own Conservative Party of Canada agenda. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member from Winnipeg North is always up on his feet in here and has the most words in Parliament but never says anything. All we ever hear is Liberal propaganda and misinformation that really does undermine the seriousness of debate and the motions before us. During his entire speech, he refused to recognize that over the 10 previous years of Liberal government, that they chased away $690 billion in actual investment that was going to go into natural resources and pipelines across this country because of their mandate, because of their regulations, because of their overreach and anti-development, that all those dollars left. And the only pipeline they built, they had to go into the pockets of Canadian taxpayers to actually expand the Western Pipeline into Vancouver. And now we're still in the hole and never going to see those dollars recouped because of their mismanagement and incompetence. This member has also been sitting around quite quietly. He talks about interprovincial trade, but meanwhile, right in Manitoba, we make the best whiskey in the world called Crown Royal, and he has been completely silent as the government of Ontario has threatened to pull Crown Royal off their shelves. If he's so adamant that they stand up for interprovincial free trade, will he actually push back and force his government to stand in the way of the province of Ontario of pulling Manitoba-made Crown Royal whiskey off their shelves?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, if the member was listening, I talked about Crown Royal. I even made reference to the member, so he might want to do a bit of a retake on that. The member was actually the Parliamentary Secretary to Defence. And when he was the Parliamentary Secretary to Defence, did you know that the GDP level of financing for the military was 1%? Actually, just below 1%. Likely the lowest in the history of Canada, Madam Speaker. This new Prime Minister has already brought it up to 2%, and we've made a commitment to bring it up to 5% in the coming years. Why? Because it makes sense. Whether it's the industrialization for our military purposes, to protecting our sovereignty, to meeting our allied forces, we're investing in our members of the Canadian Forces. We are providing the equipment that's necessary, and we are going to be meeting our future obligations. Why? Because this new government and this Prime Minister understands the importance of the Canadian forces and the important role that they play going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to hear what my colleague thinks about the fact that this Conservative motion would seem to weaken provincial sovereignty by encouraging them to lift their own measures and regulations, protecting the environment, languages, and their particular characteristics.
And you know, it will be an interesting vote, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be voting against it. Most of the people in my riding voted against the Conservative Party and their political platform that they presented back in the last election. I believe that the government is on the right track. We are, in fact, building a stronger and healthier Canada. I think the proof is in the pudding, and we have accomplished a great deal, and we continue to want to do more to support Canadians. Whether it's building that economy, whether it's providing and protecting our social services, whether it's working with different provinces and stakeholders to bring forward good legislation like the crime bills that we've presented to the House of Commons, every member will have a choice. Do they support the Conservative agenda or do they support the government agenda? Very clear choice for me. I'm supporting the government.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, I can't believe what I'm hearing. The Conservatives seem to want to get rid of the Environmental Impact Act. It would be a return to the 19th century. Canadians will be left paying a billions-strong bill for environmental damage. What does my colleague think about the Liberal vision, which is based on true common sense? With the one project, one assessment rule, C5 will actually simplify the construction process and get things built. That's what industry wants. That's the message we're sending. We believe in stimulating industry while protecting the environment. Does my colleague believe that what industry wants should also be what Canadians want?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And like my colleague, I genuinely believe in sustainable development. And the development opportunities are there. The technology that, for example, our oil industry brings forward is absolutely fairly, I would suggest to you, world leading. I think that there is the industry in terms of our EV and the manufacturing of electric vehicle potential continues to grow, Madam Speaker. I think that there's many ways in which we can grow our economy and be respectful of the environment. They go hand in hand, sustainable development. And having Bill C5, I believe, further advances good governance along with sustainable development and will enable those projects that are in the national best interest to see move forward will go forward in a faster fashion, and it will still protect the environment while at the same time make sure that the proper consultations are being conducted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for the Honourable Member for his speech. The country is not doing well. By admitting that is not the bad thing, is the right thing to do, because this way we can at least deal with the problem. The second thing is, I've got three questions for the Honourable Member. The first one, would he admit that the country is not doing well? The second thing is, will he take responsibility for the last 10 years of damage? The third, where's CUSMA negotiation and what's happening there? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, if I remember saying, am I going to say that the country's not doing well? No, I believe the country's doing well. I don't believe what the Conservatives try to mislead people. They travel the country and they say, Canada is broken. Canada is not broken. Canada is a very healthy nation with great opportunities and capabilities. I'm not looking at the glass as being half empty, Madam Speaker. I'm looking at it from a point of view where we have a government that's very proactive at promoting Canada, bringing in investments, allowing more exports to take place. We have a lot to be proud of as Canadians. And we should not be downgrading or downplaying our nation, Madam Speaker. Are there areas that we can improve upon? Of course there are. But remember the days of Stephen Harper? That was Harper was the most devastating prime minister when it came to the manufacturing industry in the province of Ontario, Madam Speaker. Well, the members should look into it. The biggest devastation that ever took place in our manufacturing industry in the last number of generations is when Stephen Harper was the prime minister. Well, Madam Speaker, I can be political too. But at the end of the day, when I look at Canada, Canada is something in which we should all be very proud of.
Have to go to more questions. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. Now, the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman was denigrating the pipeline that that the Liberal government built to Vancouver. May I ask the Honourable Member, when the Conservative Party was in government, how many pipelines did they get built?
Order! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the question maybe would have been better if the member would have asked, because the demand and the price points for our oil is greatest in Asia. That means we want to have a pipeline that goes to Asia, Madam Speaker, to the tidewaters. The answer to that is absolutely zero. Not 1 inch of pipeline in over 10 years of governance that took it directly to the West Coast, Madam Speaker. All their pipeline activity went directly to the States. And now they criticize us because we ship our oil, all of it, to the States. Go figure.
Yeah, go figure.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to let you know that I will be sharing my time with my colleague and friend, the member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, if it weren't for the calendar on the clerk's desk, I would have thought that today was February 2nd, Groundhog Day. Why? Because this is a Conservative opposition day where they're proposing cutting environmental measures to let loose the oil industry. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Today, the Conservatives are asking us to get rid of all environmental protection measures while rolling out the red carpet for the oil and gas industry. There's one new thing about this motion, which is that this time their requests are being framed as pro-sovereignty measures. Here, let us recall that members of the Pathways Alliance, representing 80% of oil sands production, is mainly held by foreign interests. Canadian Natural Resources, Cenovus Energy, Imperial Oil, and Suncor Energy are 73% foreign-owned and 60% American-owned. And they talk to us about Canadian sovereignty. ConocoPhillips Canada, a Canadian subsidiary of an American oil company, and Meg Energy, which was purchased by Cenovus, are 85% foreign-owned. These businesses made record profits from 2021 to 2024, $131.6 billion. This created $79.7 billion in dividends. 3/4 of these dividends went to foreign shareholders. 62% of them went to American shareholders. Talk about Canadian sovereignty. It would seem that sending more dividends to foreign interests is how Liberals and Conservatives defend Canada's economic sovereignty. Federal politics is like a contest with each party trying to be the best cheerleader for the oil lobby. Now, the Conservative Party is proposing getting rid of the industrial carbon tax. The Liberals have already gotten rid of the individual carbon tax. Up until March, the federal government applied a tax on fossil fuels in the 8 provinces without a carbon pricing system in place. Quebec and BC were exempted because they had provincial systems, a carbon exchange for Quebec and a provincial carbon tax in BC. Let us recall that 90% of the revenue gathered through the federal carbon tax in backstop provinces were redistributed to individuals as quarterly rebates. The remaining 10% funded energy transition programs. 8 out of 10 households received more through rebates than they paid in the carbon tax, thanks to a redistribution system that focused on individuals rather than businesses. But all of that was abolished. The new Prime Minister signed an order setting the consumer carbon tax at $0 a ton. This measure came into effect on April 1st and was done before the tax was formally abolished through legislation. Let us recall that Ottawa decided to provide one final rebate on April 22nd. This costs the federal government $3.7 billion. Carbon rebates were always provided in advance, anticipating household spending, rather than after the fact, constituting a household refund. This means that the final check went out to anticipate carbon spending that never happened. Quebecers did not receive these checks because Quebec has had its own carbon exchange since 2013. That at the same time, however, Quebec taxpayers funded these federal taxes. So Quebecers found themselves forced to pay for English Canada's environmental recklessness. We were penalized for our own efforts to fight climate change by Ottawa, by this government. The Quebec National Assembly was unanimous, and I'm talking about all the parties. Coalition Avenir Québec, the Liberal Party of Quebec, Québec Solidaire, and the Parti Québécois. Everyone denounced this injustice. The Bloc Québécois supports Quebec. We call on Ottawa to provide Quebec compensation to the tune of $814 million, representing Quebec's share of the fake carbon rebate that went out on April 22nd, which Quebecers did not receive, and which had a total value of $3.7 billion. Unfortunately, back in the spring, the House of Commons gave its thumbs up to this thievery, and I'm deeply saddened to see that Quebec MPs with the Liberal and Conservative parties voted against a measure that would have benefited their constituents. It would seem that these MPs prioritize the whole of Canada vision over their own constituents. Madam Speaker, this is a time when the U.S. administration is creating uncertainty by levying more and more tariffs on all of our industries. Because of this, it is important to strengthen our trade ties with reliable partners. To this end, I would like to talk about how Quebec represents 1/3 of Canada-Europe trade and 40% of Canadian investment in Europe. We are well positioned to diversify trade. We are a bridge between the Americas and Europe. We hope that Quebec can double its trade with Europe in less than 5 years, Europe including the UK. This would bring trade from $42 to $84 billion. And this brings me to talk about the border carbon adjustment. In 2023, the EU passed a law creating a border carbon adjustment mechanism. Starting on January 1st of this year, in order to avoid increased carbon emission and unfair competition, Europe has begun imposing a tax adjustment when certain products are imported into Europe. The UK passed similar legislation in 2024. It will go into effect January 1st of next year. Since starting this year, when a product...
L'importation équivalent à ce qu'aurait représenté le coût de tarification carbone s'il avait été fabriqué.
Equivalent to the carbon taxes that would have been paid had the product been produced in Europe. Currently, it only covers certain categories of products: aluminum, steel, cement, fertilizer, hydrogen, electricity. It will be expanded in the future.
And we know that these types of rules, for example, the excise tax on alcohol or tobacco, which is currently charged when the product is manufactured here, is charged at the border when the product is imported. So we know that this kind of thing already exists in a number of areas. Mr. Speaker, a number of countries have created measures to price pollution. For example, in 2023, the World Bank listed 73 carbon pricing mechanisms in 53 countries. That's 5 more than in 2022 and 69 more than 20 years ago. No country has removed its carbon pricing mechanism except Canada. As I stated, the federal carbon pricing system does not apply in Quebec, which has its own cap and trade system. But Quebec is not acting alone. Through the Western Climate Initiative, we exchange carbon credits with California businesses and businesses in the state of Washington. The GDP of these two states is $4,800 billion, which is 2.5 times the GDP of Canada outside Quebec, which is only $1,900 billion. Now we know that in the US, there is no federal carbon pricing system, only state systems. And of course, Donald Trump has not changed that. Today, Canada is going against world trends, and that places Quebec in a risky position. In a world where pollution has a cost, Quebec has a comparative advantage because of its abundant zero-emission energy. As I've stated, the Liberal government removed carbon pricing for individuals in Canada in the spring. And the Conservative Party today is proposing that we remove it for everyone, including industry. If Canada decides to return to the 20th century and removes industrial carbon pricing, that would undermine Quebec's efforts to diversify exports and increase trade with Europe. Quebec businesses would be part of a country where carbon pricing is almost non-existent, so their exports might face taxes. For example, aluminum, which is currently being tariffed by the US, and would want then to diversify towards Europe, but this would place them in danger. We know that currently the UK and EU have an exemption system. If an export is coming from a country where there is carbon pricing, there would be an exemption, but otherwise there would be a case-by-case system, and that would harm Quebec's comparative advantage. That is why the Bloc Québécois stands against any federal policy that would reduce or undermine Quebec's efforts to diversify its export markets in order to do something about the negative effects of the Trump administration. And that is why we are against any attempt to reduce industrial emissions pricing outside Quebec. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Juliette Manawan. This opposition motion, as I was saying, would affect the federal measures on plastic manufacturing. And we know that this government is recognized for its efforts to fight plastic pollution. We know that microplastics are currently omnipresent in our environment and even in our foods. So I'd like to hear from my honourable colleague. I'd like to hear from him on the issue of that portion of the opposition motion, the one on plastics. What does he think about that? The Honourable Member for Joliette Manawan. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. Yes, once again, this is shocking. It's yet another way of going backward on measures to protect the environment. And it's even worse to see the various things this current government is doing to harm the various environmental measures that were brought in over a decade by Justin Trudeau's government. Why go backward like this? And why did my honourable colleague vote against in this House a measure to indemnify Quebecers for the fact that they paid for the carbon pricing check? That's something that harms Quebec's interests. Why did he vote for that? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my colleague was just saying, and I think he was very clear about this in his speech, I think it was very clear. He's spoken about the fact that we and the government both disapprove of the Conservative motion. But what I'm concerned about is that the Liberals seem to be pretending, they seem to be virtue signaling by denouncing this motion, but actually they've been doing similar things since they took power last May. I'd like to hear from my colleague for Joliette, who's experienced in this matter. The Honourable Member for Joliette Manawan. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, this is concerning. We see here that actually we're in a petrostate, and everyone seems to be cheerleaders for the oil industry. Are these policies that will really strengthen our sovereignty? And given and regarding the environment, I would remind us that the member for Laurier Sainte Marie left cabinet, even though he's still a government MP, given the government's various steps backward on environmental policy. So I would say that when it comes to the Liberals and Conservatives, there's barely any daylight between them when it comes to the oil and gas industry and the environment. As I was saying in my speech on the world stage, Canada is the only country that's actually going backwards on its commitments. It's a crying shame. Thank you.
Donald General Parliamentary Secretary, the Government Trustee.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, within the motion, the Conservatives are trying to raise the issue of affordability. The Prime Minister, along with the Minister of Finance, had a wonderful announcement yesterday announcing the grocery and essentials benefit for Canadians, which will take effect on July 1. This is an initiative that's going to ultimately see literally hundreds of dollars going into the pockets of Canadians to help them at a time in which there's a great deal of concern with respect to grocery prices and so forth. Can the government anticipate that the Bloc will be supporting that initiative?
The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the type of measure that would be effective to fight poverty and inflation and to help people who need it the most. It's an effective measure that is direct and would make a real difference for people. That shows that we are capable of agreeing on certain points, agreeing with the government. However, I am unhappy about the fact that this minority government is not attempting to seek support from another party in this House in order to help its legislation move forward, or at least individual parts of its legislation. Given that that's the mandate that the people of Canada and Quebec gave to this government, they asked it to make an agreement with another party to move its legislation forward. So it seems like this government is just waiting for Conservative members to cross the floor in order to reach a majority. But that is not the democratic opinion that was expressed at the last elections. I hope that my colleague's leader will speak to the leaders of the other parties so that they can govern as the Canadian public asked. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Resuming debate. Thank you. Hello, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise once again in this House. Unfortunately, it is, as my colleague said, essentially Groundhog Day. We see that very clearly on this opposition day. It's very clear that once again, we are just trying to give more money to Canadian oil and gas companies. Canadian, I will come back to that, Madam Speaker. And so what we're talking about here is essentially the destruction of the few feeble measures that were left from the previous government's environmental measures. And that's in order to realize all of the desires of the oil and gas companies. So after 1 year of this Prime Minister's sabotage of his own party's environmental legacy, we have almost nothing left. And what we're seeing here is that actually this government is just looking to finally satisfy the last few wishes on the wish list of the oil and gas companies. It started out a little bit like President Trump. The minute the Prime Minister arrived, his first action was to get rid of individual carbon pricing. And that goes against the Paris Agreement, just like President Trump. And that was just the beginning of a series of measures to abandon environmental policy in this country. And in fact, the Conservatives seemed to be disappointed during the last election because in many cases the Liberal Prime Minister took up their ideas. Their ideas about making pollution free for big industrial producers. But actually, I'm speaking of Canadian oil and gas companies, but really they're more like American companies. Because the funny thing is that actually they're held by American interests to the tune of 60%. Americans hold around 60% of these companies. And what the Conservatives are proposing and what the Liberals are doing is to actually roll out the red carpet for billionaires who are friends of President Trump and to increase their profits. Because again, these companies are essentially held by foreign interests, and yet they're saying that this is a way of promoting our sovereignty. How is that? How does that make sense? They're facilitating the transfer of Canada and Quebec money to the U.S. in order to increase profits. Increase profits for companies that are already bringing in a huge amount of profits. And now they want to repeal federal measures which, according to the Conservative motion, are blocking or paralyzing development. And we know that those repeals have been done already by the Liberal government over the last year. Let's look at what our Conservative friends are asking for. They're asking for the Impact Assessment Act to be repealed. Well, I don't think our Conservative colleagues have been paying attention to what's been happening since this government came to power last year. But they brought in a bill, Bill C5, that would enable the government to suspend more than 10 laws, 7 regulations, many of which are environmental, in order to be able to ignore environmental regulations. So we don't need to repeal the Impact Assessment Act, since that's already been partially done by the Liberals. They have the power to do that. Also, let's not forget C15, the Budget Act, that would enable any minister to suspend any legislation if they say that it's for innovation reasons. So again, there's no need to do what the Conservatives are asking, because the Liberals have already done this in order to support the oil and gas companies. Then the next thing the Conservatives are asking for is for the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act to be repealed. This is about the West Coast. And of course, it's indecent to repeal a moratorium and thus enable oil tankers to pass through a protected marine area with a lot of risk for the environment, obviously. And it's also something that really completely ignores First Nations rights. They are saying that we need to protect that area and that we can't have oil tankers there. The federal government has already said it would build a tar sands pipeline with 1 million barrels a day, and 1 million barrels a day, and that would pass through that area. And so the Liberal government is already clearly ready to do that. We already have that under C5. Then there's abolishing the industrial carbon tax. And yet, I have the pleasure of telling my colleagues that actually the federal government is already doing this. Currently, the amounts are $25 a ton. It was supposed to be $95, and yet the federal government is allowing the effective price in Alberta to be only $25, and it's not forcing Alberta to raise that price. And we know that the agreement between Alberta and Canada will actually further weaken carbon pricing, industrial carbon pricing policy. So again, what the Conservatives are asking for has already been done by the Liberals. And then the Conservatives are also asking for the oil and gas emissions cap to be removed, the cap on these polluting emissions. And yet, with the Canada-Alberta agreement, the government has already promised to remove that cap. So that wish has already been granted. Is this responsible? Not at all. It makes absolutely no sense that one of the most polluting sector in the country, the tar sands, they emit just as much as all of Quebec, and yet the government has removed that regulation. But apparently the Conservatives haven't realized that. Then they're asking to repeal the federal electric vehicle sales mandate. But only last fall, the federal government suspended that quota. It's no longer ensuring that Canadian manufacturers offer electric vehicles to the public, to offer cheaper ones that would enable us to move away from oil. They already suspended that. And we don't know when it will be brought back in, but we suspect that when it is brought back, it will be watered down because Ontario has been asking the federal government to abandon these measures, and so are Western oil companies. So again, by removing these incentives for electric vehicles, this Liberal government already seems to be doing exactly what the Conservatives are asking. But the Conservatives apparently haven't even noticed that this federal government has been destroying its environmental architecture since this Prime Minister arrived. And in Canada, for so-called security reasons, we're not importing European electric vehicles, which are much cheaper and much more technologically advanced. And all of this is to support Canadian manufacturers, which are some of the worst in the world when it comes to electric vehicles, and are slowing this down. Now, our Conservative colleagues are also asking to repeal federal plastics manufacturing prohibitions. Now, of course, plastic is mainly made of oil and gas. It's one of the possible applications for oil and gas. So, of course, it's easy to understand why our Conservative colleagues are asking us to repeal these prohibitions, even though, of course, the whole world is working to reduce plastic production. Everyone is saying that we need to put an end to that because it's a problem for human health, for the environment, and it's also a major emitter of greenhouse gases. But the oil and gas companies need these plastics in order to keep raking in the profits. So I'm happy to tell my Conservative colleagues that the government is once again already repealing this type of thing. Because last year already, as of December, there was supposed to be a single-use plastic exports ban. But the government once again backed down. So again, it's granting every possible wish that oil and gas companies could possibly have. Even before, our Conservative colleagues even noticed that the federal government is simply following the oil and gas agenda. And the other thing that the Conservatives are asking for is to put an end to federal regulatory restrictions that impede communication and advocacy by Canadian energy companies. So they're asking us to protect oil and gas greenwashing, protect the public from oil and gas greenwashing. But here, once again, I'm happy to tell our Conservative colleagues that in the budget, the federal government stated very clearly that it would weaken anti-greenwashing laws, even though those laws protect consumers and enable them to finally know what the real performance of oil and gas companies is. And of course, the real truth is that they're among the worst in the world. So today's opposition motion is completely useless. We know that all of these oil and gas proposals have already been granted. So when are we finally going to do something about this sector that is bad for the environment, that promotes war, that creates an endless list of human and environmental costs for Canadians and Quebecers? When will we finally do something about it? Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank my colleague. I'd like to hear what he thinks about the recent agreement with the Chinese government to enable electric vehicles to come into Canada. 49,000. I'd like to hear whether he thinks that's a good idea, and whether he thinks that Canadians might receive economic and environmental benefits from that agreement. The honourable member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, my colleague has talked about bringing in Chinese electric vehicles. But that shouldn't enable us to forget that Canada is backing down on incentives for purchasing electric vehicles, and this government isn't trying to make our manufacturers produce more electric vehicles. We know that Chinese technology on this is much more advanced. We know that in China, more than half of new vehicles are electric. Bringing in these vehicles, however, without considering possible espionage risks, without considering China's foreign interference, without considering child labor in China and modern slavery, the terrible record on human rights in China, that means that the deal here is not doing anything to prevent these risks, for example, forced labor from occurring, as the Bloc Québécois was suggesting. How is it that the federal government did not consider starting by allowing European electric vehicles to come into the country? They are more advanced than ours, and they would reduce costs for consumers who want these vehicles. But the federal government isn't doing anything to help us bring in these vehicles. Once again, they're really backing down on the environment, and this is going to have a huge impact on consumers' wallets and on the environment.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, would he not perhaps recognize that his rhetoric on for the last speech there is maybe a little bit antiquated, as the world is moving away from the concerns around climate change and more concerned about poverty, and human suffering. Even Bill Gates has moved away from this, and so I'm just wondering if he recognizes that. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. On the contrary, Madam Speaker, unlike Conservatives, we believe that we can improve the economy and people's quality of life, all while fighting climate change. What they would like is for us to totally do away with all environmental measures. They are climate change deniers. That's the wrong way to go. We know that climate change is very real. It's here and it's now. We should not scrap all environmental protections. Rather, my question is, what can we do to produce less oil and gas and to improve life and quality of life for Quebecers? Every year, $10 billion is imported in oil and gas. Meanwhile, though, we could electrify our transportation. We could generate profits that we could then invest in healthcare, education, our roads, public transit. There are so many solutions, but the Conservatives are blind to them all. The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague and friend on his incredible speech. He did such a great job explaining how the Liberals backtracking when it comes to the environment. It just, six of the same, half a dozen of the other, be it Liberals, be it Conservatives. Now, here's my question. The World Bank found 73 carbon pricing systems in many countries. None of those other countries scrapped their carbon pricing except one, and that's Canada. That's this current government. What kind of signal does that send to the international community when it comes to the work we need to do to take care of our planet? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, the message is very clear. The message being sent by both Conservatives and Liberals, they seem to want as few regulations as possible, as few restraints and limitations on oil and gas as possible. They want more oil and gas coming out of the ground. They want more pipelines rather than cutting industrial carbon tax. They're not doing that, so we are just backtracking. We're not making progress. This is the opposite of what economists are advising us to do. The heavy polluters should be the ones paying for pollution, but if it's not the big companies, then individuals, Quebecers, will be the ones paying the bill at the end of the day. So they seem to want oil and gas to pay less and Canadians to pay more.
Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, and Taya-Denega. In the coming months, Madam Speaker, the world will be watching a mission to space called Artemis 2, the first crewed flight of NASA's Artemis program that will fly around the moon. It's an incredible time to be alive, Madam Speaker, that we can witness this iconic moment of human innovation in real time. And for Canada, this is not just another launch. It is a national moment. And for the first time, a Canadian astronaut, Jeremy Hansen, will fly as part of that crew. Canadian space robotics will be part of this visionary pursuit, and Canada's role will once again prove something we already know. When this country sets a clear objective and aligns its talent, capital, innovation, and institutions behind it, we can compete with anyone. And we have done this before. Canada became, in fact, the third spacefaring nation in world history in 1962 with the Alouette 1. We became a world leader in space robotics with the Canadarm in the 1980s, so trusted that this innovation in robotics became indispensable to our allies. And today, through our contributions to the Artemis program, particularly Canadarm3 for the Lunar Gateway, Canada has secured astronaut flights and meaningful roles in the next era of space exploration. So let me say this clearly in the outset of this debate today on our important opposition motion on sovereignty and economic sovereignty therein. Canada can build, we can invest, and we can lead. But there is a hard truth in this, Madam Speaker. Too often we are not translating our capability into lasting national strength. That is why I want to focus my remarks today on a critical part of our motion, protecting Canadian innovation, and requiring the Minister of Industry to present plans to Parliament to keep Canada's inventions, discoveries, and innovations from being sold off to other countries. Because right now, Madam Speaker, Canada is not building enough national champions. We are too often building sales listings, for example, that other countries come and take their pick of. And Canadian taxpayers fund the research that trains the talent and creates highly valuable ideas and inventions. In other words, Canada's intellectual property. But at the most important stage, when firms need to scale, when they should be growing into companies with hundreds, if not thousands, of employees with good-paying jobs, Canada's business environment too often nudges them towards selling, relocating, or being absorbed by larger foreign competitors. And so we fund the discovery here, but the long-term prosperity goes elsewhere. Time and time again, this is happening, Madam Speaker. And this is not an accident. It is a predictable outcome of a policy environment that is fragmented, slow, and largely indifferent to the results that it funds. And the Business Council of Alberta has noted that high taxes on capital combined with regulatory friction, high taxes and high regulation, we hear this all the time from our business leaders as the biggest problem in Canada. And so it reduces incentives for firms to reinvest and grow domestically here at home. And for many Canadian startups, the problem is not they don't want to leave Canada, but the gravitational pull of a faster, larger American economy, one that actively attracts talent, capital, and intellectual property and jobs, it's just too inviting. With government inertia in this country, it's just too tempting to go down there when it's more rewarding in many ways. So keeping innovation in Canada is, really not just an academic exercise for discussion. Our Canadian innovation is our economic power. It determines whether Canadians earn high wages. It determines whether our communities grow or are hollowed out, and whether this country controls the industries that underpin its security and prosperity. And when we talk about sovereignty in 2026, it is not just about our borders or our territory. Innovation sovereignty comes down to three things: who owns the patents, who controls the data, and who builds the capabilities here at home. Because whoever owns those things owns the future tax base, owns the high-skilled jobs, and leverages that in our trade negotiations, for example. That all goes together. And without sovereignty and innovation, we cannot be sovereign in our economy. So, Madam Speaker, I've spent the last 8 months as Canada's industry critic meeting innovators across this country, builders in space, aerospace, advanced manufacturing, AI, robotics, defense, advancing technologies. And their message is remarkably consistent to the problems that Canada is facing. They want to scale in Canada, they want to hire more Canadian workers, but our system is working against them. In fact, Canada has well over 100 federal innovation programs spread across various departments and agencies. And of course, each was created with good intentions by some minister, but together they form a system that is busy without being very strategic. It's not aligned, and really it seems very generous, but in fact it's not disciplined at all towards a strategic goal. And governments measure success by announcements and spending, by how many press releases they do, not whether Canadians can pay their bills or afford their mortgage, or that giving them confidence that their children will have more opportunities and a better life than they do. And so this link between innovation policy and everyday life is, of course, productivity, which we hear a lot about these days from economists and the Bank of Canada, for example, who has been clear that Canada's productivity problem has reached emergency levels in this country. Governor Tiff Macklem warned that unless we change course, Canada's standard of living will be lower, in fact, than it otherwise would have been. We will be poorer if we don't change course. A pretty drastic message from the country's, from the Bank of Canada governor, Madam Speaker. And the Deputy Governor, Nicholas Vincent, reminded us that Canada's affordability problem is fundamentally a productivity problem, because the only sustainable way to raise incomes in this country is to raise our productivity. But productivity is not about working harder, which I think is what a lot of people think when they hear that word. It is, in fact, whether workers have the capital and the advanced technologies to produce more and work less, to create more value more easily. And right now, Canada's productivity, in fact, is trailing the U.S. by 30%, and the gap is widening. Canadians can work just as hard, be just as educated, and still fall behind because our system does not support investment and scale. And that is where innovation policy becomes central. It's not because of Canada lacking any ideas. We have so much ideas and much talent, but we're lacking focus and ownership over those ideas, especially in the long term. And governments announce many programs, they launch consultations, and they publish frameworks, frameworks, but our outcomes haven't improved. And Canada ranks last, for example, in the G7 for turning innovation inputs into economic outputs. More than half of industry-directed intellectual property generated at Canadian universities is owned abroad, for example. Pretty shocking. And once that intellectual property leaves, it rarely comes back. That means other countries are being enriched by our talented idea creators, Madam Speaker. And so this problem is especially clear in strategic industries like space and aerospace, which really aren't nice to have science projects. They are critical in the domestic and international terrain that we're seeing changing at a geopolitical level today. They underpin communications, navigation, wildfire monitoring, Arctic domain awareness, disaster response, national defense. They are central to NORAD modernization and allied security. If Canada cannot build and own and control these capabilities, we become dependent on other countries for functions essential to our sovereignty, something that Canadians have become acutely aware of in recent months. And that is why space, for example, is a powerful indicator of what Canada must and can, in fact, do better. And as Shadow Minister for Industry, I have seen this firsthand, these capabilities. I have toured Magellan Aerospace in Winnipeg, where skilled Manitobans build critical components to the world's best fighter jet, the F-35. Here in Ottawa, I visited Mission Control, a Canadian company developing lunar rover capability. It's quite amazing, Madam Speaker, and really these are the kind of innovations that strengthen Arctic research and security, the secure maritime safety, and really the role of Canada in the emerging space domain, which is critical for our national security. And so we have the talent, we have the capability, and we have the ambition, but what is missing is a federal innovative program and framework that really treats sovereignty as the objective, not an afterthought. And so that brings me to Part C of our Conservative motion today. It requires the Minister of Industry to present plans to Parliament to keep Canadian innovation in Canadians' hands, which is really not a radical concept. In fact, I would argue it's the responsible thing that they should be doing right now. It asks essential questions, sort of what technologies must we be controlling, what supply chains must be anchored here, what capabilities are critical to economic resilience and national security, and importantly, how do we keep these innovations here in Canada now and in the long term? And so without any answers, innovation from this government becomes really a scattershot plan. We're working harder, but not together. And so this motion also recognizes that innovation cannot scale without capital, without more money, so to speak. That is why Part B proposes a Canada First reinvestment tax credit, which would defer capital gains when proceeds are reinvested, when the money is reinvested in Canadian businesses and productive assets. If capital stays in Canada, innovation has a better chance to scale here rather than leave to the US, and it creates more good jobs and higher wages and more opportunities for our kids. And this matters because investment per worker right now in Canada is half of that of the United States. William Robson of the C.D. Howe Institute told Industry Committee that U.S. firms invest roughly 3 times as much per worker. And so this needs to change if we're going to secure our economic sovereignty. And so to be clear, this tax measure must support a larger strategy. Tax policy alone cannot fix a system that lacks focus. So the central point of this motion is Canada needs an economic sovereignty strategy that prioritizes keeping Canadian innovation in this country. We cannot keep funding innovation and exporting our values. So when Artemis II launches, Madam Speaker, Canadians, especially young Canadians, will be watching and inspired. These are the future innovators of our country. We need to make sure that they can produce amazing jobs and innovation for today and into the future, and our motion is a central part of making that happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask a question to my honourable colleague. In the 2021 election, the Leader of the Opposition ran under a platform which says, and I quote, "We will finalize and improve clean fuel regulations to reduce carbon emissions from every liter of gasoline and other liquid fuels we burn. This will generate emissions reductions at lower costs and protect Canadian jobs," end quote. So, Madam Speaker, I'm curious to know, since the finalization of these regulations in 2022, they have driven billions of dollars of investments and created thousands of jobs across Canada. Where did this Member of Parliament who supported these regulations and Canadian farmers go, and what have they done with him?
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, I'm a bit perplexed by the question. I think the member is talking about something that came out 5 years ago in a platform much different circumstances than today. I find it interesting that she's not interested in talking about Canadian innovation and how to safeguard jobs today and into the future, that she's not asking about what are conservative ideas. There's many more than those that I've talked about that would support the government's efforts and really improve them and deliver actual results to secure Canada's future. So it's just interesting that she's looking back several leaders ago, several elections ago, 5 years ago, in fact. I find it perplexing a bit that she has nothing to say about improving Canada's jobs and wages and innovation today.
The honourable member for l'honorable député de la Pointe de l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on the polluter pays principle. That is, that oil and gas companies which produce pollution should be the ones to absorb or pay for their greenhouse gas emissions. They are making about $130 billion a year in profits. 60% of that goes to the U.S. Rather than contributing for all of the environmental disasters, rather than trying to compensate for that, they want things lightened for them. The Conservatives seem to want us to lighten carbon tax for businesses, but that would not help with climate change. It seems to me that the Conservatives are prioritizing big oil's revenues, leading to harmful consequences for the Canadian public, which will have to pay for these negative impacts.
Both. Frankly, I've been hearing them for years, make polluters pay. But it's veiled language for making families pay more for food, transportation, for home heating. That's what people need to understand. When folks in this place talk about making polluters pay, they're talking about you. They're talking about your constituents, Madam Speaker. They're talking about the seniors who are struggling to afford food. Because our main fuel, of course, oil and gas, is what heats most of our homes in Canada. It's what the farmers use to produce food. It's what the truckers use to ship the food to the manufacturing facility. It's the fuel the manufacturing facility uses to make goods that we eat at the grocery store. It's the fuel that fuels the grocery store to keep it heated and cooled. So the main source of our energy, Madam Speaker, the pollution that they're talking about, is the reason that we can heat our homes and eat the good food that we have. So I encourage people not to be fooled when they say make polluters pay. They're talking about everyday families paying more for transportation, heating, and food, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Appreciate being in this chamber to hear the speech from the honourable member from Manitoba. She's done an excellent job at the Industry Committee. Now, I know in her speech she touched upon the need to have more Canadian innovation, particularly Canadian patents that are held in Canada. I know of several entrepreneurs, Madam Speaker, who have told me that it can be years for our patent office, which has one job, to approve patents that can be used here in Canada. And they've said that in the United States, many of them will go to the United States instead, not because they don't want to have that IP here in Canada, but because they get protections immediately because the United States has a faster process. Does the member believe that the minister responsible should make this her job in order to fix that one job that the Patent Office has, which is to approve patents that are worthy?
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank very much the member for his feedback and his question. It's very critical when we're talking about innovation policy and keeping our ideas that which the taxpayer often funds to the tune of up to $15 billion in this country. We're funding innovation through our SHRED tax credit, through university funding, and yet over half of university funding innovation goes to enrich American and other countries' economies. And so when we talk about patents, Canada has, in fact, in the Western world, some of the slowest patent approval times, and there's really been made no progress on this from the Liberal government in the last decade. So if we're going to improve safeguarding our own innovations, it starts with investing and improving our patent speeds, Mr. Speaker. We have to safeguard these if we're going to have an innovative future in Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Eglinton, Tyendinaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise here today to speak to our Opposition Day motion, the reintroduction of the Canadian Sovereignty Act. But before I get to the Act, I'd like to talk about the change in the political landscape between its first introduction and today. Canada is at a precipice. We are facing a very real economic threat. The Canadian Sovereignty Act is a strong step in the right direction. It will remove barriers and red tape that has held Canada back. It calls on the Prime Minister to promote investments by removing capital gains tax on reinvestments in Canada, entice provincial governments to open their markets up, build pipelines, improve access to the Ring of Fire in Northern Ontario, and start at least one new greenfield LNG project. Numerous ministers have stood up in this place signaling their willingness to work with the opposition. It is time to make good on that promise, Mr. Speaker, and it needs to happen as soon as possible because Canadian industry and jobs are suffering. For nearly a year, Canada has been at the receiving end of unprovoked and unjustifiable tariffs. The rationale behind why Washington decided to implement these taxes can be debated ad nauseum, but functionally, the answer to that question is irrelevant. The decisions of the President are out of our hands, but how we as elected representatives, and more importantly, Canadians as a society respond, is not. There are two pieces of advice that should be obvious to anyone looking in from the outside of the negotiations that even the most casual of observers will conclude. Firstly, we are stronger together than we are apart. That applies to the negotiating table just as much as it does to the floor of the Commons. Secondly, patience is wearing thin. Offering at least some form of openness and transparency to stakeholders, opposition parties, and more importantly, the families and business owners suffering under these tariffs will go an extremely long way in dispersing the fog and noise surrounding these negotiations. Before going any further, I need to reiterate that the tariffs the President of the United States has implemented are unjustified, unfair, unprovoked, and most importantly, unnecessary. They are causing untold levels of harm in strategic sectors on both sides of the border. They're shuttering plants and foundries. Their immediate effects on the Canadian economy are paralyzing, and the response of Canadian workers, Canadian voters, is predictable, and most importantly, more than understandable. And Canada is responding. The government is making efforts, as is the opposition, and we are doing that through our Canadian Sovereignty Act. It will allow Canada to build more, to extract more, to import more, and most importantly, to thrive more. And Canada's Conservatives, despite the claims of certain members on the other side, have shown a willingness to work with the government when the government proposes sensible, results-oriented policies like C5. The Canadian Sovereignty Act builds on that economic stewardship by giving the government the tools to help spur on private sector development across the nation by removing the regulatory shackles the Prime Minister's predecessor bound this government with. The legacy of the unfair, unjust Trump tariffs will be an extremely painful but valuable lesson for Canadian policymakers. The importance of diversification and self-reliance is an increasingly unstable global threat environment. Mr. Speaker, while the outlook is bleak, there has been a noticeable shift in at least the rhetoric coming from that side of the House since the previous election. For a decade, we had a government that was staunchly anti-pipeline. Any resource development project posed an immediate and direct existential threat to the planet. Defense spending was seen as an unnecessary and abrasive, ironically enough, because our geography and proximity to the United States meant we didn't have a need for an efficient, independent military. Multilateral dialogue with despots in Iran and China were the approach of the world's most recent post-national state. Despite having largely the same caucus and much of the same cabinet, the Prime Minister who campaigned on acting as a foil to what he calls unstable and unpredictable actors has committed verbally to adopting some of the positions we have championed, at least in principle. The government worked with the Conservative opposition to pass C5, which gives the government the capacity to fast-track natural resource projects in the national interest. The government, after a decade of pressure, finally agreed to the Conservative-led push to increase defense spending and increased border security coupled with reduced immigration targets. In my mind, this sizable shift in direction from the government, its cabinet, and caucus can only be explained by one thing: U.S. tariffs. Having campaigned myself on many of these issues, I will not fault the Prime Minister for coming to his senses, even if it took crippling tariffs from a foreign government to prompt a moment of clarity I highly doubt his predecessor was ever willing to entertain. Once again, I'd like to reiterate that these tariffs on Canadian goods and services are unjustified, unfair, unprovoked, and unnecessary, but they have forced Canada to make difficult decisions that should have been made a decade ago. And for that, I applaud the government for making those select few difficult decisions in principle. That has caused a rupture in his caucus that we are seeing play out in real time. His speech at Davos was well written, trading in Ted and Samantha on Main Street with Suicides and President Havel, but writing a speech, delivering a speech, that's the easy part, Mr. Speaker. What is difficult is actually delivering on those promises. To that end, to achieve that goal of diversifying trade and kickstarting our domestic supply chains and building independence and economic sovereignty here at home, the Conservatives have introduced the Canadian Sovereignty Act. It calls for a battery of changes to the Liberal government's decade of stifling economic growth by repealing unnecessary regulatory and statutory caps like the oil and gas cap, the industrial carbon tax, the EV mandate, the plastic bans, and Bills C-69 and C-48. It calls for a serious investment in our natural resource sectors by fast-tracking projects that create Canadian goods with Canadian resources by Canadian companies, creating Canadian jobs. Mr. Speaker, I think the Prime Minister would do well to follow in the footsteps of his former boss and continue the generational trade diversification carried out by former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. His prowess serves as an excellent blueprint to follow as he and his cabinet navigate the treacherous waters of international trade and relations in 2026. The best time to continue diversification was a decade ago. The second best time to diversify is now. Canadians, especially policymakers, need to remember that the relationship between Canada and the United States will go past the President or the Prime Minister. The current occupants of 24 Sussex and 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue are minor actors in a much larger, deeper, and historic relationship. We need to remember that. Trade is not finite. We can and should aim to increase trade not only with our European and Asian allies, but seek new emerging markets in Africa, on the subcontinent, and most importantly, repair, renew, and reinvigorate our trade relationship with the United States. During his lauded Davos speech, the Prime Minister glibly dismissed this amorphism of Thucydides on the international order by simply countering the Greek historian's observations with a powerful and deeply insightful quote. Mr. Speaker, it just won't. The Prime Minister assured us that his dealings with petro-dictators and autocrats in Qatar and China, instead of like-minded democracies, is not naive multilateralism. Well, I will leave Parliament with this quote from that same Greek polymath. And their judgment was based more upon blind wishing than upon any sound prediction. For it is the habit of mankind to entrust to careless hope what they long for, and to use sovereign reason to thrust aside what they do not desire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks today, and I do want to give her some good news. Some of the things she talked about in terms of driving the economy forward actually reside in Bill C-15, which is still before Parliament, and I would encourage her and the Conservative colleagues to work collectively with the government to be able to advance those measures. But the question I have for the honourable member is, she represents a rural riding. She has a lot of farmers in her riding, and she talked quite negatively about the engagement of the trade arrangement that the government has established with China, which is removing $5 billion worth of exports that are being tariffed right now. That matters for the prairie provinces, matters in Atlantic Canada on seafood. We don't disagree that, of course, the United States will remain an important trading partner, but this government is looking to diversify. Does she really believe, and does she, in the position of the Conservative Party, that we shouldn't have done this for Canadian farmers, that we shouldn't have opened up markets for the second largest economy in the world? Is that her position?
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyandanega.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government opposite has had 10 years. It's a little bit too little, too late. It's pitting province against province, sector against sector, and with all due respect, this has been a year. If we look at numbers, if we want to talk numbers, the current deficit has doubled. Food inflation is the worst in the G7. If we want to get into crime, Liberal bail continues to release violent repeat offenders. No pipelines have been approved. New and increasing tariffs are shutting down mills, factories, and businesses across the country. So if you think I'm talking negative, it's because we have a really dire situation here in Canada, and something needs to be done about it.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. Question and commentary.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. I would like to hear my colleague's opinion on one point of their motion, which would give free trade incentives to reduce barriers to interprovincial trade. However, what about linguistic laws, environmental protection laws, labor protection laws, all of those local provincial standards? I view this motion as a full frontal assault on provincial sovereignty, which are provinces are supposed to be sovereign within their areas of jurisdiction.
Addington, Tyandanega.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the comment, but with no disrespect, we are talking about the Opposition Day motion of the Canadian Sovereignty Act. This touches energy, this touches economy, this touches environment, and bottom line, Mr. Speaker, we need to cut taxes, we need to unlock investment, and we need to let builders build. I think there's no place right now. Canadians have no appetite for partisanship and throwing stones both ways. We need to get rid of the politics, we need to get rid of the partisanship, and we need pragmatic plans that restore and support economic sovereignty here in Canada. Thank you.
Questions, comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the member's speech, and I really do appreciate it. But the Liberals have come back and say, well, isn't this the time for diversification? Well, Mr. Speaker, I hate as much as anybody the I told you so phrases, but I remember back in 2007, Stephen Harper said we needed to diversify our markets. He then became the Prime Minister. He signed 43 free trade agreements around the world, built pipelines and pursued pipeline projects to both the West and the East Coast. The time for diversification was decades ago. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has some comments about that.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyandanega.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have to recognize that Canada and U.S., we still have the largest bilateral trade relationship in the world. We have been diversifying with other nations for many years, long before this current government came into play. Diversification, it doesn't need to be an either or. We don't need to stop internal trade or international trade with Canada-US. We need to restore and reinvigorate that relationship while at the same time fostering new relationships and current trade relationships that we have with other countries. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Burlington North Milton West, please. Mr. Speaker, hello, Tanse Anin, Bonjour, Kwe Luktuk Tanse Bonjour. The Conservatives propose Canada's Sovereignty Act, which calls for sweeping repeal of federal measures, including the Impact Assessment Act, the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, carbon pricing for industry, an oil and gas emissions cap, and other regulations, all in the name of economic sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want a strong economy. Northerners want jobs, infrastructure, and opportunity. Indigenous peoples want development that advance self-determination and long-term prosperity. But sovereignty in Canada is not built by erasing obligations. It is built by honoring them. Section 35 of the Constitution Act is not a talking point. It is a binding law. And any approach to development that treats Indigenous rights as obstacles to be swept aside is not sovereignty.
Hear, hear.
It is a step backwards to decisions made far away and consequences carried for generations. And any repeal of law that affects Indigenous lands, waters, and rights must be done in full partnership with Indigenous peoples, consistent with Section 35, the duty to consult, and Canada's commitment under the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This motion is striking not only for what it proposes to repeal, but for what it refuses to answer. There is no clarity on how Indigenous consent fits into the plan, and it raises a serious question. If you strip away key frameworks, how do you avoid weakening consultation in practice, and how do you prevent years of uncertainty and litigation?
Great question.
And it raises a serious question. If you strip away key frameworks, how do you avoid weakening consultation? There is also no clarity on whether or how the Conservatives believe Canada will continue to honour UNDRIP, which Parliament has affirmed in law and set a framework to advance at the federal level. So here are the questions Northern and Indigenous communities deserve answered. Where does Indigenous consent sit in the Conservative plan?
Great question.
From the text of the motion, it appears as if that consent hasn't been considered. And does UNDRIP still apply, even when it is inconvenient? Mr. Speaker, this proposal is highly relevant to Northern and Arctic affairs because it would fundamentally reshape the way resources develop, environmental protections, and economic policy operate in Indigenous and Northern territories. It would change how decisions are made, whose voices count, and whether treaty-based government is treated as a foundation or as an aftermath. The North and Arctic are not theoretical. I represent Churchill Kuwait-Nukiski, home to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities who live every day with the consequences of decisions that are made in this House. So when we talk about economic sovereignty, I ask colleagues to pause and truly listen. In the North, sovereignty is not a slogan. It is Indigenous nations deciding what happens on their lands. It is protecting waters that sustain food security. It is development done with communities and not to them.
Hear, hear.
That is why blanket repeal is so dangerous. In northern regions, modern treaties and land claim agreements are not optional. They are constitutionally protected. They establish co-management systems and review processes that reflect Indigenous jurisdiction and northern realities. Sweeping those aside with co-development would undermine stability, and it would invite the very outcome Canadians say they want to avoid, which is conflict, court challenges, and delay.
Hear, hear.
We also need to speak plainly about environmental stewardship. The Arctic is warming faster than global average. Permafrost thaw, coastal erosion, and changing ice conditions are already putting northern homes, roads, and community infrastructure at risk. This is not ideology, it is reality happening in real time. And this reality is what Northerners see firsthand each and every day. Climate change has significant impacts to the daily lives of Northerners, from being able to access seasonal food, wildfires, traditional hunting practices, and food sources. Any plan that weakens environmental protection without a credible replacement does not make Canada stronger. It makes Northern communities more vulnerable. Now, let me acknowledge something important. Many Indigenous governments and Northern leaders do want approvals to move faster. They want projects that bring revenue, training, and good jobs. They want fewer redundant steps and clearer timelines. That is a legitimate conversation. But at the same time, many Indigenous leaders and rights holders have been clear. Repealing assessment rules without a credible replacement risks weakening rights, consultation, and public confidence. Support exists where policies strengthen Indigenous economic sovereignty and reduce a one-size-fits-all approach. But opposition centers on any framework that prioritizes speed over consultation, Indigenous decision-making, environmental stewardship, and UNDRIP commitments. So the choice is not development or rights. The choice is good development versus bad development.
Hear, hear.
Indigenous leaders are not asking for their rights to be bypassed. They are asking for Indigenous-led development where decision-making, benefits, and stewardship are shared, and where consent is built from the start. That is the approach our government supports, getting to yes faster by building it right.
Hear, hear.
With Indigenous partners, with treaty-based governance, with strong environmental safeguards, and with credible rules that stand up in court and stand up in communities. Because communities know what they need better than anyone sitting in this House, Mr. Speaker. So if the opposition wants a serious debate about streamlining approvals and strengthening Canada's economic resilience, we will have that debate.
Hear, hear.
But a motion that demands sweeping repeal while sidestepping Section 35, modern treaties, and UNDRIP obligations is not a plan for prosperity.
Hear, hear.
It is a plan for instability. In closing, I will say plainly, sweeping calls to repeal laws without understanding northern realities risk repeating old mistakes, projects that moved fast and communities that paid the price. In the North, we do not have the luxury of political theater. We build with care because we live with the consequences.
Hear, hear.
Prosperity and reconciliation are not competing goals. They are inseparable and must be treated that way. Canada's strength will never come from weakening rights. It will come from honoring them and building together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think that I listened to the speech there, and I think that the member is making a false dichotomy. I think that we can streamline the effectiveness of a lot of these approval processes while maintaining the constitutional rights of Canadians. Would the member not agree that perhaps she is making a straw man on this argument?
The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the reality in Northern Canada, specifically Nunavut, the Nunavut Agreement clearly states that it is a tripartite agreement between the federal government, the government of Nunavut, and NTI. So we can't change those processes. The Nunavut Agreement clearly outlines the steps that have to be taken in sequence to move projects along, whether it's for resources or land. So we can't change that. We have to abide by it.
Questions et commentaires? La députée de Pierre Boucher.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting that the Conservatives are bringing forward this motion. I think it's interesting that there is saying that this is a vision for a Canadian Sovereignty Act, because in my books, I've always thought that sovereignty meant levying taxes, passing legislation, making agreements with other nations. But when we actually look at what's in their motion, which would indirectly be their definition of sovereignty, all I see there is actually eliminating environmental measures, as well as measures to favor oil and gas. So, my question to my colleague across the way, for the Conservatives, does sovereignty mean something other than the sovereignty of Canada? Or perhaps are they mixed up between our sovereignty and the oil and gas sector?
L'Honourable Ministre des Affaires du Nord et de l'Arctique.
The Honourable Minister.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like I said earlier, there are already established regulatory requirements which include environmental assessments. These are things that we cannot override. It's really important that we understand the jurisdiction of the North, where 80% of the land mass is covered by modern treaties or settlement agreements. And those rules around regulations, environmental assessments are baked in. So we want to make sure that we're always honoring those processes. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to just acknowledge the efforts that my good friend has made in the province of Manitoba, in particular in the whole concept of the Churchill port. Recently, we were at a press conference at the Manitoba Legislature where we saw three important entities coming together in order to advance the interest of the Port of Churchill, but that has a profound positive impact on all of Canada. And if she can just provide her thoughts in regards to the Port of Churchill and from her perspective why that's such an important project.
The Honourable Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that important question. Yes, the Port of Churchill in northern Manitoba is a huge opportunity for Manitoba and Canada to support our efforts to diversify our economy, but also to support national security. Churchill previously was a military site, so there is already established infrastructure there. We know it as the gateway to the north. Last week, there was an MOU signed between AGG, which is the Arctic Gateway Group, the Winnipeg Airport Authority, and Centerport, to create the type of ecosystem that is needed to support this very critical infrastructure. So we'll see land, air, road, rail come together like never before to ensure that we're utilizing the infrastructure that we have in Manitoba. So this is a good opportunity to identify that these processes are being led by Indigenous stakeholders and rights holders in the North. So what you're seeing is early engagement, something that's being led by AGG, which is Indigenous owned, and that is the path forward, working hand in hand with Indigenous peoples, not sidestepping them.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Secretary of State, Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be able to speak to this important motion today, particularly in the context of where our nation is at. In early 2026, Mr. Speaker, our government is restoring economic sovereignty to this country. We are encouraging resource development. We are strengthening competitive investments, both foreign investments and domestic investments, and we're spurring on innovation right here at home, Mr. Speaker, and being from the beautiful riding of Burlington North, Milton West, which is right on the fulcrum of Canada's innovation corridor. That last part on innovation with our universities, our researchers, and the private sector couldn't be more important at this time. But all of these goals, Mr. Speaker, building on our economic security, our ability to encourage and protect innovation, and our incredible capacity, particularly lately with the Prime Minister's ability to go around the world and incent the interest in investing in Canada. Attracting those global investments couldn't come at a more important time, and those are all ones that should unite us, not divide us, Mr. Speaker. These are all the goals that are inspired by the Building Canada Act and the creation of the Major Projects Office that inspired the streamlining of all of our nation-building projects in things like LNG, critical minerals, clean energy, infrastructure, and affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. Our government is fast-tracking major projects like the Montreal port expansion. We are fast-tracking the LNG Canada 2 project and other projects that will bolster Canada's economy, create jobs, and more economic sovereignty right here across our great country. And these represent some of the biggest private sector investments in Canadian history. We are fast-tracking the Iqaluit Hydro Project and the Darlington Small Modular Nuclear Reactor to provide clean and affordable energy to Canadians. And this work is also creating tens of thousands of jobs and higher wages for Canadians right across this country. But today, what the Conservatives are trying to do with this motion is to further mislead Canadians into thinking that important measures to combat climate change, spur on innovation, and ensure that we are skating to where the puck is going is actually having a negative impact. They're projecting that it's having a negative impact on affordability here at home, and the truth could not be more contrary, Mr. Speaker. Investments in innovation are skating to where the puck is going, Mr. Speaker. Farmers know that. Farmers in my riding recognize that climate change is the leading force, the leading impact of food cost inflation right now. Conservatives have stood in this House time and time again to talk about the price of coffee. I love coffee. I drink too much of it. Coffee's too expensive, Mr. Speaker, but we don't grow any coffee in Canada. We roast some coffee in Canada, but to suggest that domestic climate change fighting policies are having an impact on the cost of coffee, Mr. Speaker, is foolish. And farmers know that the leading cause of crop yields being more challenging and less reliable, that food costs are going up, that they know that climate change is the leading factor in that. And they also know how to leverage exemptions. They know how to leverage rebates. They know how to access clean tech funding. They know how to upgrade old equipment to more efficient and operational costs. They know that that reduces energy costs and consumption, Mr. Speaker, and that's how we lower food costs. That's how we make sure that Canadians are able to buy the fresh food, produce, meat, and dairy products that their family needs every single month. And it's about making sure that we've got energy efficient grain drying here at home, that we've got barn upgrades, we've got precision agriculture that We know already that the agriculture sector is one of the most innovative in Canada, and our government is working hand in hand with farmers and agricultural experts from across this country to ensure that they've got the tools that they need to skate to where the puck is going, to use that hockey analogy again. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister said at the World Economic Forum just a few days ago, our goals of making Canada an energy superpower demands that we respond with openness, not retrenchment. We must build on pragmatic collaborations rather than headlong into sort of a reactive or fortress building mentality. It's critical to Canadians that we continue to fight climate change and lower the likelihood of things like wildfires and floods and more climate-related tragedies that have already claimed too many lives, too many homes, all while we strengthen our economy, build resilience, and provide reliable and affordable energy to communities right across this country. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have been playing the same game that they played over the last couple of years with climate action. They want to position climate action on something that's too expensive for Canadians, while in fact climate action brings costs down. They are trying to position the industrial carbon pricing mechanism that we have in this country, which is providing farmers with the opportunity to innovate. It's providing them with reliable innovations to change some of their practices to lower consumption mechanisms, which will naturally cost less money, Mr. Speaker. They're positioning it all as something that's contributing directly to the costs of food. We import a lot of food from other countries, so one of the things that our government is undertaking is to grow more at home, to make sure that we've got more abattoirs, more meat-producing facilities, more farms, more greenhouses. In my riding, Mr. Speaker, one of the largest mushroom-producing regions in the country. We produce a lot of mushrooms. We want to make sure that that can grow. Mushrooms grow fast, so let's make sure that we're doing everything that we can to support those food sectors. The motion that the Conservatives put today on the table would not strengthen Canadian sovereignty. It would do quite the opposite. In fact, their rhetoric, misleading rhetoric over how climate action has an impact on the pocketbooks of Canadians has been soundly refuted by farmers, by researchers, by food experts. We know that carbon pricing, industrial carbon pricing, has a tiny, if not zero, price impact on the food that we all need, Mr. Speaker. But they don't care about facts. The Conservatives are more focused on supporting a nostalgic view, looking back into the rearview mirror for inspiration, not this government, Mr. Speaker. We're going forwards. In order to accelerate the approval and construction of innovative major projects, collaboration is key. And that's where the Conservatives could choose to skate. Now, the Olympics are coming up. The Paralympics are coming up. Athletes from different teams come together to compete on Team Canada for the benefit of our country. They'll compete together for the Maple Leaf. They'll inspire people to undertake more healthy lifestyles, to try a new sport, to encourage kids to dream. And I encourage every member of this House to work together, to collaborate, to help refine legislation so that it reaches more Canadians and helps more Canadians, Mr. Speaker, not just the wealthiest Canadians. Because yesterday in the House of Commons, when we started talking about the Prime Minister's new plan to bring forward a groceries and essentials benefit, the Conservatives wanted to suggest that it wasn't going to help very many Canadians. Mr. Speaker, that's false. In my life, when I was a kid, I remember when my mom used to receive the GST rebate because it helped my family a lot. We went out to buy running shoes, maybe went to Swiss Chalet on those nights. It paid for our guitar lessons. It paid for my canoe club. And those things really made a difference in my young life when I was a kid. And I know that enhanced groceries and essentials benefit, as the Prime Minister has laid out, is going to do just that for 12 million Canadians. Canadians in every single riding. Conservative ridings, Liberal ridings, New Democrat ridings, Bloc ridings, Green ridings. Ridings across the country will benefit. Lower income Canadians deserve that support, and I'm very, very proud that this government has undertaken the groceries and essentials benefit, because it's precisely what food experts have been calling for. Food Banks Canada, oft cited by the Conservatives, didn't say anything about industrial carbon pricing or any of the things in their motion today. Experts who know how hard it is to get food on a low-income budget say that we needed a groceries and essentials benefit. They said that we needed to grow more food here in Canada. They said that we needed to support low-income earners and make sure that the northern food security priorities are advanced as forward. But that's not what they put in their motion today. It's just about industrial carbon tax. It makes it very clear who the Conservatives are working for. So, Mr. Speaker, like I said, the Olympics and the Paralympics are coming up. Athletes know how to go for Canada. They're all going to compete for Canada. They're going to come together and, promote the Maple Leaf and fight for our country. And I consider this to be one big team. We can take a Team Canada approach here. At this time, it's more important than ever, I think, that we come together, provide good ideas in this House, have robust debate, and then work together on advancing important supports for Canadians, important supports and programs that particularly the most vulnerable in our society will benefit from. So the Conservatives have spilled a lot of ink and talked a lot about food banks over the last couple of years. Now let's listen to Food Banks Canada. They said we need a groceries and essentials benefit. Let's not try to distract with this motion today. Let's support the legislation before the House from our Prime Minister and support low-income Canadians. Go, Canada, go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, the Honourable Member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe I heard in my honourable colleague's speech him refer to projects being fast-tracked. I wonder if he could clarify for me, because my understanding is that all the government has done thus far is refer projects to a new bureaucratic office, and that no decisions have yet been made. So in fact, no projects have been fast-tracked today. They've just been shoved to a bureaucracy to consider further. Am I correct, or have there actually been decisions that have been made?
The Honourable Secretary of State Sport.
I'm happy to correct the record, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the Conservative member is mistaken. We have fast-tracked many projects, including recreational facilities across this country. Those were outlined in the budget, and if the Conservative members, would allow time on the legislative schedule and vote in favor of the Budget Implementation Act and support the supports that are going out to Canadians, because those recreational facilities are filling the gap to a lot of communities in our great, big, beautiful country that requires support. So there is a list in the budget. I'd be happy to send it across to the honourable member. There are at least 10 recreational projects and many others for the information of that member.
Question et commentaire dans la députée de Joliette-Manawan.
The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we look at World Bank data, there are 73 carbon pricing mechanisms in 53 countries. And among all of those, there's only one that has moved backward, and that is under the current government in Canada. We also see that this new government has removed almost all environmental protection measures that were brought in by Justin Trudeau's government the 10 previous years. So how does my colleague feel about these decisions? Reducing policies to fight climate change, and the fact that Canada is the only one of the 53 countries that is doing this.
Sport.
Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Secretary of State Sport. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for standing up for the environment and for fighting climate change. It is a cause that is very dear to my heart. And it is one of a number of reasons for me that is the reason that I run to be in government, and climate change and climate protection is a priority for our government, and we have a number of tools and measures to fight climate change. Mr. Speaker, we need to focus on what industry is doing, especially the energy industry. In Ontario, Mr. Speaker, a significant proportion of our energy is nuclear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I got to admit, when I looked at this opposition motion, I couldn't help but think, holy, the Conservatives are just so lazy. Literally what they did is they just took their entire platform that they ran on 9 months ago and put it in an opposition motion. But newsflash, Canadians voted against that platform because they didn't give them the ability to form government. I'm wondering if the Parliament or if the Secretary of State would like to provide his comments on how he thinks the Conservatives approached this motion today and how it just seems to lack any kind of sense of their responsibility to be a proper opposition in this House.
The Honourable Secretary of State, Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member, my friend and the whip, for the question. And look, just a couple of days ago, there was this fad on Instagram where everybody's looking back to 2016. And I was like, yeah, the Conservatives were saying exactly the same stuff in 2016 as they are today as well. It's 10 years ago, but they're still talking down climate action. They're still ignoring lower-income Canadians. They still think climate change is a hoax, Mr. Speaker. Some things never change. And what hasn't changed in the last year is the Conservatives haven't got any new ideas. This motion is literally word for word their platform, which was soundly rejected by Canadians last year. It sounds like in the last year, the only thing they've been willing to do is parrot their talking points, read the speeches given to them by the Conservative leader's staff. It'd be nice to see a little bit of creativity, individuality, or individual thought from the Conservative members, but I think that's too much to ask.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for York-Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm letting you know that I will be splitting my time with the Leader of the Opposition this afternoon. Our motion today, Mr. Speaker, is to request that the House call on the government to adopt what we have proposed as the Canada Sovereignty Act. The Sovereignty Act is our proposal to re-establish Canada as a competitive and world-class nation, confident in its ability to build national pipelines, national projects, ports, and all other manner and means to enable Canadians to again feel confident in their future. We have often heard criticism that the opposition does not provide enough solutions. Well, here they are before you, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to provide Canadians with common sense solutions to the inactions after 10 years of Liberal government. We want Canadians to feel confident that the opportunity for them is on the horizon, that a better future awaits them and their children, and a sense of pride in our country could return. The Sovereignty Act, therefore, Mr. Speaker, is really fundamentally a proposal about hope for Canadians. Hope that the future will be better than the past, hope that we can move our country in a positive direction. I'm sorry to say that, in my estimation, Canadians don't feel confident in their future right now. And in fact, lots of public polling will support my position. Canadians are more anxious than they have ever been. They are more concerned than they have ever been about what the future holds from them, where their net paychecks will come from, how they will feed their families, and whether they will have a job in the future. In fact, many feel that their children will no longer be better off than they were at the same time. It does, in fact, feel like a nation divided, where the government has allowed division to percolate and simmer. West versus East, Canadians of faith versus Canadians who have a different view. Over and over, region versus region, Canadian versus Canadian, those divisions have percolated and simmered. And of course, there is our more belligerent neighbor to the south. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, these are actually echoes of our history, and I know my honourable colleague who spoke before me chided the Conservatives to looking at history, but our history is a proud one, Mr. Speaker, and we should be proud of it and draw inspiration from it and from the great men and women who came before us in this House. So it seems to me there are echoes of our past in our present situation. Indeed, in my estimation, our current circumstance are not dissimilar to some of those that were facing our infant nation in the late 1870s and 1880s during the debates in this House around our great national project, the building of the Canadian Pacific Railway. And during the great parliamentary debates in late 1880 and early 1881, our great founding father, John A. Macdonald, lamented on the failure of its earlier attempt to organize the construction of the railway. And in comments to the House, he noted that in the intervening period between the first attempt to build the railway and the second attempt to build the railway, he said in his speech, "We have had in the intervening period tragedy, comedy, and farce from the other side." And I suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the parallel of those days is strikingly similar to me. We too have had tragedy, comedy, and farce from the Liberal government. The tragedy, Mr. Speaker, of course, in our present time is that we have similarly lost a decade. For 10 years, no progress has been made by this government to develop Canada's great endowments. For 10 years, no priority has been given to this government to build anything. Quite the opposite, in fact. The focus of this government has been on frivolities rather than the fundamentals of our country. A concern to ban plastic straws rather than build our future. To figure out how many selections in the gender section of a government application there should be, rather than focusing on how Canadians will find their next meal. The comedy, of course, Mr. Speaker, is that in the present time we are seeing members of the government who thought one way last year, who said different things last year or the year before, now speak and profess to believe things in an entirely different way. For a decade, we were told that the carbon tax and other of their environmental measures were the only way to preserve our future for our children, the only way to reverse environmental decline. But now, they've eliminated their own proposals. For a decade, we were told that Canada is a genocidal and racist country with a history not worth remembering, and that we should tear down statues of our great founding father, John A. Macdonald. Now the government wraps itself in the flag when it's convenient for themselves. The hypocrisy on the other side is the sad comedy that we face today, Mr. Speaker. And thirdly, the farce. The farce of our present time is that the new schemes of this government will not achieve anything. A new government bureaucracy will not build more homes. A new government bureaucracy will not see grand national projects started. And despite what the Secretary of State said, the Major Projects Office has not given final approval to one single project. So you can spread your misinformation, but you can Google it yourself. Moreover, we live in a time where the average time to get a building project done, a mine, for example, Mr. Speaker, is 19 years. This is the farce of our current time. But we have provided a solution, Mr. Speaker, the Sovereignty Act, that will make a meaningful difference in our sovereignty in Canada. It's not complicated. In fact, its elegance is in its simplicity. To get the government out of the way, to remove the obstacles that are holding back our national success. I think John A. Macdonald knew that was the way too. Indeed, in the speech from the throne in 1880, in determining the manner to construct the Canadian Pacific Railway, he argued and proposed that it should be constructed, quote, by means of an incorporated company rather than by direct action of the government. Rather than by direct action of the government, Mr. Speaker. Wise words from our history, which I hope the government will take to heart. Because when we build, when we export more, build more, develop our nation more, incomes go up, life becomes more affordable for Canadians. And the Sovereignty Act will do that, Mr. Speaker. Now a word on the cost of failure. Failing to adopt the changes that we have proposed in the Sovereignty Act will have a cost. Failing to repeal the Impact Assessment Act, the oil shipping ban, and the emissions cap will mean that a pipeline to the West Coast may never happen. Failing to remove the industrial carbon tax will saddle our industries with a burden that their competitors don't share and will make them uncompetitive in the world economy. Maintaining the EV mandate will force our auto manufacturers to pay millions of dollars to foreign companies in credits. We will bleed our auto manufacturers, feed foreign companies, and add to foreign wealth. How does that enhance our sovereignty, Mr. Speaker? In his great speech of January 1881, John A. Macdonald also warned of the cost of failure to complete the great project, our great national project, wholly and entirely in Canada. He said, Mr. Speaker, warning that Canada would become, quote, a bundle of sticks, as we were before, without a binding cord, and that we should fall helplessly, powerlessly, and aimlessly into the hand of the neighboring republic. The costs of failure in our present day are no less severe, and that is why we have proposed our solutions in the Canada Sovereignty Act. They're not complicated, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I don't think we disagree on some of them. But the comments from the other side lead me to believe that they will not consider them. So they must accept the cost of that failure, Mr. Speaker, the cost to our next generation. And I reiterate the Conservative belief and offer to do what we can to maintain and enhance and build our sovereignty, to once again be a nation proud in its history and proud in its great national projects, just as John A. Macdonald was in 1881. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Well, as the member for Kingston, I find it really interesting to sit here and listen to this member tell me about Sir John A. Macdonald. But I'd like to tell him something about Sir John A. Macdonald, and that's Bellevue House in Kingston, which was Sir John A. Macdonald's, one of his residences, was just recently completely revamped and completely built to showcase the full display of who Sir John A. Macdonald was and his contributions throughout Canada's history. Would that member like to know who traveled all the way from Saskatchewan to Kingston to participate in that? It was none other than the member from Yorkton Melville, who decided she wanted to participate in that great ceremony. I take with slight offense, but I'm sure City Council in Kingston would more, this member's depiction as to how they are, or in his words, are not properly representing Sir John A. Macdonald's legacy. So I'd like to give him the opportunity now to direct his comments straight towards Kingston City Council on how they could do their job better in representing a member that came from their community.
Member for York Durham.
I will direct my comments to the member who should be representing John A. Macdonald's history. And unfortunately, he has shamefully failed to do that. Tell me when they will put the statue back up in his park, and tell me when and where, and I will join you in raising that statue again to John A. Macdonald. But I suspect he won't.
Order. Order. And I will remind the member to direct his comments through the chair. Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is shocking to watch the Liberals and Conservatives debate who's the most inspired, who's the most helpful. And they've talked about John A. Macdonald. John A. Macdonald is famous in Quebec because he said that he would hang Louis Riel. That's his legacy in Quebec. This is all baffling, especially because the Prime Minister on the Plains of Abraham just said that the conquête, the takeover here, is the best thing that ever happened. You know, Quebec just doesn't belong in this country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear a question in that, so I will take it as simply a comment. And what I would say to my honourable member is that Canada has had great men and women, both in French and English in our history, and we should celebrate all of them. We should not do as the Liberals have done, which is tell our country that those great men and women were racist, colonialists, and tear down their statues and erase our history and our pride.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Secretary of State Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listening to the member's speech, I think we live in alternate realities. Times are tough. Food's too expensive, but Mr. Speaker, we've got solutions and things have been going well, particularly on the jobs front, Mr. Speaker. Will the member acknowledge that Canadians built 190,000 jobs in this country between September and December of last year, that Canada's real GDP growth is forecasted to be higher in 2026 than Germany, France, Japan, and Italy, and the majority of the G7, that our GDP changed by more and improved by more in 2025 than Italy, the Eurozone, the UK, and Japan. And he talked about confidence, particularly in the Prime Minister, that confidence in our Prime Minister is the highest that it's been in decades. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York Durham.
We certainly do live in an alternate reality, Mr. Speaker, because what I hear from people is them struggling to find their next meal. And the 2.2 million Canadians at food banks would also agree with me on that. Investment is fleeing our country. Times are tough. But instead, the member seems to live in an ivory tower of elitism in suggesting that things are fine and things are great. Things are not fine, Mr. Speaker. Things are not great. And we need the Sovereignty Act and the proposals that we have made to lift our country and move it forward to build great things again.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for delivering such an impassioned speech on the history of Sir John A. Macdonald. And I was just wondering if he had any other pieces that he would like to share with us on why respecting our history is so incredibly important in today's context.
The Honourable Member for York Durham, an equally brief response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reiterate a quote that I took to heart when reading John A.'s speech from 1881, where he said, if they could not complete these national projects, that we should become a bundle of sticks as we were before, without a binding card, and that we should fall helpless, powerless, and aimless in the hands of the neighboring republic. And I fear that is the case today.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, nous...
Mr. Speaker, we should be the most independent and affordable country in the world. Why? Because we have the most resources per capita in the world. We have the fourth largest oil deposits. We come fifth when it comes to natural gas. We have the longest ocean shores and the most available and accessible ocean shores. We have significant amounts of uranium and things that are used for fertilizers. We have the most clean drinking water. So we should be the wealthiest, most independent, and affordable country. But are we? How are we doing? Today, Canada has the worst housing prices of all G7 nations. We have the worst economic growth over 10 years of all G7 countries. We have the lowest investment levels of all G7 countries. We also have the worst food inflation of all G7 countries. Billions of dollars in Canadian investments, in fact, investments in Canada, have gone to the States over the past 10 years, and this has only gotten worse since the current Prime Minister took office. We know why things are broken in Canada. This country is blocked by bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is preventing us from using our own resources. In fact, thanks to the bureaucracy, it takes 19 years to get a mine approved. We can't get our oil or other resources to Tidewater and then abroad. The bureaucracy is blocking us from building natural gas liquefaction facilities. So, what's the solution? The Prime Minister feels that the solution is to build more bureaucracy. Since he came into power, he has not repealed a single anti-development act. He has not cut any anti-development bureaucracy. He has not given the green light to a single pipeline. What has he done? He has added more legislation onto existing legislation. He's added more regulations onto existing regulations. He has created new agencies on top of existing agencies. Now, we can all agree that bureaucracy blocks building in Canada. If we can all agree with that, then we must all agree, logically, that more bureaucracy is not the solution. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the government must get out of the way. They need to get out of the way so that Canada can build its economic sovereignty. That's why today we are proposing a Canada Sovereignty Act. We want to cut taxes for those who reinvest their money in Canada. That way, we can get $500 billion in investment that left Canada and went to the States. Such legislation would help us get more technology, build mines, build factories, and other economically positive infrastructure. We need to get rid of legislation like C-69 and C-48 so that we can export our energy abroad. We need to approve a pipeline to the Pacific immediately, not in 2 years. We need to immediately pass legislation so that our technology can be sold abroad. Lastly, we must incentivize provinces. We need to give them bonuses or rewards when they eliminate barriers to trade between provinces so that we can truly have free trade Canada-wide. The Prime Minister, it's all smoke and mirrors. He pretends to take action. There are photo ops, big document signings, big speeches. We don't need any of that from him. What we do need from him is for him to step aside, get out of the way. Now, this legislation that we are proposing, we are doing so in good faith. It's patriotic. We want our investors and workers to bring money and powerful paychecks back to Canada. We want to have true sovereignty. Should we pass a Canada Sovereignty Act, we would become truly sovereign. And we would be the ones writing our own destiny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Should be the most affordable and autonomous nation on Earth. We have the biggest oceanic coastline. We're #1 for uranium, for potash, #4 for oil. We produce the 6th most natural gas anywhere on Earth. We have the most fresh water, the 6th most farmland per capita, and yet, somehow, we can't feed, fuel, or defend ourselves. It should be dirt cheap to live in Canada because we have the most dirt to build homes on, dig resources from, and grow food in. And yet, we are one of the most expensive places to use energy, to buy homes, or to buy food. In fact, food price inflation is now the highest in the G7 after a year of this Prime Minister promising to bring prices down. 2.2 million people line up at food banks. We have the most expensive real estate in the G7, and our energy costs are soaring while we can't get our own resources out of the ground and to markets. What's worse is our economy has become even more dependent over the last decade. $500 billion of net investment has fled to the United States of America. Canada had the worst economic growth of any G7 nation under this government. We have the worst investment. We, in fact, get $15,000 of investment per worker, while the Americans get $28,000, both measured in United States money. This has left us poorer, weaker, and more dependent on other countries. We all understand the problem. Canada's economy is paralyzed by the high cost and slow pace of our massive bureaucracy. Everybody agrees that the permitting times are too slow. And we know that the only thing that's standing away is this bureaucracy, because we have trillions of dollars of pension fund investment waiting on the sidelines or invested overseas, tens of thousands of construction workers ready to get to work, the most resources per capita in the world. The only thing standing in the way are permits, federal permits. Because these are interprovincial projects, they only require federal permits. Now, the Prime Minister's solution to the problem of too much bureaucracy is to create even more bureaucracy, is that we have too many agencies blocking resource development, so he creates a new agency to stack on top of it. We've got too many laws that stand in the way of safe and responsible resource development, so he creates even more laws. He's confusing the problem with the solution. Mr. Speaker, we don't need more signing ceremonies, more summits, more laws, more agencies, more corporate buzzwords, or more abracadabra. What we need from this Prime Minister is one thing. Get out of the way. Get out of the way and grant a permit. The unique power for interprovincial pipelines is federal under our Constitution, and the legal power is with the Prime Minister under Bill C-5. He only needs to get out of the way and grant the permits for these things to happen. We propose the Canadian Sovereignty Act, which will make us strong, self-reliant, and let us stand on our own 2 feet. It would repeal the anti-energy laws, C-69 and C-48, so we can ship energy off our coast. It would rapidly approve a pipeline to the Pacific to move $30 billion of our oil to overseas markets bigger than the total exports to China in an entire year. It would eliminate the capital gains tax on reinvestments in Canada, causing an economic boom and bringing that $500 billion of investment back. It would require incentives and other rules in order to keep the new Canadian technology that we invent here in Canada. It would create bonuses for our provinces to open up their markets to free trade across Canada. This is a real, serious plan to make Canada the most affordable and autonomous country anywhere on earth, a nation that's strong enough to stand on its own two feet and sovereign enough to never have to bow before any other nation. We call on all parliamentarians to rally to this mission because our country is worth the fight. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Chief Governor Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've been listening to the same rhetoric, the same speech over and over for years now. We saw this entire opposition motion in a platform that the Conservatives put forward. The Leader of the Opposition ran on everything in this motion in the last election, but he lost. Canadians chose not to go with what he was proposing. So my question to him is very simple, and I hope he uses the opportunity to be a little bit self-reflective. Has he learned anything from April 28th that would suggest maybe he should do something different? And if he did, what is that?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal member seems to be astonished that we would say the same thing after the election that we said before the election. And I can understand why he finds that counterintuitive, because the Liberals do exactly the opposite. The Liberal Prime Minister promised that he was going to get a deal with the Americans by July 21st. There's still no deal. He said there'd be counter tariffs. There are no counter tariffs. He said he'd spend less. He's now spending $90 billion more, having doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit. He said that there would be more investment. Investment has actually gone down. He said he would build, baby, build, but in fact, he has not approved a single solitary pipeline or removed a single anti-development bill. They do the opposite of what they promised before the election. We keep our word.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Vachères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the Opposition Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that for the Opposition Leader and for the Conservative Party, because of course they are from the same party and share the same vision, they link together oil production and sovereignty. I don't think that speaks to Quebecers. When Quebecers talk about sovereignty, I don't think they're thinking about oil production. Maybe they're thinking about it as a reason to leave the country, but not beyond that. Now, this government has come into power and they have ended the individual carbon tax. They have undermined electric vehicle encouraging provisions. They've put in place Bill C-5, which allows them to get around all sorts of environmental regulations. This Liberal government has even signed an agreement with Alberta on pipelines. So here's my question for the Opposition Leader. Does he get the sense that the Liberals are eating the Conservatives' lunch, forcing them to become more and more radical? I find it funny, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc views Canadian sovereignty as radical. This idea that we would actually use our own resources instead of depending from other countries is just too radical for the Bloc Québécois. They would prefer that we import American oil instead of using oil produced in Canada, which helps to fund, yes, health, education, and infrastructure in Quebec. For the Bloc, that's just much too radical. They think it's radical to let consumers choose what car they drive instead of imposing electric vehicles on rural Quebec where they're not the right tool for the job. The Bloc believes in taxing gasoline and diesel in rural Quebec, regions where conventional energy is the only possible option. It is not radical to take control, and it is not radical to become maîtres chez nous, masters in our own home.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the Stephen Harper Conservative government. And after a decade of that government being in power, we left with a balanced budget and what the New York Times referred to as the richest middle class in the world. Mr. Speaker, I just would ask our honourable leader to reflect on what we did well under that government that led to those circumstances that seem so distant now.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition with a brief response.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Member for his important role in the Harper government in creating, of course, the richest middle class in the world, as so declared by the ultra-liberal, internationally famous New York Times in 2015. Can you imagine how today, if somebody said that, they would be laughed off the stage? Here we are a decade later, and housing costs are the most expensive in the G7. Food inflation is the worst in the G7. We have the worst, the Liberals have given Canada the worst economic growth in a decade. $500 billion of net investment has left. All of these things have worsened since this Prime Minister took office. But Mr. Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way. We demonstrated it before. The best is yet to come.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from LaSalle-Verdun. Mr. Speaker, it's great to be back in Parliament. I think it's important to begin by taking stock of where we are right now, because a lot has changed since we were here in December debating another opposition motion about the Canada-Alberta MOU. So since then, the Prime Minister has given a landmark speech, which the Leader of the Opposition rightly pointed out was well-crafted, eloquently delivered. But I would go slightly farther and say it was a sobering reminder of the gravity of the situation we find ourselves in. And in this new world of uncertainty, standing still leaves us vulnerable. And unfortunately, I believe that the Conservative motion proposed today is the equivalent of standing still, because the world has changed. It is nostalgic for a moment in time that has passed, and as the Prime Minister said in his speech, nostalgia is not a strategy. But even with those criticisms of the motion, I think it is important to recognize the Leader of the Opposition's newfound willingness to work with the government on behalf of all Canadians, and this is really important. It will require the Conservatives to work constructively to stop obstructing crime legislation, to pass the Budget Implementation Act, and to work together to put more money in the pockets of Canadians. But I would point out, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to this motion, it in fact includes things that we've already done, such as creating the conditions for an emissions cap not to proceed. And on that basis alone, I believe this motion reveals a leader stuck in repetition rather than reflection, and it falls short of what Canadians expect of their political leaders during this critical moment for our country. It is ultimately a distraction from the real work needed to make life more affordable for Canadians, grow our economy, achieve greater sovereignty, diversify trade, and make Canada an energy superpower. It seems designed for one audience, and that's in Calgary this weekend. That's right. This is why today, Canada is advancing its most ambitious trade and investment agenda in a generation. We've set a bold $1 trillion target for new investment over the next 5 years to allow us to build the strongest economy in the G7. And this is not simply optimism, it is a fundamental reset of Canada's economic ambitions. By establishing the Major Projects Office, we're creating the pathway and the expectations needed to mobilize billions in capital for nation-building projects. We are already hearing from companies that it is a positive signal to global capital. The first two sets of initiatives referred to the office already represent more than $116 billion in combined investments, demonstrating real momentum on jobs, on productivity, and on economic capacity. This unprecedented strategy of investment is bolstered by over $280 billion in government funding and incentives over the next 5 years, designed to trigger even greater private sector participation. It's how we turn ambition into steel in the playgrounds, in the ground, paychecks in people's pockets, and long-term prosperity for Canadians in every region of the country. And crucially, Mr. Speaker, this work is not happening in isolation. It is being done in partnership with the provinces, with Indigenous communities, with workers, and with industry, because serious nation building in Canada has always required collaboration, not confrontation. And as we speak of the Harper years, we remember how they fizzled out in a series of court challenges and broken projects. And that is where the Conservative motion fundamentally misses the moment we are in. The motion before us is framed as a bold act of sovereignty, but when you look closely, it is not a plan to build, it is a plan to tear down. It offers to repeal instead of resolve, slogans instead of strategy, and nostalgia instead of answers. Repealing laws does not on its own build a single project. Scrapping frameworks does not on its own unlock a single dollar of investment. And picking fights with provinces, with Indigenous partners, and with trading allies does not make Canada stronger. It makes us weaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have learned this lesson the hard way. They know that ramming projects through without consultation leads to court challenges, delays, and cancellations. They know that uncertainty scares away capital. And they know that economic sovereignty is not achieved by pretending the global economy no longer exists. Real sovereignty means having the capacity to build and the credibility to attract investment. It means stable rules, predictable processes, and a government that brings people together rather than pitting them against one another. We are doing exactly that as a government, bringing people together. Through the Major Projects Office, through regulatory efficiency without abandoning environmental responsibility, through trade diversification, and through unprecedented investment in clean energy, critical minerals, and Canadian supply chains, we are strengthening Canada's economic independence in a way that will endure. The Conservatives, by contrast, are offering a familiar tactic dressed up as urgency. They present a long list of things to repeal, as though the complexity itself were the problem. They reduce economic strategy to a checklist of grievances. And they ask Canadians to believe that if we simply get government out of the way, prosperity will magically take care of itself. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not looking backward, and they are certainly not interested in magical thinking. They are looking for seriousness. They are looking for leadership that understands the risks we face from global instability, from climate change, from shifting trade relationships, and is looking and prepared to meet them head on. This motion falls well short of that test. It does not grapple with how we actually get projects built in Canada. It does not explain how to reconcile provincial jurisdiction, Indigenous rights, and investor certainty. And it does not acknowledge that the world has changed and that Canada must change with it. Because in a moment this consequential, slogans are simply not enough. Mr. Speaker, this government is choosing the harder path, but the right path. The path of doing the work, building consensus, and mobilizing capital at a scale Canada has not seen in generations. It is a path focused on outcomes, not outrage, on nation building, not political theater. And that is why we will not support this motion, and that is why we will continue to work day by day, project by project, to build a stronger, more sovereign, more prosperous Canada for the long term. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The honourable member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bit-Kishwanong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm disappointed that the member opposite cannot see the action plan that is the Canada Sovereignty Plan. He said slogans were not enough. Does he believe that empty words without action are enough? Because that's all we've seen from the Liberal government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen the Build Canada Act, which the members opposite supported. We've seen new trade deals with every continent in the world, and we have seen significant momentum on the acquisition of capital, including major acquisitions, deals with the UAE to bring in over $70 billion. I understand that doesn't meet or match the narrative that the opposition is trying to forward here, but it's the reality, and Canadians see the good work that's going on.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire on la députée.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hear what my colleague thinks about the fact that, as he was just saying, the Liberals have already put in place a number of the measures in this Conservative motion. For example, getting rid of environmental protection measures, doing more to encourage oil production, getting rid of the carbon tax, and so on and so forth. How can he explain this shift in Liberal policy, a turn towards big oil to the detriment of environmental protections? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. We are trying to be a pragmatic government. I do not agree that we've weakened environmental regulations, but we are looking to streamline them, run them in parallel in many cases. So rather there being a waterfall of, regulation A, regulation B, we're exploring both at the same time. And we do know the world has shifted. We know that Canada can meet this moment. We do know that Canadian ability to both grow the economy and meet environmental obligations is not just hypothetical, it's been proven. We increased oil and gas production 34%, population increased 15%, and in the last 10 years over that same time period, emissions went down 6.5%. It is possible.
The Honourable Secretary of State Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's speech today. And I just wonder if he could, either agree or disagree something like this has happened, because something that I've experienced is while the Conservatives standing in this House disparaging the Major Projects Office, talking down our initiatives to build up Canada and create more projects and ensure that more projects get built in Canada, publicly the Conservatives are against all that, but in my inbox, in my personal email inbox, they're asking how their ridings can have access to this funding and these opportunities. I'm curious, as Parliamentary Secretary or as a Member of Parliament in Calgary, has that member experienced the same thing, that the Conservatives say one thing in the House of Commons in public and something totally different in the inbox?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously occurring. I don't begrudge it. I welcome anybody standing up to do the right thing, even if it's in private, but I do hope they'll join us by doing it in public as well.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and Honourable friend from Calgary, Parliamentary Secretary. I note that we're debating something today on supply that's titled something for economic sovereignty. I'm concerned about the growing movement towards separatism within Alberta. As an Alberta MP, I'm wondering if he's noted whether the Leader of the Official Opposition, as a fellow Alberta MP, has chosen a lane here. What can we all do who have sworn an oath in this place as members of Parliament to defend our country, to be loyal to Canada, to provide an alternative and an effective way of ensuring that any Alberta vote is not contaminated with foreign interference?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate the question. This is a topic that is, of course, near and dear to my heart, and I hope the hearts of every Albertan that is in this House. The fact of the matter is, separatism in Alberta has been a pervasive background thing my whole life, around 20%. You've not seen major changes of that in the last while, but you are certainly hearing much more loudly the 20%, and that seems to be going unchallenged far too often. So I implore my colleagues from Alberta to stand up and say no. Stand up and say, we love this country, we stand for this country, we support Canadian sovereignty, and we support Alberta's ambitions within there, and be unequivocal about that, to be unequivocal about that, because we may have our differences now and then in Confederation, but we are one family, and we love this country.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Here, here. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I rise today to speak to this opposition motion. And I can't help, because I've been trying to wonder by spending time in here listening to this today, who the real audience for this is. And I think that listening to the parliamentary, or to the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources really hit the nail on the head a few moments ago when he said the intended audience of this motion are the folks that will be assembling in Calgary this weekend. And that is probably the best answer that I've heard to that question today. Because the reality is, Mr. Speaker, I look at this motion and I just think to myself, well, this is literally everything that the Conservative Party ran on in April earlier this year. And they were rejected. Canadians said, no, we're not interested in that platform. We're interested in something else, something that the Liberals are offering. And that's what we ended up with today. That's where we are. We formed a government based on our platform. They didn't form a government based on their platform, which is basically what this motion is today. Right. So his explanation of this is probably the best one, which is that this is intended for an audience in Calgary later this week and weekend, an opportunity for the membership of the Conservative Party to have their say as to whether or not the current Leader of the Opposition should continue in that role.
I hope he does.
And I found it really interesting because the Leader of the Opposition spoke a few moments ago, Mr. Speaker, and I had the opportunity to ask him a question afterwards, and I stood up and very plainly, I'm sure if you go back and watch the tape, I was offering him an opportunity. I said to the Leader of the Opposition, I said, okay, well, this is basically what you ran on. Canadians rejected it in April of last year. Why are you putting this forward? And more importantly, can you talk about what you've learned since then and how you're going to do things differently? This was an opportunity for the Leader of the Opposition to genuinely be reflective. He could have used that clip without my question, looked at the camera and talked to Canadians about what he learned from that experience of going from a 25-point lead in the polls to getting clobbered by the current Prime Minister. He could have had the opportunity to reflect on that and say, you know, I did learn a lot, and this is what I'll start to do differently. But do you think he took that opportunity, Mr. Speaker? Do you think that he took the opportunity to be reflective and to genuinely put to Canadians how he'll be different? No. As a matter of fact, he seemed to double down on it. He used the opportunity to make a partisan little jab joke towards me, but he basically said, this is what I ran on in the last election, this is what I still believe now, and this is what I'm still going to be suggesting to my membership that we should keep pushing towards. Like if I was a card-carrying conservative and I was heading into this, yeah, I agree. The words were even difficult coming out of my mouth. But in any event, if I was any of those members that are going to be assembling this weekend to hold judgment on the Leader of the Opposition, I would seriously reflect on that and say, well, what has he learned? Has he learned anything? Is he going to be different? Will he do anything differently than he used to? I gave him the opportunity to very plainly suggest what that might be, and he completely neglected to even suggest one thing that he might do differently, even though he had the opportunity. And I guess, that's what comes back to the theme of my discussion, Mr. Speaker, and how I started this, and quite frankly, what I've spoken about a number of times in this House as it relates to the opposition, is just not understanding what they're supposed to be doing here. Like, Conservatives they play a role. The official opposition of His Majesty's official opposition has a role to play. And that role is to challenge the government to do better. And that role is to encourage the government to make policy better, not to just block everything and to systematically every single time prevent anything from moving forward. But unfortunately, that's what we continue to see. And so I think, that this is an opportunity for Canadians in particular to really sit back and actually reflect on this and think, where is the Conservative Party of Canada going? Who is the Conservative Party of Canada? I found it interesting because earlier the member from Durham talked about Sir John A. Macdonald. Well, I will remind him, when Sir John A. Macdonald sat in this House, he was a Liberal-conservative. It was a completely different political party. He has nothing to do with that party, and I think I could go out on a limb and say that even Sir John A. Macdonald was more progressive than the newly reformed party that we have now. But more importantly, the member from Durham brought up a statue in City Park in Kingston that City Council had decided to remove a statue of Sir John A. Macdonald. Listen, I want to tell the member from Durham something because he did bring that up in this debate today, Mr. Speaker. Does that member know not only did 12 of 13 city councillors vote in favor of removing that statue, but more importantly, their Conservative candidate in the last election that ran against me, the mayor of the city, the Conservative candidate in Kingston and the Islands, voted in favor of removing that statue. Amazing. If he had had his way, he'd be sitting next to that member right now. But of course, the good people of Kingston and the Islands saw better than sending a Conservative here. The last time they did that was in 1984 when they sent Flora MacDonald here, a truly progressive Conservative.
Big difference.
But, I digress, Mr. Speaker. The reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, is that this isn't the Conservative Party of Sir John A. Macdonald. It's certainly not the Conservative Party of Flora MacDonald or any relatively relatively contemporary Conservative. And I certainly got a kick out of the member, one of the Conservative members, in asking a question of the Leader of the Opposition a few moments ago. Hark back to the days of Stephen Harper. And he said, and this is the 20th anniversary of Stephen Harper and this and that, and wasn't he so great? Meanwhile, if we try to bring up Stephen Harper in this House, we're always criticized for, why are you bringing up Stephen Harper? That was so long ago. Why are you living in the days gone by? Mr. Speaker, so I will end with this. The reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, is that this particular motion is just in line with everything else we've seen from the Conservatives, everything that I've become accustomed to seeing over my 10-plus years in this House, which is it's theater. It's theater. It's intended to drive donations. It's intended to help the leader, supposedly, with his position as he goes into his judgment convention this weekend. Right. This is nothing more than theater. And I would really encourage, and I would ask the Conservatives to actually come here with something meaningful. Bring forward some solutions, propose some ideas that can genuinely change the lives of Canadians rather than just always. You know, I heard the member from Durham in his speech earlier, and he was trying to answer questions, and he was saying, well, what are you actually doing? What are you putting forward? They offer nothing in terms of solutions. All they do is criticize. That member got up and then started to go on and on about how people on this side of the House weren't focused on the issues of the day and weren't living in reality. I had to listen to 10 minutes of him talking about Sir John A. Macdonald. Like, really, Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Conservatives to wake up, realize what their job is in this House, and start to actually do things that are meaningful for Canadians, not just to fundraise off clips that they make in this House and to try to prime themselves for conventions that are coming up later this weekend. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for York Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that the member is talking about John A. Macdonald in this House, but I think it's shameful that he represents our former founding father's home and yet has refused to take a position on whether the City Council should put his statue back up in City Park. I'll give him the opportunity today. Does he believe that John A. Macdonald's statue should be returned to its rightful place in City Park?
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I will totally leave it to the City Council to decide what to do with a statue that belongs to City Council, and then I will leave it in the very capable hands of the individual who still serves as mayor there, which I am extremely grateful for, to make that decision, the same individual that ran for them in the last election. But listen, while Conservatives focus on days gone by and whether or not we need a statue to celebrate people or not, I think it's much more beneficial for us to focus on the legacy of the individual and use it to determine how we can do things differently. What are we doing things differently now to help address some of the problems that have been raised in terms of Sir John A. Macdonald's contribution?
Question et commentaire. L'honourable député Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette-Manawan. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to remind him that in 2023, the European Union adopted a carbon border adjustment for the EU, which started being applied this year, and the UK has similar legislation, which will come into force on January 1st, 2027. The concern here is that if Canada abolishes its carbon pricing system, and if Canadian exports are tariffed because of that, in order to compensate these actions, well, the concern is that that would hurt Quebec exports, even though Quebec has its own mechanism. But because it's part of a country that backed down on these policies, what does my colleague think about the various policies that have been repealed in order to do something about carbon pricing?
For starters, the policy that he's referring to in terms of Quebec's pricing carbon existed long before the federal government ever got involved in it. As a matter of fact, Quebec and Ontario signed deals with California and a number of other states back in the early 2000s when it came to making sure that pricing carbon was done properly. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that what we spend time here arguing with Conservatives all day long about whether or not climate change is real and what the contributions are, there are other parts of the world, including in Europe, including in Asia, that are actively doing something to change the environmental impact that the world is having right now. So we can get caught up in these discussions all day long, but eventually you get to a tipping point where it really doesn't matter what the West does, or in particular what we're doing in North America, because the rest of the world is pushing forward. I only wish that we could have been completely on the front end of this rather than fighting with Conservatives all day long whether or not climate change is real.
Some comments here. I'm a member for Richmond East, Steveston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my dear friend and colleague from Kingston for his passionate speech and talking about the importance of having meaningful dialogue in this House. And he spoke about opportunities. Richmond, British Columbians, and people from across the country want to know what opportunities we are working on right now, and if he could shed some light on real meaningful things that are happening for Canada and what our Prime Minister is doing for this country, and if you can focus on what really matters, because like the legendary artist DJ Quick said, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Well, thank you for that question, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that the Prime Minister, as the Canadians have been witness to, has realized and recognized the fact that the world has changed in terms of where our primary trading partners are, where our economic strength is from. And he's been spending a lot of time looking at other opportunities, creating new opportunities throughout the world. That's what he's doing in terms of our economic perspective and what we're doing about our economy to strengthen it and diversify it. But some of the other things, one of the initiatives that I'm extremely proud that this government has worked on are some of the other things, such as the National School Food Program. You know, while Conservatives vote against and shout down and call the National School Food Program names, Canada was the last of the G7 countries to officially adopt one. These are meaningful impacts that I see in my children's school that they attend, and I know the impact that they have on kids, and in particular making sure that kids have food when they start school.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just in time, thank you for our pages and all the great work they do to keep us on the straight and narrow. Before I start, I would like to mention I am splitting my time with the wonderful member, the esteemed member from Northumberland, Clark, with the new riding name, and I'm sure his speech will be absolutely excellent. But Mr. Chair, it's important that we're here today on this moment to discuss areas in which the government may find collaboration and cooperation opportunities with members of His Majesty's loyal opposition. And I would mention that, you know, there are a list of what I'll call a wish list items that Conservatives have put forward that they would have support from Conservatives in moving ahead with, absolutely. But I would also mention that this is about creating an environment in Canada where we make more things more quickly, and when Canadians make more things, we also make and receive bigger paychecks for our people, and our standard of living increases. As you know, Mr. Chair, our standard of living has been on the decline. In fact, if you measure it by GDP per capita, our standard of living today is worse than it was in 2019. So the Conservatives are willing to work with the government. We are suggesting ways that we can do this. But generally speaking, we are proposing to drastically reduce and reform the regulatory systems to help spur development. We recommend cutting taxes on investments when companies and individuals reinvest those proceeds in Canada. I'll give you an example. If an individual sells a building or somebody sells an investment and they take those proceeds and those proceeds are reinvested within Canada, within our borders, or in a Canadian company, we are proposing that the government can either defer the capital gains or eliminate it completely. That would absolutely have an immediate effect of spurring investment in this country. We should be rewarding provinces who take down trade barriers between their provinces. You'll remember very famously the government said that by Canada Day we would have free trade in Canada. It is well past Canada Day, and we do not have free trade in this country. Provinces will likely only respond to financial incentives to make the right decision. And so the government should provide provinces with that monetary incentive, basically to say, if you remove your trade barriers, the federal government will provide to you in greater transfers a share of the revenues that come from the increased business activity that happen. And finally, this is a long-standing recommendation of Conservatives, and in fact even parliamentary committees in previous parliaments, that intellectual property created in Canada, funded by Canadian taxpayers, has to remain in Canada. So we're encouraging the government through the industry minister to find ways to make that happen. But here's an easy example. The scientific research development credits, when a company who has received that tax preference, that is, they have gotten very generous tax deductions for making investments in scientific research and development, when they create that Canadian IP using taxpayer subsidies to do so, and that company or intellectual property is sold to anyone outside of this country, why not ask or require that that company repay the federal government and taxpayers the money that it had received or the subsidies that it benefited from when it developed that IP? If that IP stays in Canada, they wouldn't have to pay it back. But when it leaves, we have to require that that subsidy is repaid. That's just the most appropriate thing to do. In fact, some countries actually make those companies repay a multiple of the subsidy that they received when that intellectual property is transferred out of that country. So we would support the industry minister going in that direction. The Prime Minister has told the world and this country that he's embarked on an ambitious agenda, but he has to start putting some wins on the board. Signing a few agreements and making agreements to agree, that is not putting shovels in the ground. In fact, his major projects office, which they will tout as a serious accomplishment, is yet another layer of bureaucracy on an already unmanageable bureaucratic regulatory system in order to get things done. It is a complete admission that the existing regulatory system doesn't work when the government has to put itself in a position to create a new system in order to fast-track projects. And 90% of the projects that have been listed or referred to the Major Projects Office are already nearing completion. That is not net new projects. We need net new development and investment in our natural resource sector to get our resources to market. And we need to support a business community to do that, but not by forcing everyone to come to the government hat in hand begging to be put on the major projects list. If the last 10 years have taught us anything, it is that the temptation for Liberal ministers or those they appoint to choose favor, the temptation is too great, and they often end up currying favor to their friends. We need to not give ministers this additional power. We need to allow the system to work better by drastically reforming it and removing government, not putting more government on top. Which leads me to one of these other areas in which we've recommended that we'll work with the government on. The electric vehicle mandate. Mr. Chair, do you know why the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, desperately wants to allow its Chinese vehicles into Canada? It's monetary. There may be some non-monetary issues, but here's one. The average profit on a car is about $3,000 to $5,000. Every car, every electric vehicle that is sold by a Chinese company in Canada will immediately be eligible to receive a $20,000 purchase of credits by an automaker in Canada. What does that mean? $980 million will go from Canadian automakers who have footprints in manufacturing here to a Chinese automaker. That's 4 times the profit margin on that car already. That is why they want access to the Canadian market, because our regulatory system that this government has set up makes absolutely no sense. So we would be willing to work with them on that basis. The Prime Minister also is developing a bit of a credibility deficit. He was for increasing carbon taxes, and then he abandoned them. He was against pipelines, and now he might be for them. He said he would spend less and invest more, but his deficits are bigger than Prime Minister Trudeau's. He said he would deliver a closer economic and defense security partnership with the U.S., and now he says we need a new world order. He said when middle nations negotiate with larger powers bilaterally, they're in a worse position. That was just days after signing a bilateral deal with the CCP. He said China is the largest security threat to Canada and now inks a deal with them. And perhaps the most devastating, after the member from Saanich Gulf Islands voted for the budget and the MOU was signed with the Alberta government, she said that the Prime Minister intentionally misled her in those negotiations. I think we should take those accusations from the member of Saanich Gulf Island very seriously. She's developed a very good reputation in this House. When she says that she was misled by the Prime Minister, I believe that he is growing a credibility deficit. And these are the opportunities that we are offering to the government, that we will work with his government in this trying time to help him put some wins on the board. So hopefully they take these comments into consideration, and I welcome their questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be really clear on this. What we have before us today is nothing more than the Conservative election platform from last year. Canadians made a decision back then. The Conservative platform is not going to build a stronger, healthier Canada. We have a Prime Minister that has taken a number of initiatives along with the government to build that country and build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker. The member makes reference to trade. We have 2 trade pieces of legislation today before the House. We have numerous agreements that are in the making. We have a Prime Minister that is bringing hundreds of millions of investments into Canada. My question to the member is, would he not recognize that the greatest asset and ambassador to Canada in increasing exports and bringing in investments is the Prime Minister?
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Chair, I would like to maybe update the member on some developments. We are working with the government. In fact, we just had the Minister of Trade at committee today to help them fast track their bill on UK ascending to CPTPP. We've told them that will help them to get their Indonesian trade deal passed. But you know what Canadians voted for, Mr. Chair? They voted for a minority parliament. The only reason that this government and these MPs are trying to lure anybody from any other party to join theirs is so that they don't have to collaborate with any other opposition party in this chamber.
Commentaire, député de Joliette-Manawan.
The honourable member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the very content-rich remarks. I'd like to hear my colleague speak further to one aspect, which is...
I'll just ask members to stop the back and forth, especially when it's going right between the line of the speaker and the member speaking. So I'll invite the member, I'll pause the time and invite him to restart his question. Come on,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When innovation occurs through subsidies and then the innovation is sold to foreign interests, the business that has sold it has to reimburse part of the subsidy. I'd like to know more about this, and I'm wondering whether my colleague can tell us about other countries which have such a measure, because he did mention that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Simcoe North.
Merci.
I thank my friend for the question.
Other countries, including Israel, require, if a company has been subsidized by the government in development of research and development in their intellectual property, when that company is purported to be sold or transferred that IP out of the country, they are required to send a multiple payment back to the taxpayer, back to the government, a multiple of that subsidy that they received. That then provides additional research and development dollars that can be then reinvested in new research and development. I think that is a model this government should consider. If it doesn't want to do the multiple, it should at least require that a dollar for dollar is repaid to the Canadian taxpayer to be reinvested in research and development that develops intellectual property that remains in this country.
Questions and comments? The member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you to my colleague for his great speech. I just wanted to respond to some comments that were made across the way with respect to also the minority parliament and Newfoundland and Labrador, who made where gains were made for the Conservatives after years and years, decades of Liberal members. One of the things that resonated with people back home is how Conservatives were addressing the urban and rural divide that we often see in this country. And I'm just curious if my member would like to expand on how this Opposition Day motion actually speaks to that and can help bring development into rural Canada the same, instead of hand-picking projects like the Liberals seem to want to do.
Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much. I'd like to, from a great question from a wonderful MP, first time in this chamber receiving a question from her, and definitely won't be the last. 41% of Canadians voted for the Conservative platform in the election. That is a substantial number of Canadians, a record, in fact, in this modern age. And I think the government would be well placed to take some of these ideas and recognize that they do resonate. They resonate in cities, of course, but they also resonate in areas in rural Canada where they want more development, where they need more development, but they don't need to come with a hat in hand, asking the government to maybe please be on the list or hire the right lobbyists to get them on the list. Appreciate the opportunity to address these issues today, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments. A brief question. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thanks, my friend from Simcoe North. Just to clarify my comments, the Prime Minister, I was not relying on Prime Minister's verbal comments. They're still found on page 348 of the federal budget, as they didn't use disappearing ink. It actually does say that there will not be investment tax credits available for enhanced oil recovery, contradicted 10 days later in the MOU with Alberta.
Member for Simcoe North, a very brief response.
I'd like to just let this member's comment stand and correct the record. I appreciate that, but I do appreciate her judgment when she said that she has been misled by the government in what she's read and what their actions are. Thank you.
Resuming debate, please debate. The honourable member for Northumberland, Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as always, it's an honour to rise in this House. Over the past year, Canada has been subjected to unfair, hostile, and even capricious economic actions by the current administration in the United States. Most Canadians are united in our resolve to stand up against these actions. Many would even call it bullying. What many are starting to realize, though, is that in order for Canada to stand up, our economy must stand on its own 2 feet. In the face of these challenges, this Liberal government has conveniently discovered a newfound respect for economic growth, resource development, reducing taxes, and even government efficiency. Although having expressed a desire to make Canada stronger, the record, Mr. Speaker, is clear. Over the last 10 years, we've actually seen the lowest GDP per capita growth across the G7. In fact, nearly zero. We've seen the worst economic record since the Great Depression. And the first year of this Prime Minister, well, it hasn't gotten any better. In fact, it's gotten worse. The Liberal government has the opportunity, though, to act on its rhetoric, to actually engage in actions that promote economic growth, that promote government efficiency, that promote international trade, and move away from their socialist death spiral, which always starts the same way. We need more taxes to give more things away. The problem is, the more that you tax, is you impoverish citizens. Dollar for dollar, citizens get poorer and poorer, which then increases the need for additional social welfare programs, which then increases the debt, which increases taxes, which repeats the cycle, and before you know it, you have more poverty, and you have more socialist poverty that you've seen in countries like Venezuela, Soviet Union, and Cuba. Will this government finally, though, put a line in the sand and go no further, and in fact, turn around, and acknowledge that those policies over the last 10 years are a failure? we have seen, to this government's credit, a repudiation of many of the Trudeau-era policies. In fact, it is somewhat unbelievable sometimes when I hear these members brag about eliminating the carbon tax, when many members, including myself, for more than a decade have been shouting that the carbon tax isn't the right way to go. But now somehow they take credit for the elimination of the carbon tax and the benefits it's had. Will this government finally take that step in the right direction, a direction away from socialism and a direction towards prosperity? Well, will the UN's former climate czar really build a pipeline? I have my doubts. As Shadow Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs and One Canadian Economy and Interprovincial Trade, my speech will of course focus on interprovincial trade and some of the Liberal promises. Michael Jordan, the famous basketball player, once said, "Some people want it to happen, some people will wish it to happen, others make it happen." Well, Conservatives are here to be the ones that make it happen, and you can see on the other side, at best, they will wish and dream of it happening. There are many, many people who are favorably disposed to eliminating interprovincial trade barriers. In fact, nearly every economist, nearly every expert has opined on the importance of eliminating interprovincial trade barriers and the benefits that it will have on the economy. However, there are very few leaders who have demonstrated the will and the fortitude to get this done. The calculation of the benefits of interprovincial trade and the elimination of interprovincial trade barriers, they vary. Experts go for anywhere from tens of billions of dollars to even hundreds of billions of dollars. But at the heart of it, everyone believes that it will have benefits, and quite frankly, that it's only common sense to eliminate these barriers. So to give you an example of some of the things that just don't make sense are, why should a nurse in Manitoba require different accreditation than a nurse in Nova Scotia? So, presumably the human body is the same in Nova Scotia as it is in Manitoba. Why should beer being produced in Prince Edward Island not be available in Ontario? If it's delicious on the East Coast, it'll be delicious here in Ontario. Why should a construction site in Manitoba require a different type of porta potty than a construction site in a porta potty in Ontario? These things don't make sense, and we all agree on it. The challenge, once again, is not just dreaming about it, it's not wishing about it, it's about getting it done. This Liberal government made a bold promise. They promised that by Canada Day, they would eliminate all interprovincial trade barriers. Well, Canada Day has come and gone, and here we are. No longer are we in the warmth of July, if anyone's been outside. It's gotten pretty cold out here, and we're well past July, and yet the vast majority of interprovincial trade barriers are still in place. And the benefits, many of the ministers and the members over there promised that there would be hundreds of billions of dollars. I have asked, actually, government officials, and they have not been able to quantify one single dollar from the elimination of an interprovincial trade barriers. And so these billions of dollars that were supposed to be here, that could have helped grow the Canadian economy, that could have helped create jobs, it could have strengthened our sovereignty, they are not here. To be fair, the government did make some small baby steps with the help of Conservative members in Bill C-5 in eliminating federal interprovincial trade barriers. But that was a mere drop in the bucket. Most trade barriers are provincially legislated and therefore require provincial legislative changes. Despite the many eloquent speeches and the many, many photo ops with premiers and Liberal government has failed to eliminate these barriers. While leadership has definitely been a problem, at the heart of it is also a framework. The reality is some interprovincial trade barriers are simply there because of the division of powers in our Constitution, and that's the way that the system is sort of evolved out. But also in many cases, those interprovincial trade barriers were actually put in place purposely, intentionally, to protect local industries, local economies, and provincial industries within those areas against national large corporations or other things that would disturb and disrupt local economies. And so if in fact we don't acknowledge this, what we have is we're asking prime minister, we're asking premiers, we're asking provinces to act against their own self-interest. And so what Conservatives pledged to do, and what the Sovereignty Act would allow us to do, would be to give financial benefits and incentives. This means that instead of provinces being punished for doing the right things, which they are right now, maybe hurting their own industry to help the national cause, to make us more sovereign, to make us more autonomous, we would actually provide that financial benefits, and we would help them instead of hurting them as the current framework exists. We need to look forward in eliminating these barriers from coast to coast, but we need to make sure it happens in a way that helps all of our economy. The reality is, over the last 10 years, this economy has been weakened by socialist policies that have brought our GDP per capita to nearly zero. The first year underneath this Prime Minister has even accelerated that decline. And if we are going to be an independent country, we need to be able to get our resources out of the ground. We need to build Canadian energy. We need to build the Canadian economy. And we simply won't do this by just adding more bureaucracy. More government agents are not the answer here. The answer is not the Canadian government, it is the Canadian people. And we need to we need to unleash these Canadians to do what they do best, to create jobs, to create wealth for our wonderful country, to create prosperity from coast to coast. And this Sovereignty Act will allow free trade throughout the provinces. It will allow the ability of our resources to get to market. We will build a stronger country, a stronger nation that is truly autonomous. And that will happen not because of some speech given in Davos. Our country will become stronger, more sovereign, more autonomous, and be the best country in the world to live in because we have the greatest people in the world here in Canada. And that's why I call upon this government to do the right thing, pass our motion, support us, and make sure that Canada stays a sovereign, independent country so that we have generations of success and prosperity and we don't fall down the trap of the socialist death spiral. That's why, thank you.
The member finished right on time, so we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Nunavut.
Please join me in welcoming the new government of Nunavut, Premier Main and his cabinet to Ottawa this week. Canada's Arctic security is particularly important. Liberals meeting with the GN can show that Arctic policy is more than language in a throne speech. Parliament must look beyond mega projects in the South. Decades of chronic underinvestments mean Northerners are in overcrowded housing, have limited health services, and aging infrastructure. This reality creates security threats. The Arctic cannot be secure if the people who live there are not. During Kaumagyak, a time of the return of the sun, Inuit start celebrating the passage of Tauvigjuak, a time of great darkness. Canada, like the return of the sun, must bring hope that life will bustle again. Working with the new government of Nunavut can ensure that investments are provided to help keep the Arctic secure.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses in the lower mainland of British Columbia and across Canada are being targeted by organized extortion. Businesses are receiving threats, families are afraid, and communities are under real pressure from criminal groups that use fear and violence. This is happening in our neighborhoods and on our streets, and it requires urgent action from this Parliament. Our government has introduced important public safety legislation, including Bill C2, C12, and C14, to give law enforcement stronger tools to fight organized crime, strengthen Canada's bail system, and toughen sentences for serious and violent crime. I call on the Conservatives to stop delaying and allow these bills to pass quickly so law enforcement can confront organized extortion and better protect Canadians.
The honourable member for Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, last year I met with Holly Laird, Executive Director of the Regina Farmers Market, whose organization had developed a program that was both inspiring and depressing. The Regina Farmers Market had partnered with the YWCA to hand out food coupons so that families could afford to buy fresh fruits and vegetables. While it's inspiring to see neighbors helping neighbors, it's depressing that we now live in a country where food banks and food coupons are increasingly becoming the norm. Last year, this Prime Minister said that Canadians should judge him based on the price at the grocery store. The best way to bring down grocery prices is to cancel the industrial carbon tax, the federal fuel standard, and the burdensome labeling and packaging requirements that are driving up food costs in the first place. This would be much better than the Liberals' makeshift solution of temporary tax credits, which only serve to make people even more dependent on another government.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of my constituents in New Scotland, proudly wearing the Nova Scotia tartan thoughtfully given to me by my sister-in-law at Christmas, to recognize that this past Sunday, January 25th, was Robbie Burns Day. This tradition honors the bard, who was an 18th century giant of poetry and literature. At a time when Scottish culture was on the decline, Robbie Burns reinvigorated Scottish pride. He's called the poet of the people because he wrote in common language for all readers, using his poetry to advocate for important causes like women's rights. Burns continues to be rightfully regarded as one of the greatest Scots. I look forward to attending the annual Robbie Burns dinner on the Hill tonight and encourage my colleagues to attend. Wear your plaid, get a plate of haggis, and enjoy performances by pipers and Highland dancers. Salanchava!
We shall see the member there. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let us be clear about this new trade deal with China. All we see is that Canada gives and China gets. The Prime Minister is calling this a strategic partnership, but for Windsor workers, it looks like a raw deal. He's opening the door to nearly 50,000 Chinese electric vehicles, flooding our market while getting nothing concrete in return for our auto sector. No permanent tariff relief for Windsor, and zero protection for Canadian auto jobs. Windsor's the backbone of Canada's auto industry. Thousands of families depend on those jobs, yet this deal undercuts the very companies investing in Windsor. Even Canada's auto sector is warning us that this creates uncertainty and threatens long-term stability. Canada deserves trade deals that protect our auto workers, not deals that sell them out.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, today we remember the victims of the Islamophobic attack on January 29th in Quebec City: Mamadou Toularebari, Ibrahima Bari, Abu Bakr Fatih, Khaled Ben Kamouni, Azedine Soufiane, and Abdul Karim Hassan. 6 lives cut short in a place of peace and contemplation, a mosque. 6 families torn apart. 17 children left orphaned. My thoughts are also with the survivors. This tragedy reminds us of an essential truth. Hatred feeds on silence, prejudice, and the trivialization of hate speech. Yes, today, because racism may be masked by respectable discourse, but it remains just as destructive. We have a collective responsibility to name it, denounce it, fight it, and build a society based on dignity, respect, and our common humanity. In the face of hatred, silence is no longer an option. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
When I was growing up, I learned a core Canadian value. Canada succeeds when people are free to make choices for themselves. In Davos, the Prime Minister signaled different values. He believes markets shouldn't follow people's choices, but be set by regulators, banks, and global institutions. He believes individual choice should be replaced by imposed outcomes decided by a small group of elites. But that philosophy rejects a core Canadian value: freedom. Freedom like the family in my riding who took a failing plastics factory, bought by their grandfather in the 60s, and turned it into a world-class producer of anti-doping kits for the Olympics. Freedom like the ugly potato day at the Heppel farm in Surrey, where thousands of kilos of wonky potatoes grocery stores don't want are given away for free to families who absolutely do. Those ideas don't come from Davos. They come from free Canadians solving real problems in the real world. Now that's a real Canadian value you can take straight to the bank.
Good job. The honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Mr. Speaker,
January, we celebrate Tamil Heritage Month. Earlier this month in India, I saw firsthand the global strength of Tamil spirit when I spoke at the World Tamil Diaspora Day in Chennai. Tamil is the oldest speaking classical language in existence and is spoken by over 75 million people globally. Canada is now home to the largest Tamil diaspora outside of Asia, a community that has flourished here for decades. Tamil Canadians live in every province and territory, strengthening our national fabric each day. I invite all members to join me in celebrating this vibrant heritage with Tamils in your communities. Yadam Ure Yavarum Kurlir. Every town is my hometown, and everyone is my kin. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I heard over and over again the new attempt at a temporary solution on inflation. How can this government justify being responsible for driving up inflation and then giving a benefit because people cannot afford to buy groceries and their essentials on their own? Think about what this message actually is. Here, let the Liberal government help you pay for groceries and basic necessities because of the Liberal policies making it more expensive. When will they learn to stop trying to buy their way out of problems? Learn the lesson. Get rid of the taxes and the splash the cash spending driving inflation. Cut fuel standards tax, the industrial carbon tax, and the food packaging tax. And stop the billions of dollars in misspent money. Fiscal responsibility keeps inflation in check. When will they take our advice and implement real solutions to the affordability problem in Canada? When?
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Lamatapedia. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has lost a great explorer. Robert Grenier, a leading figure in underwater archaeology, has passed away. He worked for Parks Canada since the 1960s and developed expertise that was recognized worldwide, and was even praised on the cover of National Geographic. His greatest achievement was the discovery off the coast of Labrador of the San Juan, a 16th century whaling ship that proved the presence of the Basque in America even before New France. He also initiated the research that led to the discovery of the ships from John Franklin's ill-fated expedition in the Arctic. The man, once compared by Minister to Indiana Jones, certainly shared his charisma and lust for life. The difference was that he fought at UNESCO to protect sunken treasures from adventurers. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I offer my condolences to his wife Caroline, his children Pierre and Mathilde, who courageously accompanied him through his illness until his soul set sail one last time. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart that I rise today to honor Stephen Biss, a friend, a respected member of our Mississauga Erin Mills community who passed away suddenly and peacefully. Stephen was a dedicated community builder who believed in public service. I loved our conversations about public health and the environment and so many more. He gave more than 4 decades of his life to the practice of criminal law, and even in retirement, he continued to mentor, advise, advocate, always standing up for others. I was fortunate to know Stephen as a friend, and I will always value the warmth, his insight, and the genuine love for his community. On behalf of Mississauga Erin Mills, I extend my deepest condolences to his daughters Karen, to his daughters Michelle and Renee, to his wife Karen, and the entire family. The legacy that he has will live on forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Skeena Bulkley Valley is ready to build. Conservatives worked with government to pass Bill C-5 so the Prime Minister could approve projects quickly while cutting red tape. But after a year of speeches, no single project has been approved. No barriers have been removed. Skeena Bulkley Valley is already contributing and is asking for a chance to invest, build, and work. Stewart Rail and Port Expansion, Talcott Coal Project, Indaco Mine, and Terrace Industrial Lands are real projects that mean real jobs, stronger businesses, and stable futures for families in our regions. When we build and export, incomes rise, and life becomes more affordable. That is why today we introduced a motion to pass the Canadian Sovereignty Act that will repeal federal measures that block and punish project development and reward hardworking Canadians who build and invest and protect Canadian innovation and our economic sovereignty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Compton Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that the cost of food weighs heavily on the budgets of Canadian families, including those in my riding, and our government presented concrete measures to ease this pressure. The new Canadian Grocery and Essentials benefit will put up to $1,890 back into the pockets of families in my riding. And I would also like to underscore the extraordinary work of organizations in my riding who work to combat food insecurity and strengthen food banks, local funds, and help families in my riding. So I'd like to underscore the work of Moisson Saint-François, La Cuisine Collective Haute Saint-François, Terre Libre, and others who have projects with this program that allows them to invest, that we've invested an additional $20 million in.
Every Canadian knows the feeling, standing in the grocery aisle, looking at the total and wondering, how did it get this expensive? Canada is #1 in the G7 for food inflation, and our food inflation is double what it is in the U.S. This is in large part due to the industrial carbon tax and the liberal fuel standards tax, which both drive up the tax for farmers, truckers, and everyone who brings food to the table. Families see the impact at the grocery store. Beef is up nearly 17%, apples up 10%, coffee up 41%, and baby formula up 6%. Groceries are projected to cost families an extra $1,000 compared to last year, and Canadian families just can't keep up. Conservatives are ready to fast-track real solutions, lower food prices by eliminating the industrial carbon tax, scrapping the fuel standards tax, boosting competition in grocery chains, and cutting red tape for farmers. Will the Liberal government act now or keep asking Canadian families to absorb these costs?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Davenport, I have veterans who served in Afghanistan. When I ask them about their service, the answer is simple. They are proud to have served. They are proud Canadians. Let the record be clear. Canada is a founding member of NATO. We have participated in nearly every mission since 1949. More than 40,000 Canadians served in Afghanistan. 158 made the ultimate sacrifice. Our soldiers did not stand back. They led Allied combat operations in Kandahar, one of the most dangerous provinces in the country. And today, Canada leads NATO's largest forward presence in Latvia with 2,200 troops, standing firm against Russian aggression. Our sailors, soldiers, and aviators are second to none. Canada shows up. Canada leads. Canada keeps its word. As our Prime Minister reminded the world last week, Canada thrives because we are Canadian. To our veterans, your sacrifice will never be forgotten. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Conservatives worked with this government to pass Bill C-5, Mr. Speaker, giving the Prime Minister extraordinary power to approve major projects quickly. The same spirit of cooperation should bring this House together to support the Canadian Sovereignty Act, which cuts delays for everyone and puts Canadians back in control of our destiny. The Major Projects Office is supposed to be a workaround for government delay, a fast pass for anointed projects. But the Prime Minister's words are moving faster than the work, turning the MPO into another bottleneck to prosperity. This is where our Sovereignty Act comes in. Productivity is inseparable from affordability. When we build more and export more, productivity rises. Higher productivity drives higher incomes, making life more affordable. Canadians should not be forced to choose between moving major projects forward and getting government out of the way. This is why we put forward the Sovereignty Act, and we call on all parties to support it.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker,
Yesterday's news of the passing of Kirsty Duncan, the former member for Etobicoke North, reverberated throughout the offices and corridors of this Canadian Parliament. We are all grieving the loss of a thoughtful, vibrant, intelligent, strong, and kind person who served Canadians with grace and kindness. Kirsty Duncan stood out in our small class of new Liberal MPs in 2008. While kind, we learned to never mistake her kindness for her strength, her feistiness, and her principled nature. She brought academic rigor and curiosity and science to everything she did. She was a fierce defender of multiculturalism, a voice for those who face economic challenges. For athletes and artists, she called for respect, dignity, and accountability so they could work and play without fear or exploitation. She loved Highland dancing and roared with laughter when she saw me trying to do it. She was, as always, encouraging despite my limitations. To Sven, her husband, her partner in life, our hearts are broken with yours, but our resolve to live each day a little bit more like Kirsty lived hers is even stronger now. And to young women who saw in her a model for sport, dance, academics, politics, and public service, let's all commit to being just a little more noble, a little kinder. Godspeed to you, my friend Kirsty.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister had a photo up in a grocery store, but there was something missing. There were no prices. He asked his PMO buddies to go into the grocery store to remove all the price tags so that he could hide from Canadians how much groceries cost after 1 year, because he's doubled inflation for food, which is to the highest rate in the G7. These taxes and inflationist deficits are a hidden cost. Instead of hiding costs, why not reduce costs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Of course, that seems to be this new spirit of cooperation that we keep hearing about. Yesterday we saw cooperation. Meeting with the Premier of Ontario, for example, that was collaboration for the automotive sector, to collaborate in order to build affordable housing. I could perhaps present him to the Premier of Ontario if he wants to. He just has to let me know.
Leader of the Opposition.
Bel exemple. Well, that's a great example of this Prime Minister. It's all illusions. He has meetings instead of having results. We need results. He promised that food would be more affordable. But 1 year later, food inflation has doubled. Doubled. It's twice as much as in the States. It's the worst food inflation in the G7. And yesterday he tried to emulate this by removing price tags in grocery stores. If prices are so terrible that he needed to hide them from Canadians, is his record as terrible as that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, over the last few months, the government has done a lot. We are working to make the school food program permanent. Second of all, we have reduced taxes for 22 million Canadians. Yesterday, we created a new benefit that will increase the amount of money in the pockets of families up to $1,800 a year.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister held a photo op at a grocery store in front of food, but there was just one thing missing. The price tags. He had ordered his PMO staff to literally show up early at the grocery store and remove the price tags. They're back up today. We went and checked, and they're really high. In fact, grocery prices are rising faster in Canada than in any other G7 country, twice as fast as in the States, twice as fast as when he took office. Mr. Speaker, the hidden costs that this Prime Minister imposes on inflation will not go away because he tries to take down the price tag. Why won't he take down the price?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, before I had lunch with the Premier of Ontario, I had a long meeting with the Premier of Ontario. I would like to introduce the Leader of the Opposition to the Premier of Ontario so we can learn something about cooperation, cooperation on housing, cooperation on building the best auto sector in the world, cooperation on good jobs for Ontarians and Canadians, cooperation on rising wages, which have risen faster than inflation every single month of the year.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if Canadians could eat the Prime Minister's photo op, there wouldn't be an empty stomach in the country. He's had lots of meetings. He's had signing ceremonies. He's had grand announcements and new bureaucracies. But what he hasn't delivered is real results. His biggest promise was that he was going to make food prices affordable. Since that time, food inflation has doubled, the worst in the G7. It's the result of his hidden taxes, the inflation tax from his deficits, the fuel taxes on farmers, fertilizers, and farm equipment. Why won't he, instead of trying to hide the price tag, why won't he get rid of the cost?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, here's something we don't hide. Here's something we're proud of. Over 140,000 new jobs net created since the summer. More than the United States. Here's something else. Wages rising every single month of this government faster than the rate of inflation. Here's something else. We cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We put in place a national food program for 400,000 kids, making it permanent. Yesterday, we announced a benefit for 12 million Canadians, $1,800.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have never had it so good that 2.2 million of them are lined up at food banks. One of the reasons is that we can't get our resources to market. Now, while the Prime Minister, we worked in collaboration to give him exceptional powers to get things done. Instead, he spent the time on photo ops, signing ceremonies, re-announcing projects that had long ago been approved. His new bureaucracy, the projects office, has not approved a single new project. So why won't he get out of the way and accept our plan by passing the Canadian Sovereignty Act today?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, part of how we move this country forward is collaborating with provinces and territories. The great territory of Nunavut. I'd like to welcome the Premier of Nunavut is here. One thing we've done in 6 months is agree on Grace Bay Point, which is going to open up Arctic sovereignty, open up the future of this country, make Canada strong.
I assume the Prime Minister meant that the Premier of Nunavut was in the area, not in the House. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, of course we love the Premier of Nunavut, but all the Prime Minister has is meetings, announcements, signing ceremonies, but never shovels in the ground. Never results that matter to people. Not a single pipeline approved. His project office has not approved a single new project. In fact, he hasn't removed a single pre-existing Liberal bureaucracy or single pre-existing anti-development law. All he has to do is get out of the way, adopt the Canadian Sovereignty Act so that we can get building and become self-reliant and strong.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, last time we were in this House, the member opposite stood up and had a semblance or a reduction of the MOU with Alberta. The Alberta MOU is not consistent with the Sovereignty Act. The Alberta MOU will build a pipeline to Tidewater. The Alberta MOU will build carbon capture and storage. It will build nuclear. It will build data centers. It will build our future. The Sovereignty Act will destroy it.
The honourable member for Bailey-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to wish you the best for 2026. My best wishes for everyone as well. But I have certain concerns, very tangible concerns for Quebec businesses and Canadian businesses and for jobs in Quebec and Canada. A speech doesn't generate money. It doesn't generate jobs. It doesn't protect jobs. So I understand that there are no negotiations on trade with the Americans, and there hasn't been any movement on tariffs, while President Trump is stirring up the worst of concerns. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that there are normal negotiations and cordial negotiations with Washington, D.C.? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the world has changed. Washington has changed. There's nearly nothing normal in the US now, and that's the truth. We are still having continued discussions with our American partners. I had a 30-minute conversation with the President of the United States yesterday evening, and I had discussions about trade with him. The Honourable Member for Bailey-Chambly. I understand that the US has changed, and I'm still very concerned about this. It worries me. The diversification of markets is something that we are for. We have been proposing it for years, but we don't want to renounce Quebec values that resemble Canadian values, I hope. In a predictable future, the US will still represent close to 3/4 of our trade. Jobs are at risk. Businesses are at risk. Does he guarantee that in July 2026 there will be a new trade agreement with the States? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is the intention of the US, Mexico and Canada. Official negotiations will begin in a few weeks. The Honourable Member for Bailey-Chambly. I therefore infer that this should be reassuring. Beyond certain issues, most export jobs in Quebec and Canada that depend on American companies, there's something serious that's happening. That's what we're asking. If the Prime Minister knows the history of Quebec less than the economy, he negotiated with China, so why not remove tariffs on Quebec pork? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government of China has made commitments to reduce tariffs on pork, on beef, and on other Canadian foodstuffs. Second point, the agreement with China reduces tariffs on canola, and generally, this is a $700 billion market for our farmers and producers.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
The Prime Minister now has sweeping powers to approve major projects, powers made possible with the help of Conservatives on this side of the House, and yet, with all of that authority, all of those promises, there's nothing done. No progress on resources, no pipelines, no action on internal trade barriers. The formula isn't complicated. When Canada builds more and exports more, Canadians earn more and life gets more affordable. So when does the action start? When do the shovels hit the ground? When do paychecks start growing for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-US trade.
Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, our colleague knows very well this government was elected to build a Canadian economy that's more resilient. This government was elected to get major projects done. That's exactly what the Prime Minister and my colleagues have done. Maybe she missed the announcement with the Premier of Ontario. Important investments, for example, in nuclear energy in Darlington. Perhaps she doesn't understand that we're investing in port infrastructure as important as Contrecoeur or Prince Rupert. And Mr. Speaker, there's good news coming in the next number of weeks, and I know she'll celebrate with us.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
He's right. We do see the announcements. We just don't see the action. And he's very good at running up the word count and terrible at filling in the details. The Prime Minister says he wants to build, and that's good. We agree. So we've done the heavy lifting for him. We put a plan right here in the House of Commons. Repeal the laws that block development, reward businesses and workers that invest in Canada, and protect Canadian innovation. The choice is simple. The Liberals can actually vote to build today, or yet again, they can vote for all talk and no action, just like he did.
Yeah, there you go, Melissa.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we had a very important debate last year about the purported Canada Sovereignty Act. It's called a general election. The Conservatives put that to the people. We put the Prime Minister's plan to build Canada strong, to build it up with our aluminum, with our lumber, with our steel, with our unionized men and women across this country. And guess which plan Canadians selected? We expect a little more intellectual energy from that side. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue building this country very strong.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Of manufacturing jobs have been lost in the last 8 months. Those are the cold, hard facts for thousands of Canadian families under this Prime Minister's leadership. And our party supported Bill C-5 because they promised growth and development. But despite the sweeping powers the Prime Minister has, no new projects have been approved and not a single barrier has been taken down. And meanwhile, Canada is losing investment, innovation and jobs to the U.S., driving down incomes and making life less affordable for Canadian families. Conservatives have made a real proposal with the Canadian Sovereignty Act to remove federal barriers to development, reward Canadians to build and invest here, and protect and raise our incomes here at home. Will they support it?
Yeah.
L'honorable ministre de l'Industrie.
We'll always be there to defend our people working in advanced manufacturing. Again, yesterday I was with Premier Ford. We announced what we would be doing to protect our auto workers. And I would like to remember my colleague, which I have a good relationship, to make sure that she understands how much we created jobs since the beginning of September. Actually, 54,000 jobs in September, 67,000 jobs in October, 60,000 jobs also in November, 8,000 in December. We'll continue to grow the economy and create jobs across the country.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Speaker, innovators and investors don't make decisions based on government rhetoric. They make them based on predictability, incentives, and whether a country is serious about supporting growth in this country. And right now, the government's lack of innovation strategy is pushing capital south, taking jobs and research and opportunities with it. This weakens Canada's economic sovereignty and makes life more expensive for Canadians. So since the government has no innovation plan of its own, will it support the Canadian Sovereignty Act to stop the bleeding of innovation and jobs to the U.S. and support real growth for Canadian workers?
L'honorable ministre des Finances.
I'm sure that my colleague was very busy during Christmas, but she may have missed that Canada is going to be the second fastest growing economy in the G7, Mr. Speaker. That is facts, Mr. Speaker. We are building this country, but I know yesterday I had good news. I have more good news, Mr. Speaker, because in addition to helping 12 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, with real help with food, with grocery, Mr. Speaker, there's more in what we announced yesterday. We're going to make structural change to make Canada food resilient, Mr. Speaker. We're going to invest in food security. We're going to invest in our country. We're going to make Canada strong together, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
The International Monetary Fund reported today that Canada can grow GDP by 7% or $200 billion by removing internal trade barriers that act like a 9% tariff. Photo op MOU speeches and pizza parlor visits with premiers has not reduced interprovincial trade barriers. The Prime Minister's rhetoric doesn't match reality, and life is becoming less affordable for everyday Canadians. Will the government support the Canadian Sovereignty Act, which incentivizes and gives bonuses to provinces that build across Canada, and repeals federal measures that block and penalize development of natural resources?
Yeah, way to go, Billy.
The honourable minister responsible for Canada-U.S. trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad our colleague referenced the important report from the International Monetary Fund, which confirms exactly what the Prime Minister and this government has been saying for many months. Working with provinces to remove interprovincial trade barriers is one of the most significant things we can do to grow the Canadian economy. So I want to thank the Conservatives for having supported in June legislation which removed every federal barrier to internal trade in Canada. And good news, Mr. Speaker, we're meeting the premiers in Ottawa on Thursday to discuss more of what we can do to grow the economy.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
We voted for Bill C-5 so the Prime Minister could approve projects quickly, but nothing has changed. I was in Yellowknife last week. Diamond mines used to be 20% of NWT's GDP. Only 2 mines are left and 1 will close in March. 1,600 resource-related jobs have been lost in the last 10 years. But our Canadian Sovereignty Act will repeal federal blocks and penalties to development and reward territories and provinces, businesses and workers who build and invest right here in Canada. When we export and build more, incomes go up and life becomes more affordable. Will you support it, Prime Minister?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the most vibrant, important, imposing mining sectors in the world. Toronto is one of the most important mining finance centers in the world. The Build Canada Act will permit us to accelerate work on mines like Crawford, on mines like and on LNG projects, and on critical minerals, and on the Sisson mine in New Brunswick, on mines right across this country, and the minerals of the future, and nickel and minerals that keep Canadians working. Minerals is going to be a core part of our economic plan going ahead, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, Canada used to be a nation of builders. We used to stand on our own 2 feet. Instead, Liberals are standing in our way when Canada should be strong, united, and ready to build. Conservatives worked with this government to pass Bill C-5, handing them powers to approve major projects faster. But the PM's rhetoric hasn't matched reality. Not a single new project approved, not a single barrier removed. That's why today Conservatives introduced the Canadian Sovereignty Act to repeal federal measures that block and punish development, reward provinces, workers and businesses that build and invest in Canada, and protect Canadian innovation.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
We are proud to support our builders. We're proud to support the skilled trades. We're proud to support Leuna, to support the carpenters, to support IBEW, to support the ironworkers. Mr. Speaker, we are building infrastructure. We are building major projects in the national interest. We're building homes, Mr. Speaker. We're using Canadian steel, Canadian lumber, Mr. Speaker, in consultation with Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, we're expanding our trade. We're investing in innovation. We are building the strongest economy in the G7. When will the Conservatives get on board? When will they stop getting in the way?
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, yet another IT fiasco in the government. This time, seniors are the victims because they're struggling to receive their old age pension since the implementation of the new CREM software. Some seniors have been waiting for their pensions since May, 9 months without benefits. Other seniors have received extra checks who, even if they do not cash them, will still have an impact on the amount of their future benefits. What is the minister doing to finally resolve this fiasco?
Every person in this country deserves to receive their benefits on time and error-free. Our department works very closely with individuals all across this country to make sure that if there are challenges in receiving their benefits, that we fix those challenges and we get those out the door as quickly as possible. And we'll continue this work, Mr. Speaker, to make sure those benefits are delivered quickly and properly.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, this is the Phoenix fiasco for seniors. And the worst part is that the federal government was alerted to this in a report from the Public Service Union back in June. So, the federal government has known since June that it is unable to pay old age pensions properly. And even today, absolutely nothing has been resolved. How much longer will pensioners have to wait before the Liberals finally take this problem seriously?
Honorable Leader du Gouvernement à la Chambre.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to be a bit sceptical when it comes to the MP's fire. IT bugs happen. Here we have a successful piece of software that has updated a piece of software that dated from the 70s, and so now seniors can self-serve online and over the phone. Payments are even quicker. If there are issues, we'll iron them out. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, it's been almost a year since the Prime Minister took office, and despite all his fine rhetoric, ever more Quebecers no longer have the money to pay rent. In Quebec, 20% of Quebecers have admitted to being unable to pay their rent for at least 1 month. In my region, about 30%. In Montreal, about 25%. The Prime Minister promised to get things done at an unprecedented pace since the Second World War. Can you say why the only things that are moving so fast are grocery prices and rent? The Honourable Minister of Finance. I know it's Tuesday, but we still have great news to share because my colleague must have misheard us yesterday. We've announced a historic announcement with the Prime Minister of Canada. The new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. Mr. Speaker, 12 million Canadians, people in his riding, who will now receive more money in their pockets to fight against the cost of living. On this side of the House, we're convinced that by building strong communities, we'll build a strong Canada together. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I find that a bit funny because the same Minister in Finance who said in 2023,
5 new measures will stabilize food price soon.
As you know, the Honourable Member cannot name a member of this House. The member may continue.
Champagne price, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this minister said that prices were going to stabilize. Why did he hide Canadians that stabilization for him means we're going to stabilize until it's double what the inflation rate is in the States? We have the highest food inflation in the G7. When they speak, why does that not never lead to true actions for Canadians? The Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, instead of trying to find quotes, he should watch TV, because yesterday he would have seen that with the Prime Minister of Canada, we announced this new benefit for that reason. Perhaps it seems anodyne for my colleague, but $1,800 makes a hell of a difference for Canadian families. This is a serious measure for a serious moment in our history. And I know that my colleagues can speak during the answer, but people watching us back home know that on this side of the House, we'll always be here to help them in difficult times. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, 1 out of 5 Quebecers find it hard to pay their rent, which is causing young families to struggle. In regions, municipalities are trying to do what they can. In Baie-Saint-Paul, taxes have been reduced to try and reduce rent increases in the Melbay. Municipal spending has been reduced to increase purchasing power. Can the Liberal government finally realise that the last 10 years of policies have harmed purchasing power, have fuelled the fires of inflation, and will they be wise for once, and will they work with the Conservatives to implement a true plan to make life more affordable? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of State for Nature. Mr. Speaker, one cannot control every single price in every single store. We know that there are significant challenges for Canadians. I'd like to quote the Mayor of Quebec, who said that what is important to do in difficult situations is to give people the choice. What we are currently doing is giving purchasing power so that they can make choices. That will help 12 million Canadians. It will give couples over $1,800 this year and $1,400 for the years to come. 900 for individuals and 700 in the years to come.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, a family of 4 is going to have to pay $1,700 more for food. more than last year, and that's affecting everyone. But after provoking inflation with their policies, the Liberals are feeling bad. Yesterday, they announced apology checks for some families to give them a little bit of money to help them pay groceries that are far too expensive. When will this Liberal government recognize the failure of their inflationary policies and finally work with the Conservatives to lower the cost of living? It's time to give some breathing room to Quebecers and Canadians. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services. Mr. Speaker, our government has passed new affordability measures. Families in my riding are going to see a direct impact, like the dad who's going to be able to pay for lunch for his kid is going to be able to pay for skates, for tournaments. These are things that are going to affect Quebecers and Canadians every day. Even in my family, my uncle, my cousin are going to hunt for traditional food with help in their pockets to ensure a better quality of life. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our seniors built our country. They've paid taxes their entire lives. And some have to wait up to 8 months before receiving their OAS. That's unacceptable. There are data that's missing. There are millions of seniors who saw their files go to a new software system and things aren't working very well. Since 2015, hundreds of thousands of new bureaucrats have been hired and things aren't working. Bureaucrats are saying that training hasn't been sufficient for the new software. We need to see courage. Who in this Liberal government is going to have the courage to stand up and fix the problem for our seniors? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, obviously, if seniors have had problems with their OAS checks, that's unfortunate. The member should speak to the government and we will try to fix the problem. But listen, that's enough. We transformed an IT system. It's a huge project. We replaced software from the 1970s with new software which allows Canadians to self-manage their own files, to sign up for OAS. So, that's enough, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the fear campaigns from the opposition.
From Markham, Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, while I now sit on a different side of the House, my priority remains the same, standing up for my constituents and making sure their concerns are acted on. Last fall, I held a crime prevention town hall in Markham, Unionville. What I heard clearly and repeatedly was concern about auto thefts and home invasions and the impact these crimes have on families' sense of safety. Mr. Speaker, can the minister outline how Canada's new government is strengthening public safety and ensuring
Who's taking? You can. Yeah. Okay. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
I want to welcome my colleague to the government benches, where he's already making a real impact, Mr. Speaker. In 2024, we had an auto theft summit and created a plan, Mr. Speaker. That's right. And thanks to the dedication of law enforcement across this country and focused federal action, we are seeing a downward trend on auto thefts across this country. But on top of that, Mr. Speaker, we've presented a bail and sentencing reform, which is going to make people who commit auto theft or home invasions face serious jail time, Mr. Speaker. Right. This is serious leadership for a serious matter, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Tecumseh, Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, just last week, the Prime Minister stood at a podium in Davos in a room full of billionaires and global elites and lectured the world about
From the top, please.
Picking up from where I left off, Mr. Speaker, lectured the world about honesty and naming reality. Well, here's a reality check for him. Canada now leads the G7 in food inflation. Families here at home are paying more for groceries because of Liberal policies that tax fuel, fertilizer, and food production. If the Prime Minister thinks honesty matters, will he admit today his policies are driving up food prices?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, the first thing, Mr. Speaker, is I know we want to acknowledge the members' acknowledgement of our Prime Minister's fantastic speech
right on.
at the World Economic Forum. I know Canadians were very relieved when the Leader of the Opposition said, never, ever, ever shall I or any of my ministers ever go to Davos to that World Economic Forum. You wouldn't want to run across the President of the United States or the President of Ukraine or members of the economic or any of the investors in Canada. So the
Okay, the Honourable Member for Newtecumseg-Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians wouldn't need any rebates if the Liberals hadn't driven up grocery prices in the first place. So long as they keep imposing the industrial carbon tax, the 17 cents a litre fuel tax on Canadian food production, prices will keep increasing. Conservatives are ready to fast-track bills that will reverse the highest food inflation in the G7. Will this government stand with us, introduce measures to make food affordable again, or will they keep just driving up food prices?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, despite that bluster, we're focused on affordability for Canadians. We cut taxes for 22 million of them. We cut the consumer carbon tax. We cut the GST for first-time homebuyers. And just yesterday, our Prime Minister announced the groceries and essentials benefit, putting up to $1,900 in the pockets of working families. Time to stop the obstruction. Let us build Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, food security is national security. Statistic Canada confirms food inflation has hit 6.2%, the highest in the G7. It now costs $17,600 to feed a family of four, $1,000 more than last year. With food prices rising twice as fast as in the U.S., Canadians know why. The industrial carbon, fuel, and packaging taxes drive up the cost of farm equipment, fertilizer, and trucking. Will the government move now to eliminate these taxes, boost grocery competition, and cut the red tape on farmers? Yes or no?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, that member's riding wants to know why he voted against every affordability measure that we have put forward. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, our Prime Minister announced a groceries and essentials benefit that will put up to $1,900 in the pockets of working families. Time for that member and his party to stop the obstruction, get behind us, and build Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, people in my riding across this country are tired of them taking far more money out of their back pockets than putting in their front pockets. Food banks now see 2.2 million visits every month. Food prices are rising twice as fast as when the Prime Minister first took office. The Liberals' own reports admit that fuel standard taxes at 7 cents a litre today and rising to 17 cents, hitting rural Canadians the hardest. I ask again, will the government finally act to remove these taxes, increase grocery competition, and support farmers, or will it keep forcing Canadians to pay the highest food inflation in the G7?
Honourable Minister of Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of food banks Canada welcomes the introduction of the Canada Green Groceries and Essentials benefit, calling it an important step to help people facing rising affordability pressures. While the members opposite obstruct real progress, we understand the affordability that is top of mind for Canadians, and this is going to help 12 million Canadians. That's incredible, and that's nearly $1,900 that will help additional support for families of four. That will help mothers with groceries groceries, helping them with essentials at home, and helping with their kids at school. Mr. Speaker, this is real progress and real change.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Mr. Speaker, stats can confirm what Canadians feel every single day. Life is more expensive. Fact, Canada is now leading the G7 in food inflation. Fact, food prices in Canada are rising twice as fast as they are in the U.S. Fact, nearly 2.2 million people visit food banks in Canada in a single month. Mr. Speaker, rising food prices are hitting Canadians hard. Conservatives will support legislation that cuts red tape on farmers so they and Canada can grow. The question is, will the government table it?
Yeah, way to go.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, for a party that talked about cost of living and helping families for months and months and months to stand up and fight against things that will help families, it's just kind of hard to believe. But Canadians are watching, and they're watching from the riding of that member, fighting against the very things that will help. And let me tell you what the Roots to Harvest Community Food Centre said in my riding. They said, as a community organization, we look forward to providing predictability at a time when community members are struggling to meet their day-to-day needs. That's how we are partnering with organizations and Canadians to make sure that they have the safety net they deserve, and so does her riding.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Our goal, Mr. Speaker, is to help stop the struggle. Taxes like the industrial carbon tax and the fuel standards tax are directly contributing to the rising cost of food. They're directly and negatively impacting our farmers' ability to affordably grow, produce, and transport the food we need to survive. Removing these taxes will help Canadian families afford groceries and farmers to produce them.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, will the government introduce legislation to eliminate the industrial carbon tax, eliminate the fuel standards tax, and cut red tape for farmers?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change and Nature.
Mr. Speaker, there actually was a study about the impact of the industrial carbon price on food prices, and the result was that it was about zero. So if we're going to talk about real things, let's talk about how we're going to help farmers. Let's actually talk about how the canola farmers support the clean fuel regulations. Are they standing against the canola farmers? We are there to support our farmers. We are there to support Canadians. And I hope that they will be there to support our groceries and essentials benefit, because that will be helping 12 million Canadians in all of our communities.
Yes. The honourable member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are determined to keep their industrial carbon tax, even though they know it's making food more expensive. Another new carbon tax hikes the price of gas by 7 cents a litre, with another 10 cents a litre to come. This directly jacks up the price of food. Will the government axe the hidden carbon taxes so people can afford to eat?
Great question.
Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Low-income seniors in Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke have been asking their government to take action to help fight the rising cost of groceries, and we listened. We're helping with up to $950 of food and goods for low-income single seniors with the groceries and essentials benefit. We are also tackling the root causes by developing a national food insecurity strategy to improve seniors' access to affordable, nutritious food.
Sir.
Meanwhile, the Conservatives are blocking everything we do, and they have no good reason for it, just fake news.
The honourable member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, everyone likes a check in the mail, but those checks are written on borrowed money, and they're going to have to pay it back with interest.
That's right.
And Mr. Speaker, last week we learned what these Liberals have been denying all along. For food inflation is real, and it's the worst in the G7. So while Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, a nice little check in the mail may help with a week's groceries. But it's borrowed money, and they'll have to pay it back with interest. Will the government finally do the right thing and axe the hidden carbon taxes so Canadians can have some real relief?
That's great.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, we are controlling what we can, and we are helping Canadians where they are. We have increased OAS for seniors over 75. We have protected protected OAS, ensuring it's indexed to inflation, and we just guaranteed that low-income seniors will get the help that they need to fight rising food costs with the new groceries and essentials benefit. It will buy up to $950 worth more of food for a single low-income senior, and we are also tackling the root causes by developing a national food insecurity strategy to improve seniors' access to affordable and nutritious food. And what are Conservatives doing? They're trying to block the real action that Canadians are asking for.
The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are shocked by their grocery bills. That's because Canada is seeing the worst food inflation in the G7. Paychecks can't keep up with prices, yet the Liberals are burdening our farms with fuel taxes and red tape. We need affordability from farm to table. Conservatives are ready to fast-track any bill that will reverse the highest inflation in the G7. Will Liberals immediately introduce legislation that cuts red tape and taxes for farmers?
The Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There was actually a study on the impact that industrial carbon pricing has on the cost of food, and the result of that study was that it has a 0% impact on the cost of groceries, Mr. Speaker. The number one cause of food inflation is actually climate change, Mr. Speaker, and you only have to talk to one farmer to realize that, Mr. Speaker. I recognize fully that food costs too much these days, so our government is here with the groceries and essentials benefit, a rebate that the lower income Canadians will receive 4 times a year to assist with these additional grocery prices. The Conservatives have a choice to make. Are they going to support affordability for Canadians or keep standing up for the wealthiest Canadians?
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, the need for housing and infrastructure is particularly pressing. Our government has acted by putting in place targeted investments to increase access to affordable housing, to support municipalities in their infrastructure projects, and to help build communities. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities please inform this House of the concrete measures put in place in Quebec and explain how they are improving affordability for housing and the quality of infrastructure for communities across Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Terrebonne for her question. Our government and Quebec have concluded an agreement with Build Canada Homes to accelerate the construction of housing and ensure that Quebec's priorities are being met. And with the infrastructure agreement linked to housing, almost $1 billion will be used to modernize the infrastructure necessary for development for new housing across Quebec. It's time to build. It's time to build together.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are living in fear in their own neighbourhoods as extortion runs rampant right across the country. In British Columbia alone, extortion has increased by nearly 500%, and yet the Liberals continue to ignore this crisis. So much so that just yesterday, the City Council of Surrey desperately passed a unanimous motion asking this government to take some action. No more empty announcements, no more meetings or town halls. Canadians need action. Why is this government ignoring the safety of Canadians? When will the Liberals finally work with us to bring in mandatory minimum sentences for extortion to help protect Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, extortion is a real and pressing problem in this country, and that member has an opportunity to do something about it. There are laws being debated in Parliament right now that would make it harder for people charged with extortion-related offences to be released on bail, that would result in deeper and longer sentences for people who are convicted of extortion, and would give new tools to law enforcement who are asking this House to pass the Strong Borders Act on lawful access so that they can investigate, charge, and prosecute criminals. Mr. Speaker, the thing that these different measures have in common is that the Conservative Party of Canada has been obstructing them for months. Get with the program, support these important bills, and bring extortion to an end in Canada.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, as a former police officer, I know a crisis when I see one. Extortion is out of control. Businesses and families are being threatened, shot at, and shaken down daily. Yet Liberals deny there's a crisis and are dragging their feet. Some municipalities are even asking for a state of emergency to be declared. When will this government stop their hug-a-thug policy
work with Conservatives, restore mandatory minimums, and repeal the catch and release laws, Bill C5 and C75. For crying out loud, do something about this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, through the chair. The Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Here.
Mr. Speaker, in this country, we have life in prison for extortion, and we have mandatory minimum sentences when extortion is committed by organized criminals or with a firearm, Mr. Speaker. We are taking this issue very, very seriously, Mr. Speaker. That's why I've crisscrossed across this country, finding out what is needed and where the gaps are. And, Mr. Speaker, everywhere I've gone, police enforcement agencies have asked for lawful access. That was the second measure that we brought to this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, but the Conservatives have been obstructing it every single step of the way. What do they have against catching extortionists, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, extortion is exploding and terrorizing communities across Canada, such as Brampton and Surrey. Homes and businesses are being threatened and shot at. Families are living in fear. Some residents have recently fled the country with their families in fear of their lives. This crime surge cannot become the new normal. Canadians are paying the price. Canadians deserve safety, not excuses. When will this Liberal government take real action to stop extortion, crack down on organized crime, and keep Canadians safe?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the rise in extortion-related threats, shootings and intimidation across Ontario and the Lower Mainland is a grave concern. I know how much fear it's causing in families, businesses and our communities. Our government is advancing expanded legislative powers so law enforcement has the tools they need to effectively combat extortion and organized criminal networks. Political opponents in Surrey put aside their differences to act with urgency. I'm asking the Conservative counterparts stop obstructing necessary legislation and work with us to provide practical solutions. Our communities need to feel safe at home.
That's right. The Honourable Member for Milton East, Halton Hills South.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday our Prime Minister and Minister of Finance made an historic announcement outlining concrete steps the government is taking to help life be more affordable for Canadians. Residents in my riding of Milton East, Halton Hills South support our government's ambitious plan to strengthen and diversify the economy, but they know that doing so requires both long-term investments and meaningful immediate supports. They want to know what actions our government is taking to make life more affordable, and if they can count on all members of this House to put politics aside and support affordability for Canadians.
L'Honorable Ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
My colleague for a great question, Mr. Speaker. In fact, yesterday was an historic moment where we supported Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I can hear the Conservative. They're so happy they're going to put that in the householder, Mr. Speaker. They're going to say to Canadians that now a family of four, Mr. Speaker, will receive $1,890 more to meet the moment, Mr. Speaker. I know the Conservatives in their heart know this is good. They're going to put that in their householder. We're going to help them, Mr. Speaker. Let's build Canada strong together.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, to start the year off on the right foot, I'd like to... the member for Markham still owes me $100, so I can't close off my budget for the Conservative Christmas party because he hasn't paid that debt. The member knows that for a question to be considered pertinent, we can't refer to another member, only to government business. So I will give the member a second try because he's a new member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 10 years of chaotic and inflationist Liberal management, the cost of housing has more than doubled in Canada. Yes, you heard right, it's doubled. In Beauce, one family out of five can't afford their rent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when are the Liberals going to stop feeding inflation? When are they going to work with us and finally deliver a real plan for affordability? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, there's still good news. I know that my Conservative friends need good news. I have good news for my friend. For farmers in Beauce, Mr. Speaker. yesterday's announcement there's going to be structural measures, they'll be happy. I spoke with the president of the UPA to ask how we could increase food security in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We're going to work with our farmers. We're going to work with people in the agriculture sector. We're going to work with distributors. We're going to ensure that we have food security across the country, and it's going to mean good news for people in Beauce.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats just returned from Rankin Inlet, where we witnessed the challenges facing Canadians in the north. We heard stories of 12, 15, 17 people living in a two-bedroom home, of folks on housing wait lists for decades, of extreme food prices from $15 for onions to $28 for orange juice, where there is no hospital, not enough jobs, and unreliable internet. People are experiencing similar issues in communities across Canada. When is this government going to take real action to address them?
Here, here. Excellent question. The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians living across the country are going to be benefiting from our new Canada Groceries and Essential Benefit. This includes people in Northern and Arctic Canada. This means a family of 4 will receive $1,890 this year. This is significant in the North. This is in addition to increases in the child tax benefit. It's an increase to the National School Food Program, $10 a day daycare. We're taking steps to reduce the cost of living in the North, and we'll continue to work with Northerners to do so.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Nunavut are seeking reassurances from this government. Nunavut deserve to know how they will be engaged in keeping the Arctic secure. They deserve to be protected and to participate in their own safety. Inuit have the expertise, knowledge, and skills to do so. The federal government creates too many barriers, like not investing in housing and not feeding families, keeping them in poverty. Will the Liberals invest in the people of the Arctic so Inuit, too, can keep the Arctic secure?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we are working together with our colleagues in the Arctic. We're working together. I had the chance to meet with the Premier of Nunavut just this morning. We're discussing a holistic approach to how we're going to invest in terms of defence, our capacities. Obviously, operational needs will be important, but so will dual-use and multi-use investments as we go forward. So these are the kinds of details we're working out. I would appreciate the members' thoughtful, practical suggestions to get it right.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Lois Thompson, Premier of Prince Edward Island. I would also draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable John Mayne, Premier of Nunavut. He is accompanied by several cabinet ministers for Nunavut, the Honourable George Hicks, the Honourable Craig Similac, the Honourable Annie Tatwini, the Honourable Janet Pitsiulak Brewster, the Honourable Cecile Nilvana Lial, the Honourable David Akieak, the Honourable Brian Kunu, and the Honourable Gwen Healy Hayrock. And that obviously concludes question period, and we will move on to orders of the day in one moment once members who wish to leave have had a chance to do so rapidly and silently. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming consideration of an opposition motion concerning Canadian economic sovereignty, standing in the name of Mrs. Stubbs.
Resuming debate as soon as members who do not wish to stay leave quickly and quietly. Thank you. We are resuming debate with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know a lot of members are sticking around because they're excited for the speeches after question period, but I'll look forward to engaging on today's Opposition Day motion presented by the Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot. I would like to recognize that I'll be splitting my time this afternoon with my honourable colleague from La Salle, Imard Verdun, and he's an exceptional member, and I'll look forward to his remarks after mine. Mr. Speaker, this is a Opposition Day motion that the Conservatives have put forward calling for legislation to be called the Canada Sovereignty Act, and then laying out a series of considerations in what they would like to see in that said act. I think it's important for Canadians to understand at home, though, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have not done their homework. They haven't come to Parliament prepared. They haven't shown up in the House of Commons to actually introduce a piece of legislation. They have, on a piece of paper, put together a few thoughts, and I would argue a number of thoughts that are actually not comprehensive to the work that is expected not only of parliamentarians but of major political parties here in Canada. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to start by recognizing this is not legislation. We heard questions from the House today from opposition members calling and talking about legislation they had put before the House. There is nothing of the like, Mr. Speaker, so it's important that we start on that premise. The Conservatives do have a little bit of work to sharpen their pencil to show up in this place with actual legislation in place and not just half-baked ideas. Second thing, but let us take a look at actually what they have put on paper and the areas where I'll give them some credit and some areas where they're just blatantly missing, I think, very important elements. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would think many Canadians would agree that in this environment, economic sovereignty is absolutely connected to defense and defense sovereignty. I have behind me on my back shoulder the former member, the Minister of Defense, the current Minister of Global Affairs. She would tell this House, having been experienced in that role, that we absolutely have to invest in the Canadian Armed Forces. She was a great champion in her time in that portfolio. She continues to support the Minister of Defense and is continuing to do that work globally today. That is exactly why we are spending $81 billion over the next 5 years, Mr. Speaker, to rebuild our Canadian Armed Forces. Now, my honourable colleague from Oakville grew up in Kentville, but she also spent time at 14 Wing Greenwood. And I know she would agree with me that when we think about the men and women who serve in our Canadian Armed Forces, in the Royal Canadian Armed Forces, the Royal Canadian Air Force, that those investments that matter for our men and women in uniform are absolutely crucial. Not one mention from the Conservative Opposition Day motion about the importance of defense as part of our economic security in this country, economic sovereignty, Mr. Speaker. That is a blatant error, I would say, that the Conservatives haven't really thought through. It is something that we have moved on. We are increasing long overdue pay increases for the Canadian Armed Forces. This matters at Aldershot. This matters at 14 Wing Greenwood. The honourable member from Acadianapolis, he and I are working with the Minister of Defence on identifying additional housing in the Annapolis Valley. We think this is important not only for our Canadian Armed Forces members, but also the broader community in the Annapolis Valley. This is something we'll have more to say on in ahead. Mr. Speaker, how about trade diversification? Again, the Minister of International Trade, our Minister of Global Affairs, the entire government has had a deep focus on building international trade. Not one single mention in the Conservative Opposition Day motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, we recognize fully that the partnership we have established with the United States, with the economic cooperation that we've had for many decades, has been beneficial to both countries. And we will continue in earnest to make that case to the U.S. administration, to be able to make sure that we can secure our continental economic free trade agreement. But make no mistake, Canadians elected this government on building trade relationships around the world, and that is what the Prime Minister and his ministry have been doing, Mr. Speaker. Our Liberal team has been building trade relationships around the world. I can point to the United Arab Emirates, $70 billion worth of a sovereign wealth fund that is going to be focused on investing here in Canada. The minister, again, I keep referencing my honourable colleague behind me, but she has ties to Nova Scotia. She's going to be headed to India in a few weeks, Mr. Speaker. One of the largest consumer markets in the world, a democracy, a country that, notwithstanding, we have not always had agreement fully. Mr. Speaker, this government believes we have to focus on the pragmatic and cooperative elements of what we can do to focus on enhancing our trade relationships. Mr. Speaker, we were also in China in the new year to establish a trade arrangement. This is not a free trade agreement, of course not, Mr. Speaker, but it's to resolve existing tariffs, to be able to make sure that Canadian farmers and seafood harvesters in Atlantic Canada have access back to that market. Not a single word from the Conservatives this week, Mr. Speaker. They don't really want to talk about how important that is for $5 billion worth of export markets for Canadian farmers, particularly in the prairie provinces for canola, the reestablishment of beef market access, the ability for Canadian farmers on peas, almost $600 million a year to that Chinese market, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I asked Conservative members earlier today whether or not they even support the government's work to remove those tariffs. No response. They are not making clear what their position is. Our position is very clear, Mr. Speaker. Part of our economic sovereignty in this country has to be to diversify our trading relationships. That is what we're doing. Not a single word in the Conservative Opposition Day motion. Again, not a bill before this House. A few lines on a piece of paper. The member from Battle River Crowfoot hasn't done his work. But, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about farmers. We heard a lot of questions in the House about farmers, but I'm going to remind my honourable colleagues from the opposition, they had their moment in April to talk about farmers. And in fact, when the honourable member from Kelowna mentioned farmers 3 times in her question, that is 3 times more than what the Conservatives had in their own platform in April. They had an opportunity to put forward what their vision was concretely for farmers in this country, Mr. Speaker. Not a single word. And I'll remind my own farmers in Kings Hants, Mr. Speaker, and farmers across this country that the Liberal platform was comprehensive. We included measures around increasing business risk management tools, agri-marketing, for example, and I'd like to highlight the $224,000 that this government is supporting the Nova Scotia fruit growers to help establish markets around the world, Mr. Speaker. This is but some of the examples of what we're doing to work concretely. In addition to what I just talked about around the trade arrangement with China, that is absolutely fundamental to Canadian farmers, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives love to beat their chest on this. Not a whole lot of actual pen to paper about what their policies would be, except continuing to talk about any type of environmental policy as just being problematic in the country, instead of highlighting, for example, that the Minister of Environment did in question period, that our biofuel policy in this country, Mr. Speaker, is actually good for Canadian canola farmers. So the members of Parliament that represent these areas in Western provinces who are actively arguing against policies that support their own communities have to ask themselves, why are they doing this? Why are they acting against the interests of their own farmers, their own communities, where this is an environmental policy that actually benefits rural Canada? Mr. Speaker, this is what I find perplexing. But I do have some good news for my Conservative colleagues, Mr. Speaker. The elements that they are talking about around reducing red tape, fast-tracking national projects, focusing on building a resilient Canadian economy, focused on tools to drive additional investment in this country, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan for that. In fact, it's before this House. It's called the budget, and it's called Bill C-15, which is the Budget Implementation Act. And what I would say is there is a lot of very important measures there, including what is called the super deduction. This is around businesses being able to expense capital expenditures in a year as opposed to multiple years, which is an important tax measure to drive productivity. We actually are focused on putting the lowest marginal effective tax rate in the G7 into place. This is all residing in legislation that is before this House. The Conservatives and frankly all members on the opposition side have to ask themselves, why are we slowing down this progress when the government has measures to be able to drive the economy forward, to be able to do some of the things that the Conservatives, in the few elements that they do have, I think would agree with the government measures. So let's get to it, Mr. Speaker. Let's move forward. Let's be able to focus on that. Last couple things I'm going to say. I have about 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, I believe, to my About a minute and a half. Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping for a new year. I'll have to send you a better Christmas card next year to get that extra 30 seconds. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to finish in my last minute on this. We have an MOU with Alberta to be able to focus on driving natural resource development, to be able to work on reducing red tape, but also to make sure that is done in conjunction with Indigenous people, that we actually have commitments around industrial carbon pricing to reduce emissions, to make sure that we have that as a competitive lens in terms of what we are doing. No mention of artificial intelligence, Madam Speaker. Again, we want to talk about what is going to be revolutionary in the global economy. The expectation is that by 2035, artificial intelligence will contribute $15.7 trillion to the global economy. Not a single mention in the Conservatives' economic plan about how the government harnesses that opportunity. I see I'm at my end of my time. I can't wait for questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Near the end of the Honourable Member's speech, he spoke about the MOU with Alberta, and we know that Alberta has actually identified some of the very pieces of legislation that are listed as ones that we want to effect through the Sovereignty Act as being impediments to moving projects forward. My question for the Honourable Member is, why can't we have both? Why do we have to choose between what he calls a liberal vision and a conservative vision? Why can't we have both the major projects and also repeal these things that are getting in the way of building Canada for our next generation?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker now, look, that member represents a riding in Vancouver Island. My question to her and her constituents, would she not like to see a thoughtful approach in terms of the resource development? Because I probably can assure her, and I'm sure if I went to her riding, that her constituents would expect that, yes, we are moving forward on important resource development in this country, but we're being smart about what it means for BC coastal communities. We're being smart in terms of engaging with Indigenous First Nations. Not a single word in the Conservative proposal before the House here today. So we're willing to take smart ideas from the Conservatives where they have them, but we have legislation before that will actually drive projects of national significance, that will balance the natural resource development that this government believes needs to happen. But I'm sure her own constituents would come to her in a very sensitive environmental area in the Vancouver Island that would expect a balance about how we drive this forward. Why doesn't she see the benefit in that? She represents those actual stakeholder interests that I would expect she would see in this government proposal.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I listened intently to the words by the Parliamentary Secretary, and it was pretty impressive to hear, because I do believe that we can be very thoughtful in this place. It was interesting because the Leader of the Official Opposition did send the Prime Minister a letter to say that we could cooperate, but it seems that their approach remains to be exactly the way it always was, that either it's the way they want it done, but not really to be constructive and productive. I've received several emails from constituents within the riding of Waterloo suggesting that, echoing, I guess, the words of Jamie Moore, to say to the Conservatives that anger cannot be the solution, that cannot be the only approach. There has to be thoughtful debate and dialogue, and that Canadians do expect action. So I would like to hear from the member what he's hearing from constituents as to how can we better serve them. What are some of the things the government is doing? Has anything changed really with the Conservative Party? Because we know that this is not the party of our parents and grandparents, that's for sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Secretary to the Prime Minister.
The good members of good people of King's Hants, Madam Speaker, for about 72 or 78 years voted for Progressive Conservatives. It was a consistently blue riding, but it was a riding that was a moderate Progressive Conservative party. And that tradition still continues, Madam Speaker. I identify as a blue Liberal, I identify as a business Liberal. And what my constituents increasingly say is that they don't recognize the type of party and the politics that we're seeing from the federal Conservatives. Now, we'll take good ideas from all sides of this House. There are honourable members on the other side that I think contribute to the debate in this place in a responsible, reasonable manner. But increasingly, we see, particularly from the Leader of the Official Opposition, and this will be an interesting week for him in terms of the membership voting in Calgary about what type of mandate they may give him moving forward. But people in King's Hants increasingly want to see a party and the type of politics that are about bringing people together, that are about finding solutions, that are about being reasonable, nuanced in our public policy. And increasingly what I see from perhaps the leadership of the Conservative Party, if not the backbench of the Conservative Party, is not a really nuanced and thoughtful approach. If they're serious about winning back ridings like King's Hants, they should actually try to find a way to be that way. If they want to continue down this path, it'll be very beneficial for myself and the Liberal Party to continue to hold the seats like King's Hants, because people expect moderate and not extremes in their politics. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my friend can provide his thoughts in regards to, here we have a motion today that is, in essence, the Conservative platform from the last election. We know how Canadians voted in the last election, and if he can just give his thoughts in terms of a comparison of the Liberal platform versus the Conservative platform.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
What I would say, Madam Speaker, I go back to where I started in my remarks in the speech, is this is not an actual piece of legislation. We've heard Conservative members reference the Canada Sovereignty Act. As far as I know, and I'd have to check with the table officers, but there's not actually been a piece of legislation tabled before this place. The Conservatives have simply put principles on a piece of paper and suggested that the government should introduce that. And what I've reminded, hopefully, Canadians at home and my own fellow parliamentarians is that the measures that the Conservatives are talking about around reducing red tape, advancing major national projects, focusing on economic resiliency. We have that is both in the budget, that is in the Budget Implementation Act, but I have highlighted, I hope, a number of areas that the Conservatives have not been thoughtful with respect to their policies today. Nothing on trade diversification, nothing on the future of artificial intelligence, what it means, nothing on hard defence in terms of investments in the Canadian Armed Forces and where they stand on that policy, nothing as it relates to some of the actual concrete investments in farmers. Again, they like to mention farmers, but there hasn't been really concrete policy about what they would do for Canada's farmers. We have a plan for that. That matters for folks in King's Hants. And the last thing I'll say, Madam Speaker, is what we've introduced is a national food security strategy, which I look forward to talking about later.
Is way out of time. I'm sorry, and I was distracted. Resuming debate, the Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire du Ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. During the last election, we made a clear promise to Canadians. Make Canada an energy superpower. Since the very beginning, we are working for this objective with major projects for clean and conventional energy throughout the country. We made this promise because Canada is a country of builders and explorers, whether it be hydroelectricity in Quebec or conventional energy in Alberta. Canada has the natural resources the world needs. Making Canada an energy superpower will create jobs, raise wages and salaries, and bring opportunities to communities throughout our country. It will strengthen our economy to face global uncertainty and American tariffs. From the outset, we passed the Building Canada Act and created the Major Projects Office. The goal was clear: to accelerate the construction of major projects. Since then, 11 major projects have been submitted to this office. This includes the Port of Montreal expansion project, which is now expected to begin construction this year. It includes critical mineral projects that will strengthen our national security, such as the Nouveau Monde graphite mine in Quebec, the Sisson mine in New Brunswick, and the Foran copper mine in Saskatchewan. It includes LNG Canada 2 and Xilisims projects, which represent some of the largest private investments in Canadian history. It includes clean energy projects that will provide reliable and affordable energy, such as the Iqaluit Hydro Project in Nunavut and the North Coast Hydroelectric Transmission Line in British Columbia. Together, these projects represent $116 billion in investments in our economy and will support more than 68,000 jobs across Canada. The work is essential to make Canada an energy superpower, but this is only the beginning. Our government plans to accelerate the approval and construction of all infrastructure, energy, and natural resource projects. That's the reason for which we are implementing the one project, one assessment approach. We're eliminating duplication between federal and provincial assessments. We've already signed environmental assessment cooperation agreements with 3 provinces and are within reach of finalizing 2 more. Our goal is to sign agreements with all provinces to accelerate project construction, unlock major investments, and create jobs throughout Canada. And we won't stop there. In the coming months, our government will table our electricity strategy, which will generate billions of dollars of investments in clean Canadian electricity and our electricity grid. What's more, we will table our nuclear energy strategy, which will develop major nuclear projects that will provide even more clean and reliable energy to Canadians. This will create jobs in communities from coast to coast to coast, will increase wages and salaries for Canadian workers, and will build a stronger and more resilient economy. To compete with American tariffs, we need to play our best cards. Our energy and natural resources are essential cards for building a prosperous country in an uncertain world. Making Canada an energy superpower does not simply stop at our borders. It's not only about accelerating projects here at home, but also about diversifying our exports. In a world where tariffs are imposed upon us by our closest trading partner, diversification has become a necessity. Diversifying our exports increases our resilience, strengthens our industries, and protects our jobs. Diversification allows us to build a strong economy with good jobs and good wages and salaries for Canadians. Over 6 months, our government has signed 12 trade and security agreements on 4 continents. The Minister of Energy and Natural Resources is now in India to promote the expansion of our trade relations and attract even more investment in Canada. That is our plan to make Canada an energy superpower. First of all, accelerate the construction of infrastructure and natural resource projects. Secondly, unlock major investments in clean and conventional energy. Thirdly, diversify our exports to strengthen our economy. This must be done in partnership with Indigenous peoples also. Our government will always act pursuant to the constitutional rights of First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. That's the reason for which one of the government's first actions was to double the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program. Reconciliation must be at the very heart of our work and our efforts to build major projects, because the best projects are those that benefit everyone.
By working together with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples, we can make Canada an energy superpower. Canada can become a reliable energy supplier in a world in turmoil, because we have the resources that the world needs. We have the talent to build a prosperous economy, and we have the values that unite us. In the coming months, we'll go further and we'll be even more ambitious, because Canadians deserve it. We're building a strong Canada with good, well-paying jobs for our workers. We are able to accomplish all of this while continuing to fight climate change, a theme that we never hear mentioned by our friends across the way. And our goal of being carbon neutral by 2050 continues to stand. The Conservatives' proposal would weaken Canada. Their proposal to eliminate all environmental assessments would take us back to the days of Prime Minister Harper, when projects were blocked in court and nothing got built, even if there wasn't any regulation. The Conservatives' proposal would increase uncertainty and hurt investment at the worst possible time, at a time when we need to build a strong and resilient economy. Our government's collaborative approach is already speeding up the construction of major projects, and our one project, one review agreements will accelerate things even more. Our electricity and nuclear energy strategies will unlock major investments in our energy sector. And we're going to leave a clean future for our kids. Nothing about that in the Conservatives' motion. And our work on the international stage is diversifying our markets to strengthen our economy. That's how we're making Canada an energy superpower. That's how we are building a strong Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member opposite, the parliamentary secretary, said Conservatives don't talk about climate change. Well, government scientists said the disaster that happened in my riding in December was related to climate change. I've been in this House for many years, beating my head against the table, asking the government for a response to protect the breadbasket of British Columbia, to protect the critical supply chains that run through my riding, to protect the second largest airport, a border crossing. And all I've received from this government is crickets on an area that is completely related to Canada's ability to export to foreign markets. When will this government take the issues of Sumas Prairie, Abbotsford, and the flood infrastructure needed to protect Canadian exports, protect Canadian agriculture, and provide some semblance of security for the farmers and people that call this place home? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it's sad what happened in the member's writing, but I'm very confused by his position. He is the first Conservative member I've heard mention the word climate change. And you know that the long-term strategy to fight climate change is carbon neutrality, to get to net zero, which this government is staying steadfast to meeting by 2050. The proposal for the Conservative today would actually be an unbridled race to maybe there's nothing mentioned about net zero in their proposal. It actually removes a whole bunch of legislation that could actually help us attain net zero. So I feel for the member and the situation in his writing. I think from a long-term perspective, we have to fight climate change and get to net zero, and happy to discuss with the member what else we can do to help the farmer in the immediate time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a lot of respect for my colleague who sits with me on the Natural Resources Committee, and I'd like to take advantage of his expertise. It's surprising that the Conservatives are reaffirming Canada's sovereignty by proposing more oil and gas infrastructure. Why, Madam Speaker? And my colleague might be able to speak to this. Why? Well, because the big players in the oil sector in Alberta, for the most part, belong to American companies. They're going to have to explain how you can strengthen our sovereignty and get away from the Americans by supporting American companies. Maybe my colleague can speak to that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, Madam Speaker. Well, to a certain point, I see where he's coming from, and I'm perplexed by the proposal before us today. And I think this is maybe where I differ a little bit with my colleague, but in my speech I spoke about both clean and conventional energy. The government wants to develop both. We think we can develop both, but in order to develop both, but respect our agreements to fight climate change, we need to have a certain framework associated with that. And so I think that, my colleague didn't say it, but I think he would agree with me that there's a proposal that I've already seen from a certain party on the other side of the border where you would get rid of all regulations and regulation, and that's how we'll build an economy for the future. But here in Canada, we don't believe in that. We believe that we can build a strong country and be responsible at the same time and maintain our carbon neutral commitments. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Compton Stansted. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, first of all for his speech and his words, but also for his incredible collaboration on the files that we're working on together. He's an amazing partner, so I'd like to thank him for that. And now, he knows it very well, and you know it as well, Madam Speaker. I come from a region in Quebec that depends on natural resources and energy. So I'd like to ask my colleague to speak a bit more about how rural areas are key partners in this new energy policy that we have in our government. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in about 10 seconds. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I have the great privilege as Parliamentary Secretary for Energy and Natural Resources to spend a lot of my time focused on critical minerals, and I'm lucky to work with stakeholders in rural areas across Canada. And we know that the production of energy and the extraction of mining resources, and obviously, we have run out of time, unfortunately. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, it's good to be back in this place after some time away at home in the community. Time made longer by, I think, a government that took an extended break from doing what Canadians expected, which is what we're here to talk about. And I do wish you a Happy New Year, Madam Speaker, but I can't say the same for all Canadians who I think over the past number of weeks have watched what's becoming known as a reckless world tour unfold, one without a clear worldview at a moment where our relationship with the U.S. is uncertain and fragile, if I'm being polite. And at a time when Canadians are looking for reassurance about their jobs, about their future, about the country's resilience, they are instead giving confusion and mixed signals and growing insecurity, and most of all, a growing distance between words and outcomes. So we come here to this House to hold the government accountable and advocate for better policies and serve Canadians in a fight for a country that we all love. And it comes as no newsflash to anybody that this country is under threat. Our sovereignty is being menaced, not just by somebody south of the border, but also by a range of hostile actions and nations from all across the world. And we'd like to think that our government would stand up to these threats and make our nation safe and secure. In fact, that is the first job of any government. But what if the record of the Liberals over the last decade stands in direct contradiction to doing just that? 10 years of choices have steadily eroded Canada's strength and independence, leaving our country less self-reliant and more exposed over a full spectrum of national capacity. That's military, it's political, it's economic, it's diplomatic. And in moments of global uncertainty, leadership isn't measured by the words spoken abroad, but it's about the resilience that we build here at home. And I can stand here and exhaust my time, far more than that, cataloging this government's failures, from allowing foreign interference to take root in Canada, to leaving our citizens exposed to intimidation by terrorist-led organizations, or keeping critical minerals in the ground beneath our feet, which the world urgently needs to get to other markets. But Canadians don't need another inventory of failure. We've been there. They live with those consequences every single day, and they're seeing them right now more than ever. And it is the same Liberal members that created these things, the very people that insisted that they were good for Canada, doubled down time and time and again and called others names for just merely raising the concern over the last decade of what Canada didn't do. They're now insisting that they're the ones to fix it. But here's their big idea on an action plan to fix these problems. It's another speech, it's another press conference, it's another committee study, a report back after it got more out of control, another Band-Aid, perhaps another project office. Whatever it is, tends to be just words. And I see members today patting themselves here on the back about a speech the Prime Minister gave in Davos last week. And as somebody who has written many, many speeches, I give him credit where credit is due. But here's where we diverge on opinion. And this was before the public and private climb downs that we're now hearing about. They view the speech as an announcement or a proclamation, and they view that as the solution. And these things aren't actually solutions. They are stepping stones. They are meant to communicate an idea, but it is not the actual action. But one grand speech from the Prime Minister can't erase a 10-year legacy that has left our country's voice diminished and nearly meaningless in the face of global threats that we're facing today. And the platitudes from the pundits and the chattering classes will not put food on people's tables, they will not build pipelines, they will not create jobs, or they will not leave us an ounce more independent than we were previously. And yes, saying the right words means nothing when you won't do the right things to match them. Or at least that was the talk then. You see, I agree with the Prime Minister when he says that Canada should rely more on itself, reduce its vulnerabilities, work with its partners who share our interests. These things are things that I think everybody in this House agrees on. And it's things that Conservatives have been saying for over a decade. In fact, they're the things that we've been talking about doing for nearly a year now since he became Prime Minister. He wants to, quote, build, baby, build. He wants to, quote, invest more and spend less. He wants to make our, quote, our country, quote, an energy superpower. Or like whatever the latest tagline is, we agree in theory with those things. And since those words were spoken first, there's nothing of substance that has followed. They remain carefully crafted, slogans designed for a speech rather than a plan, and there's no clear path forward. There's no timetable, and there's no meaningful detail outlining what the Prime Minister intends to do, or when he intends to do it. And I know that I'll hear more as I split my time with the member from Nanaimo. And what's worse is our deficit has gone up, not down. We haven't built a single mile of new pipeline, or even cleared the path for it. The biggest achievement right now is an office that has added more bureaucrats. In fact, 96% of what that office has spent has been $1 million on hiring bureaucrats, and not a single new project is even close to an approvals process. So here's where we're challenging the Prime Minister to do. We want him to put his money where his mouth is. And we said that we would help him do that. We want him to make this country better. So let's stop talking about it and start doing it. There's a piece of legislation, there's a plan right here in front of us in this House of Commons to consider. It's the Conservatives' Canadian Sovereignty Act. It's a blueprint for an action plan that the Prime Minister seems to be missing. And there's 3 main points in it. First, it would restore Canada's standing as a competitive, resource-producing nation by dismantling the laws that actively impede the development. The same laws that we helped him give himself the power to override when we helped him pass C5. He has extraordinary powers now, and there are still things in the way, and we're offering him that same goodwill in this House to speed this up. Measures like C69 have layered excessive paperwork and duplication onto the approvals process, and he knows that. He's slowing projects without delivering a public benefit. That's exactly what that bill does. Repealing the industrial carbon tax, the emissions cap, the EV mandate, and the plastic bans would remove the unnecessary burdens that our industry has to compete on the global market with, and who can't. And the Prime Minister knows that as well. That's why he gave himself excessive powers to clear the path for resource projects. So I invite him to give him excessive powers where we could repeal all of this, and we would help him do it today. Second, a truly competitive economy has to reward those who commit their labor and their capital in this country. In Canada's success, the Canadian Sovereignty Act would do exactly that by introducing a reinvestment tax credit, which eliminates the capital gains on profits invested in the Canadian economy. This would encourage domestic investment, strengthen productivity, and keep capital working here at home. And third, the Act would finally remove the long-standing internal trade barriers, which he stood at a microphone and said were gone. This costs our country $200 million a year, and they are still very much there. Just because you say they're not there at a microphone doesn't mean they're not there. And finally, the Act would safeguard Canadian innovation and intellectual property from being appropriated by foreign competitors, particularly those with the economic and security interests that don't align with ours. And we saw plenty of that in the last week. We can do this all right now and support sovereignty. And everything in this bill translates to more jobs, more prosperities, and by virtue, a better economy and more money in the pocket of every single Canadian. And what's more is that these are the things that the Prime Minister in the past said that he wanted to do. So it is our job to help him do exactly that. And if he would adopt this plan, I think we would get to moving a lot quicker. We would have shovels in the ground. We would have more money in the pockets of Canadians. It isn't that complicated. When you say that you're going to do something from a podium or in a speech, you should work to act on that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And obviously, I would disagree wholeheartedly, virtually on most of the points that the member has expressed. What she just finished talking about was a Conservative election platform that Canadians outright rejected in the last election. And contrary to the misinformation, we have a Prime Minister that has been aggressively looking at expanding trade opportunities, exports for Canadian businesses, both small, medium, and large. At the same time, Madam Speaker, literally bringing in hundreds of millions going into billions of investment. He's been the Prime Minister since April the 28th, Madam Speaker, when we had the last election, along with 70 new members of Parliament. This government is committed to building Canada strong. Our actions, whether it's legislation, budgetary measures, is fulfilling our campaign platform. Why would we want to put it in reverse?
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, I would just like to remind all of those watching at home that it is this member that stood in that seat for 10 years and completely reversed himself after the election, instilling the policies that, yes, we ran on in the last campaign. So what we're asking him is to go a little further and instead of talking about them at a podium, actually get them done for Canadians. Canadians are waiting and they don't have much longer.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Moncton. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Welcome back to the House. This is the first time that I've risen to speak so far this year. I wish you a good session. This is a motion to restore Canada's sovereignty faced with the United States. But members of the New Voice Alliance, who represent oil sands production, are owned by foreign companies, 60% by Americans. These companies made profits of $131 billion. $69 billion were distributed to American shareholders, and they want to talk about sovereignty. The member for Thornhill.
I remind the member that this country has what everybody wants beneath the ground. We have critical minerals, oil and gas, the smartest people in the world to get that out, and all we have is a government standing in the way of all of that. And yes, I would like Canada to be more resilient, and I would like Canada to be more sovereign. And the best way to do that is to give the world what God gave us.
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to also just send some friendly New Year's wishes, and I hope the 2026 season treats her and her loved ones and all constituents and Canadians well. I listened intently to the members' comments, and I think today's debate has been an interesting one. I know that we use references to the government under the leadership of Prime Minister Stephen Harper when it's convenient, and then I know when members on this side use that example, Conservatives say, well, that was decades ago. And I think, we do need to recognize that sometimes actions do take time before we can reap some of the benefits or the challenges that come with them. And so I think when the member refers to just Canada's reputation on the international stage, I would like to also just like to hear the member's comments as to why Canada does not have a seat on the Security Council, because it was under the decade of darkness the first time we lost that seat in a decade. And I do just believe, because I think when certain members talk about cooperation, that this member is one of those ones that wants to see her constituents and Canadians succeed. I want to see the same for the riding of Waterloo. So I would just like to hear from her what her comments are on that, and if she agrees with former Cabinet Minister James Moore's comments that the Conservatives do need to have a real plan and anger can't just be their platform. Thank you.
Member for Thornhill.
I will extend wishes to my friend across the aisle for a Happy New Year and a Happy New Year to her constituents. When it comes to Canada's voice on the world stage, there is no question that over the last decade, we have lost the moral authority. We have let terror cells create a home, laundering money in our own country, intimidating our own citizens. We have lost our principles. Like, foreign policy comes with moral clarity. And we have lost all of that under successive Liberal prime ministers. And I would love the days of Stephen Harper back when it comes to foreign policy, when this country was respected.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Last week in Davos, the Prime Minister outlined his vision to restore Canada's position as a leading middle power in the world. In the prequel to that speech last October, he reminded a room full of young Canadians that it will take time and sacrifice to realize that vision. In both speeches, the Prime Minister framed the hardship we will face in Canada to realize that vision as unavoidable, temporary, and noble. He promised to always be straight about the challenges we have to face and the choices we must make as a country. So the promise of the Prime Minister's Canada appears to be this: things are going to be hard now, but worth it in the long run. That if we just hold on, the future will be better. We'll be an energy superpower, diversified abroad and strong at home. This message has gone over well with Canadians who have the assets to weather the coming storm, those seeking stability and soothing reassurance in turbulent times. But for those Canadians who don't already own a home, those who don't already have those sustaining investments, those people, and especially our youth, those people are faced with a future that keeps moving further away. For them, the struggle is not about great power rivalry or global supply chains. It's about rent that eats up more than half their paychecks, groceries that cost more every month, 2 or 3 jobs that still do not provide enough to live on. For them, Canada's become a country where doing everything right no longer guarantees stability, let alone prosperity. A place where they're being told their sacrifice is the price of global leadership, the price of a new world order. But the question that they are asking is this: order for whom? For these folks, it feels like Canada is asking them to continually give things up while asking very little of those who already have the most. They're asked to delay home ownership so asset values of current home owners can be protected. And they're asked to shoulder debt, taxes, and rising costs in the name of an abstract national good that never quite shows up in their own lives. They're being told that what they're experiencing is inevitable, the fault of global forces beyond our control. They work, they pay, they comply, and the promise of Canada feels increasingly hollow to them. Across the board, our youth are the first generation that will be worse off than their parents. And their parents are the first generation that believes their children won't be better off than them. The most dangerous divide in Canada today may be between those who are willing to accept that and those of us who are fighting tooth and nail to change it. Because when a system only works if the next generation accepts less than the last, that system is not stable, Madam Speaker. It is living on borrowed time. The Prime Minister speaks beautifully about honesty in foreign policy, about taking signs out of windows, about refusing to pretend that old systems still function as advertised. That same honesty is needed at home. Because we cannot talk about building strength domestically while an entire generation feels weaker every year. We cannot speak of resilience while young Canadians are one missed paycheck away from crisis. We cannot claim to be investing in the future while systematically pricing that future out of reach. We are told that Canada must be outward-looking, engaged everywhere, invested in everything: trade deals, partnerships, defense commitments, global leadership. But a country that is everywhere abroad and absent at home is not strong, Madam Speaker. It is distracted. Being principled does not only mean standing up on the world stage. It means standing up for the people who live here now, not just those who bought in decades ago. That is why the Conservatives have proposed the Canadian Sovereignty Act, Madam Speaker. The rhetoric in the summer and fall sessions of this House seemed to pit Liberal ideas against Conservative ones. We could have a major projects office to fast-track anointed projects, or repeal the long list of legislation that gets in the way of those same projects. Conservatives let the Prime Minister have Bill C-5, giving him the chance to show Canadians through his major projects office that his big ideas about big government would do the trick for Canadians. But the Prime Minister's words are moving faster than his work, turning the major projects office into another bottleneck to prosperity. After announcements in September, October, and November referring 2 tranches of projects to the NPO, we've heard nothing. Referring a project to the NPO does not mean that it's been approved, and none of the potential projects of national interest have actually emerged from the black box of the NPO to be formally recognized by Cabinet as such, which means that they're not yet, in fact, exempt from the federal laws holding them back. This is where our Canadian Sovereignty Act comes in, Madam Speaker, getting government out of the way by repealing the federal laws that block development, incentivizing the provinces to fully open their market to fellow Canadians, rewarding those who reinvest in the Canadian economy to stop the flight of capital from our country, and ensuring continued Canadian ownership of Canadian innovations. Because we don't have to choose, Madam Speaker, and we shouldn't have to choose. We should be able to have a major project office and get government out of the way for the rest of us. Younger Canadians are not asking for special treatment. They are asking for a fair deal, for a country that does not require them to sacrifice indefinitely so existing wealth can be preserved untouched, for policies that recognize housing is a place to live before it is an investment, for a government that recognizes that security starts with food security at the grocery store. That economic strength is measured in whether people can build a life, not just on whether capital can move freely in global markets. And so, with the Canadian Sovereignty Act, Conservatives have taken the sign out of our domestic window on behalf of those without homes, on behalf of those without investments to protect from the changing world order. Because those generations no longer believe this government's story about future prosperity. If Canada is serious about building strength at home, that strength must include our next generation. That strength must include those who are struggling, not as an afterthought, not as a talking point, but as a priority. We do not need nostalgia from the past. On that, I agree with the Prime Minister. But we do need fairness and opportunity in the present. Young Canadians are not turning away from this country. They are waiting for this country to turn back to them. If we want them to believe again, if we want them to invest their lives here, then Canada must stop asking them to carry the cost of stability in a disproportionate way. That is what living in truth looks like at home. And that is the path forward that actually lasts. And so I say again, Madam Speaker, Canadians should not be forced to choose between major projects and getting government out of the way. They should be able to have both. That is why we put forward the Canadian Sovereignty Act, and we call on all parties in this House to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Carmen?
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for an excellent speech. I've been thinking a lot about this line from the Prime Minister when he was in China, where he said, "We take the world as it is, not how we wish it would be." And I think the problem with that line and aspects of his discourse is that it ignores the capacity that we have to create the world that we want, the power that our government should have to imagine a world that isn't one in which, for instance, strategic industries are dominated by powers that are hostile to their interests. The CCP has a long-term strategy to dominate strategic interests. That's a strategy which will go beyond, for instance, the term of any president or prime minister, most likely. So in that context, we need to use the power we have to develop our own resources, to establish democratically controlled supply chains for critical commodities, including development here in Canada that will benefit our country. I wonder if the member could share if she agrees that the overly cynical or even pessimistic approach by the Prime Minister isn't warranted when we have the resources and the capacity ourselves to help establish democratic domination of these critical resources.
Wow. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I want to thank my colleague for his thoughts. I've been thinking a lot about topics like this over the past weeks. And what I think it really reflects on is the concept of agency. And that is really one of the real differences between agency is one of the real things that divides us on this side of the House from our colleagues in government on the other side of the House. We firmly believe in agency. We firmly believe, and you can see it in this concept of the Sovereignty Act, we firmly believe that if you get government out of the way, the good people of this country have the ability to build their own lives, make their own decisions, and move our economy and the Canadian dream forward. And that's where we see hope. On the other hand, our honourable members from across the aisle tend to believe in larger institutions. They tend to believe in bureaucracy, in centralized control of things. And I think that is one of the big debates that we're having in this House. And it's going to continue, I think.
Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I find this rather surprising that they're asking us to ensure Canada's sovereignty and for the government to jump in the way. And the last oil and gas project that was built was the Trans Mountain pipeline, and it cost us $34 billion. There's no oil or gas company that's ready to invest because they know in the long term it's not profitable. They don't want to invest in oil and gas infrastructure. And what's even more shocking is that when we know that 60% of big oil companies are companies that belong to the Americans. So what my colleague is saying, should we not invest in Canadian funds to allow big U.S. oil to make profits? Is that how she sees Canadian sovereignty?
Ladysmith.
Again, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. The whole thesis that the Conservatives are putting forward through this Sovereignty Act is the idea that we should stop the flight of capital outside of this country, that we should remove the barriers to investment here, the things that cause Canadians to want to invest in other countries, and help us bring that capital, bring that investment back to Canada by removing the barriers to that. So I thank the member for his question. That is exactly what we're trying to do.
Questions from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the member doesn't want to necessarily talk about the past, but sometimes the past is a reflection of what the current leader of the Conservative Party and the mentality is. You know, when I think in terms of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker, back in the day, did not progress the Canadian economy to the degree in which, in recognizing government involvement can make a positive difference, a positive outcome. Can the member explain to me one provincial government that has adopted the principle that this Conservative leader has, and that is for the government just to get out of the way? Does she not believe in national programs?
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, the very short answer.
I'll just say this, Madam Speaker. I think it is incredibly rich for the member opposite, who keeps referring to this as a new government, to look into the past to try to assume that Conservatives can't change, that we can't put forward new ideas. And from a government where we have offered to cooperate, it is especially distressing that he continues with the insults and the rhetoric, and that he's not willing to work with us on this act. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for West Vancouver, Sea to Sky Country. Madam Speaker, Canada's sovereignty is not a slogan. It's not a political formula. It's not a buzzword. And it's certainly not a partisan marketing tool. Sovereignty is a real capacity. A capacity to do what? To produce. A capacity to decide. It's also a capacity to invest and to protect national interest and to secure our collective future. It's a strategic construct, Madam Speaker. It comes with a map and a roadmap that we don't at all see in this bill. It requires institutional architecture. It requires a very clear roadmap and not going out of the predefined path. It requires vision, long-term vision from a leader. And the Conservative motion claims to be about sovereignty, but what it proposes is not a vision, and it's not a strategy. What it proposes is not a national project. It's a logic of dismantling, a policy of subtraction, sovereignty through the abolition of framework. Madam Speaker, a nation does not become strong by destroying its structures. An economy does not become competitive by removing its foundations, and modern power is not built on regulatory improvisation. International or national investors do not invest in uncertainty. National or international businesses do not grow in chaos. Projects are not carried out in instability. Investors and companies invest in clarity, in stability, in predictability, and in institutional confidence. True sovereignty is not the absence of rules, it's the ability to build capacity, industrial capacity, energy capacity, technological and digital capacity, and above all with what we know now, with AI especially, food capacity, digital, strategic and innovation capacity based on R&D. And above all, what we want for our country is resilience. And we live in an unstable world, one that is fragmented, that is ravaged by geopolitical shocks, and also with trade wars, energy tensions, technological rivalries, climate transitions, and industrial disruptions. Climate transitions, because sovereignty, Madam Speaker, doesn't just involve the current situation, the future. It cannot be developed by turning our back on our young people. And obviously what we want to leave for our children is a stable climate. And also there are industrial disruptions, and in this world, sovereignty is not built through isolation, it's built through resilience. And this involves industrial resilience, energy resilience, economic resilience, technological and strategic resilience, and food resilience as well. So modern sovereignty is not isolation like the Conservatives are proposing today. It's the ability to be autonomous within interdependency. It's the ability to cooperate without dependence. It's the ability to trade without submitting. And our government rejects the false dilemma between the economy and the environment. We're building both together. We need to take our environment into account. So we're simplifying processes, we're accelerating projects, we're reducing duplication, we're securing investment, and we're optimizing our strategies. And we're building a national industrial strategy. We're protecting Canadian innovation, we're developing our energy capabilities, and we're diversifying our trade. We're strengthening our economic sovereignty, particularly our digital and energy sovereignty. And modern sovereignty is not about returning to the models of the past. It's not about clinging to 20th century formulas. It's not about denying the transformations that are taking place in our world. No, it's about looking to the future with clarity. It's about thinking geopolitically and globally. It's thinking about energy transition. It's thinking about security and innovation, and thinking about innovation and, above all, digital sovereignty and our resilience. Modern sovereignty is the ability of a state to remain in control of its choices in a constrained world. And this requires, clearly, strategy, consistency, rigor, continuity, stability, governance, planning, and above all, vision. So, Madam Speaker, Canadian sovereignty cannot be decreed by emotion, it cannot be improvised with a slogan, and it cannot be built by destroying existing framework. It's built day after day, investment by investment, reform by reform, institution after institution, and through partnerships. And we're seeing this day after day. It's built with patience, with rigor, vision, and political courage. And these four characteristics are ones that fully describe our Prime Minister. Real sovereignty is the ability to weather crises without collapsing. It's the ability to absorb shocks and to protect citizens. It's the ability to maintain social cohesion and the ability to preserve democracy and to decide for ourselves. What this motion proposes is not sovereignty, it is political illusion, a simple promise to complex problems, an ideological response to structural issues. Canada does not need slogans, it needs strategy, it does not need ideological simplification, it needs controlled complexity. It does not need to take a step back. It needs ambition. It does not need division. It needs unity, national unity. Canadian sovereignty is not a step backward. Rather, it is a step forward. A future based on resilience, as I've said, competitiveness, innovation, sustainability, social justice, national cohesion, and democratic stability. Madam Speaker, I'll end by saying Canadian sovereignty cannot be decreed, it must be built. And that's exactly what our government is doing. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech that tried to teach us lessons, which is sometimes what we need in this House. If we put forward arguments for rigour that the Prime Minister has displayed recently, as a member from Quebec, does he agree with Mark Carney's rigour with regard to his faux pas with the Plains of Abraham? Everyone denounced that we cannot revisit history. The same Prime Minister who comes to glorify his rigour on national sovereignty, well, I think he has a history lesson to follow. Will he allow his leader to learn more about Quebec's history? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to answer this question. And I'd like to thank my colleague. We must all know about Quebec's history, but I don't think that I have any lessons to learn from this member. That being said, Madam Speaker, what I would like to say is that we're not targeting a province in particular. We won't put forward projects without social acceptability. Quebecers gave us 44 MPs, let us not forget. We represent them, we represent their history and their culture.
Commentaire, the Honourable Member. Sorry, yes. But I have to say it, and I always have trouble. Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a new riding name, although I have been through 4 elections to reach this place four different times now. So I thank the voters in Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies for sending me here again. I'd like to question the member opposite on just a really simple question, really. What is it that he and his government have against releasing Canadian resources, releasing Canadian people from developing those resources to make Canada the country that we can be? Every piece of legislation that I've seen from this government over the past 10 years restricts Canadians from getting to our resources to market. Bill C-48, the tanker ban, Bill C-69. All of these government legislation have restricted the opportunity, the wealth, and the prosperity that Canadians could be enjoying rather than having to rely on the food banks and school food programs that this government spouts as being the solution for everything when people would rather be able to afford their own groceries. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Colleagues across the way have a point in common. They have a complete false reading of our strategy. They think that we are paralysing development, but quite the contrary. Every single one of our projects and programmes is an evaluation, is a decision that is clear and that strengthens our economy. We move forward by thinking about every single element behind a decision. And that's what is empty and missing in this motion. I'm asking the opposition to revisit this. To go back to carbon pricing, it attracts investments, it creates jobs, and it makes the industry much more competitive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions of l'honorable député des Pays d'en Haut.
The honourable member for Les Pays d'en Haut. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He's an exceptional colleague. Not only that, he's an expert in AI, artificial intelligence. Could he tell us how the development of AI within Canada will allow us to have a more sovereign country, and how will this affect our national defence? 30 seconds for the honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. Very simple, I can say. It's no longer a choice. Now, AI is a full, comprehensive infrastructure. That's like electricity. We need digital sovereignty that is based on the integration of artificial intelligence so that we're not integrated into AI. We need to be integrating AI.
Order. À l'ordre. Conformément.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Elgin St Thomas London South, the Economy. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona, Justice. Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a real honor to rise today for the first time in the calendar year of 2026 to speak on behalf of the residents and constituents of West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. And I just want to wish all members in this House a very happy New Year and looking forward to working in a spirit of collaboration as we get this year underway. And very much, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that things will be different this year. And certainly things started off on the right way. I saw the shift in tone from the Leader of the Opposition in response to the seminal speech from our Prime Minister at Davos, and frankly the very gracious words that he shared, and the commitments that we've heard to pass some very important pieces of legislation for Canadians. And so, Madam Speaker, when I saw that the Conservatives today wanted to speak on the Sovereignty Act, I was very excited to see if we can have a real debate about some of the major issues that we have to grapple with to deal with the rupture in the global order, and frankly the threat that we have coming from south of the border. And among other things, how that changes how we deal with our national security when we may not be able to rely on the United States. How can we unite our nation? How can we work with provinces? How can we work better with First Nation in a spirit of partnership? How can we build our ports to access new markets? How can we buy more Canadian products? And how can we have a clear-eyed plan to not only drive prosperity today, but deep into the future? But Madam Speaker, much to my disappointment when I actually read what was in the so-called Sovereignty Act, rather than dealing with these very important issues, we're getting a rehash of the same tired Conservative policy playbook that encompasses no more than a wish list of the oil and gas industry to gut Canada's environmental protections. And rather than making Canada more sovereign and looking into the future, what they're proposing is actually going to further shackle us to the United States and a world that no longer exists. And rather than working to unite the nation, what's been proposed here is rather to bully and steamroll all those that disagree with them. And Madam Speaker, we know that this plan has failed before and would fail again, but now is not the time that we can be going down that same road and playing these fruitless games. But Madam Speaker, I think it would be helpful just to go through a number of points within this Sovereignty Act to really point out what that means. Amongst other things, this Act proposes repealing the Impact Assessment Act. For those that don't know, this is a piece of environmental assessment legislation that rationalizes the work that Canada needs to do to ensure that projects are going to mitigate the environmental impacts that they have. It allows for better First Nations consultation and in fact imposes strict timelines on government reviews of those projects. And frankly, since this legislation was brought in, the reviews of those projects have not only improved in quantity, but also improved in the efficiency. And this is because, Madam Speaker, what it replaced was the SIA 2012 legislation that was so poorly written that projects, rather than getting approved, or after getting approved, would just find their way into the courts and hung up for years and years and years. And when the Conservatives call this bill the No More Pipelines Act, I think it is really, really telling. And not only do they not want to talk about what would replace it, I mean, if you don't have any environmental assessment legislation, how would you even look at any different project? Does just everything get approved no matter what? And notably, Madam Speaker, they don't talk about any of the other major projects that we have that could really grow our prosperity. And there's no talk of things like a national electricity grid and what that could do to open up prosperity in many parts of the country, reduce electricity costs, and open up new sectors. The next act that they propose repealing is the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. This piece of legislation, which was enacted in, I think, 2018, just formalizes what has been a half-century long agreement of Canadian government after Canadian government. And Madam Speaker, it's there in place to do something very important. This is about making sure that we're protecting some of the most dangerous waters in our entire country. And Madam Speaker, when they talk about why this needs to be repealed, they always bring up the Northern Gateway project, as if this was the piece of legislation that caused that project not to proceed. But in fact, Madam Speaker, what happened is that project was so poorly put together, and the consultation with First Nations was so deficient that you had 9 First Nations challenge it in court, having it overturned. And Madam Speaker, when they're talking about if you just remove these pieces of legislation, it will open up our economy and drive our economy forward. But what they're really hoping is if we don't consider the environment at all, and if we completely put aside very real concerns that Indigenous rights holders have, we can move ahead with these projects. And Madam Speaker, the next thing that they propose taking out is the federal industrial carbon tax. This is something that's been in place in many different forms throughout our country. Actually, the first province that brought it in was the province of Alberta, and has led to tens of billions of dollars in investment in projects that have decarbonized our economy in really important growing sectors, as well as finding ways to make our products less carbon intensive, and also in many cases at the lowest possible cost. And to think that taking this away would make our economy more sovereign couldn't be further from the truth. By getting rid of this type of a mechanism, what we would do as a country is we would face a limited market access to the European Union as they bring in a carbon border adjustment, because they want their industries to be able to compete around the world. And so they have this new mechanism that they're bringing in starting this year, and they're not the only country. The UK is proposing to bring one in, Australia, Taiwan, and other countries are looking at the same. But rather what this would tie us to are countries that do not want to take action on climate. They also propose getting rid of the oil and gas emissions cap, but Madam Speaker, this is something that is not even currently in place. Next, they propose repealing or getting rid of the federal electric vehicle sales mandate. Madam Speaker, this is a mechanism that's put in place to ensure that Canadians can access electric vehicles. We see around the world the adoption rate of electric vehicles is going through the roof. We have countries like Nepal, it's 76%. China, it's 50% last year. And the big barrier that we have in Canada is that people can't access the types of electric vehicles they want to buy. And this mechanism is about ensuring that those cars are available, which also leads companies to invest in the charging infrastructure that makes it better for everybody that's adopted this technology. It's also about ensuring that not only you can buy those cars here, but that we have more and more of those cars that are manufactured here. And it's a key part, but we know this has been a key ask of several of the United States automakers to scrap this program. But that would be a big mistake and reduce the choice that a lot of Canadians are looking for right now. Next, I want to talk about how the Act wants to remove the federal plastics manufacturing prohibitions. And Madam Speaker, I think it's important to call this what this is. This is about getting rid of the ban on certain single-use plastic items that were found to be harmful to the environment and to humans. These are things like plastic bags that are finding their way on our waterways, our oceans, and our environment. How does that make our country more sovereign if we have more and more waste in our environment? Next, the Act talks about removing the federal regulatory restrictions that impede communication and advocacy by Canadian energy companies. Again, Madam Speaker, I think it's important to call this what this is. This is about removing what the so-called greenwashing provisions are, actually measures that every MP in this House voted in favor of just 2 years ago. These are measures to ensure that when a company makes a claim about their company, they have to be able to back it up with evidence. Essentially, this is to deal with false and misleading advertising. So again, Madam Speaker, I don't see how it makes our country more sovereign if we give the ability to companies to lie about the products and their services that they're putting out there. All that does, Madam Speaker, is make our country less competitive and gives an unfair advantage for companies not taking action that they say they're taking. And Madam Speaker, I understand that my time is running out. There are many things I'd like to talk about: how we can make our country more sovereign, how we can improve our national defense, how we can make sure we buy more Canadian, how we can improve our infrastructure. And I look forward to questions from my colleagues to that effect.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Sherwood, Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, just to pick up on one thing the member said. The most sensitive waters in the world, he says, in defense of Liberal Bill C-48 that blocks energy pipelines to the West Coast. A simple question. Does he acknowledge that foreign oil tankers are in the same ocean, in the same areas? Does he acknowledge that preventing exports from Canada does not prevent the presence of exactly the same ships carrying the same products in the same waters?
Honourable Member West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea-to-Sky.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that gives me the opportunity here to correct the record on something that's a myth that's been put out there by many, including the Conservative Party. For over 50 years, there's been a moratorium in place in the travel of tankers through the Hecate Strait. This is something that's been in place since 1972. There are no American tankers that are going through that area. They go outside and around Vancouver Island. Getting rid of the oil tanker moratorium is not going to mean that you'll have more American. So this is the facts that we're dealing with here, and I would just encourage my colleagues from across the way to have a look at that in more detail.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm left a bit wanting, I find, at the end of the day. I've asked many times to both Liberal and Conservative colleagues if they could explain the logic behind this motion, this idea that we should build more oil and gas infrastructure, even though we know that 60% of the big producers in Canada belong to Americans. They've made record profits in recent years. 60% of those record profits have gone to American companies. How can we envision investment in these companies as being a way to get away from dependency on the Americans and a way out of the tariff crisis? What does my colleague think of this? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Those are the facts. Many of the shareholders of the oil companies are in the United States. And we want to have greater sovereignty. So we need to look at whose interests the companies that we work with are looking out for. But we have a huge opportunity in front of us to improve our economy and to diversify our economy. And our government has a plan to be a leader in clean energy, and that's what we're going to do.
Honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and just want to thank the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country for his intervention here. It's very difficult to put it in 35 seconds, Madam Speaker, but I'm going to try. The history of environmental assessment in this country is one where we had predictable, comprehensive environmental review of projects that were in federal jurisdiction from about the mid-70s until 2012, when Stephen Harper repealed the Environmental Assessment Act that had been put in place under Brian Mulroney. Since then, we've had a very discretionary, projects-based review. I voted against C-69, by the way, because although the Alberta Premier at the time called it the Anti-Pipeline Act, I said it could be just as easily the Pro-Pipeline Act because it uses such heavy reliance on ministerial discretion as opposed to what we used to have, which was a criteria-based, predictable, if it's federal money, federal land, or federal permits are used, then you do an assessment. I think we've still got problems in this area, Madam Speaker, and I see the member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country prepared to respond.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands for the question, and I don't disagree with the premise of it. I think there's actually a lot of ways we can improve how the Impact Assessment Act operates, how it can be more predictable. And frankly, there was a lot of recommendations that came from the task force that looked into it that I think we should be looking at right now. We've seen about 5 years of this act in place. We're looking at reviewing the Fisheries Act. I think it might be time to do the same with the Impact Assessment Act.
Very brief question from the honourable member for Kamloops, Shuswap Central Lockies. Very.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll keep it as short as I can. The member spoke about bringing in electric vehicles into Canada in his speech. I spoke with a car dealer last week, and he told me his manufacturers have told him that they're not going to pay the surcharge that's going to be put on non-EVs. They just won't send them to Canada once the quotas meet.
I have to give the honourable member the opportunity to answer.
So I'll just say this, Madam Speaker. Thanks my colleague for the question here. Actually, the amount of EVs that have come have actually met the quota that we already have for this year. So this isn't a pressing issue that we have right now. But we want.
We're going to resume debate, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akiawenrak. Akiawenrak, yes. And we'll start the year off on the right foot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to participate in this debate. It's a debate that seeks to find a consensus here in this House so that we can move Canada forward to face the challenges that we see in 2026. Because, Madam Speaker, more than ever, Canada is at a crossroads, as we say. And we need to make the right decisions. We need to make sure that we protect our autonomy. We need to demonstrate our sovereignty. And we've seen this government take some steps in the right direction, and we have some other steps to suggest to them, and we hope that they will follow them. So
this debate is a goodwill proposition, is a goodwill way to address the challenges that Canada has to face in 2026.
Madam Speaker, Canada has everything. It has everything that we need. We have natural wealth that other countries would go to war to obtain. And, Madam Speaker, we need to develop our potential in a smart, respectful way. But we also need to do it in an autonomous way to make sure that Canada has autonomy when it comes to natural resources and energy, but also to make sure that we can sell those to other countries and take in the revenue from that so that we can develop the full potential of Canada and its natural resources. And that's why, Madam Speaker, our motion suggests certain actions for the government. For example, repealing Bill C-69, the Impact Assessment Act. And I would note, Madam Speaker, that 2 years ago I tabled here in this House Bill 375, which suggested that there be one evaluation for one project. One project, one evaluation, not two contradictory evaluations that are in competition with each other, but one project, one evaluation. Even the Bloc Québécois agreed with the principle of that bill at the time, but 2 years ago the Liberals voted against it. But surprise, Madam Speaker, even in the speech from the throne, the King took up our argument word for word, one project, one evaluation. So as I said earlier, the government is taking some steps in the right direction. And the next step they should take is to repeal Bill C-69. The same thing for the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. The same thing for the Industrial Carbon Tax. And why do I mention that? Because these paragons of virtue across the way keep talking about the advantages of the Industrial Carbon Tax. But, Madam Speaker, for 9 years, they called Conservatives all kinds of names, because we wanted to get rid of the consumer carbon tax. And what did the Liberals do? All of a sudden, bing, bang, boom, they flip-flopped. They got rid of the consumer carbon tax, and they got elected on that in the election. 9 years of insult, all of a sudden a flip-flop, and now all of a sudden they're saying, oh, no, the industrial carbon tax, we have to keep that in place. But it's exactly what they said for 9 years about the consumer carbon tax, and then they got rid of it. So, Madam Speaker, it's time for them to follow what they did with that tax and get rid of this other tax. There's also, we're also calling for the repealing of the federal electric vehicle sales mandate. Madam Speaker, personally, for about 2.5 years now, I've had an electric car. Yes, a Conservative can drive with an electric car, Madam Speaker. And you know what, Madam Speaker? I bought a used car, so half price. And what's even better, no debt. That's the responsible way to sell cars and to offer electric cars to people. It doesn't meet everybody's needs, but if it meets people's needs and people want to buy an electric car, well, there shouldn't be a mandate, as is currently the case. It can work. We also have some other proposals to reimburse provinces, businesses, and workers who build and invest in Canada. For example, our leader talked about this, and it's very positive. There would be no capital gains tax to allow for reinvestment in Canadian businesses. This is a great solution, and it's a solution that should be put into place. And I'm sure that my colleague from Portage Lisgar will share that point of view, and I'll be sharing my time with him. I look forward to hearing his thoughts on that. We're also going to create a Canada First reinvestment tax cut. Let's be clear, it's not a tax, it's a tax cut to spur domestic industrial activity. And Madam Speaker, will also do work to further interprovincial free trade. There are a lot of barriers between our 10 provinces. Yes, the federal government has taken down certain federal barriers, but the provinces have to be stimulated to take down their own barriers, and that's why we are calling for free trade bonuses and measures that will protect Canadian innovation. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we have options, we have steps that we've proposed, and they should be followed because we've offered our collaboration to the government. And I'm sure you'll remember, Madam Speaker, that a couple of months ago, this government passed Bill C-5. Bill C-5 was designed to change this country's approach to developing natural resource projects. It didn't go far enough. We should have gone further, but we knew that they were on the right path. That's why the official opposition offered its full support. And in C-5, we find the essence of Bill C-375, which I had moved, which the Liberals opposed, the Bloc Québécois agreed with in principle. Yes, it's in there. So the problem, Madam Speaker, is that even if some good steps have been taken, we need to fully take responsibility if we want to meet the challenges of today. The government was elected as saying, elbows up. We're going to go to the White House, elbows up. And what have we said? Seen not elbows up, we've seen thumbs up, because twice when the Prime Minister's gone to the White House, he didn't go elbows up, he ended up thumbs up with the President. And now, after a couple of days in Switzerland, he didn't talk about thumbs up. No. So, Madam Speaker, we need to make sure that actions follow words, and unfortunately the results aren't there. Bill C-5, according to the government, would allow our government to realize its full potential as an energy superpower by creating new corridors and diversifying our economy. Well, listen, those are words, those aren't actions, because, Madam Speaker, more than ever, we need to find ways to assure our sovereignty, because yes, Canada is facing major challenges, and particularly challenges with our neighbor, the United States. And Madam Speaker, we can remember what John F. Kennedy said here in this House of Commons on May 17th, 1961.
Us neighbor. History has made us friends. Economics has made us partner, and necessity has made us allies. That's what President Kennedy said here in this House of Commons in 1961. More than ever, we have to get back to this spirit. And especially today, Madam Speaker. Especially today. You know why? Because there is 2 anniversaries today that we can celebrate. First of all, Mr. Jeremy Hansen. He gets 50 years old today. Mr. Hansen,
Mr. Hansen is the Canadian astronaut who's going towards the moon on the Artemis II mission, which we're working on with the Americans. So yes, Canada can work with the Americans in a constructive way. And, Madam Speaker, you'll remember what happened in Canada. One of the great diplomatic events of our history, 46 years ago today. The liberation of 6 American hostages in Tehran. 46 years ago today, Madam Speaker, those 6 hostages were freed. We were the best friends in the world when the Americans were faced with the worst diplomatic crisis of their history because a country had let terrorists occupy the American embassy. For over 400 days, hostages were held. Canada allowed 6 hostages 6 American diplomats to remain in our diplomatic residences, including Ken Taylor, who was our ambassador. Madam Speaker, Canada has had great diplomatic success alongside the Americans. We all hope that we can go back to those days, but it's not going to happen tomorrow morning. And that's why, more than ever, we need to develop our autonomy. We need to develop our natural resources, our economic autonomy, our economy when it comes to energy. We need to develop it. And this is something that we can do with the proposals made by the Conservatives to the government today, and we all hope that the House will continue down the right path to ensure Canadian autonomy by passing this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, including his use of English, so I congratulate him for that. But my question is relatively simple. If the motion before us today is important for Conservatives and Canada, why are the Conservatives not proposing a bill because it's absolutely necessary. If the Conservatives want to move forward with their priorities, they can present a bill. This is just an opposition day motion. And why have they not mentioned the importance of our farmers, of defense in general? Because economic sovereignty is absolutely connected to the importance of investments in our Canadian Armed Forces. There's no mention here of the importance of artificial intelligence. There are a lot of things that are missing from this motion in the context of economic sovereignty. So why are the Conservatives not putting forward a bill? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent Akiawenrak.
I want to pay all my respect to my colleague for the quality of his French. This is very improved. This is very great and great inspiration for all members of this parliament to learn the other language, because obviously there is not one official language and number two. All the official languages are at the same level. So give me the chance. So I appreciate his talk in French, and I hope you will appreciate my answer in French too. Alors donc.
So, in August, our leader unveiled the Canadian Sovereignty Act, but as the member knows well, the opposition party can table a bill, but it can't have an economic impact. And the heart of what we want to achieve is economic. The people who do very professional work here in this House, they're very nice, but they wouldn't let us move that kind of a bill forward. So, Madam Speaker, that I hope that he's going to convince all of his colleagues to vote in favour of the positive elements in this motion for Canadian sovereignty. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Obviously, I'm not going to congratulate my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent Akiawenrak on the quality of his French, but I like hearing him speak about sovereignty, Madam Speaker. But listen, I'm not going to talk about the Prime Minister's speech in Quebec City because I know that this member understands history. But I want to talk about something that he mentioned in his speech, and that's electric vehicles. And particularly the Prime Minister's commitment to warm up relations with China by allowing Chinese electric vehicles into the country, which are built without respect for human rights, by kids with parts that we don't know where they come from, and that are going to be able to control data and might even, allow external control of the vehicles. Are we ensuring our sovereignty by trusting the Beijing regime? Or are we shooting ourselves in the foot when it comes to Canadian sovereignty? I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent Akiawenrak. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for his passion. He speaks with passion every time he rises in the House, and I have great pleasure working with him at the not the Finance Committee, but the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, yes. The question of electric vehicles from the Beijing regime leads us to ask many questions about security and about cyber attacks that we might suffer. Because I have absolutely nothing against electric vehicles. I'm the proof that as a conservative, without any subventions, you can get an electric vehicle. So why not look at what's being doing in Europe? There are businesses like Renault that offer electric cars that are really good and that could be good for Canadians. The Prime Minister said in Davos that he was very interested in having greater exchanges with Europe. So why not mention that in Davos? I think that there's an issue, a problem with what the Prime Minister's doing, and I thank my colleague from Abitibi for raising that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always an honour to rise in this place on behalf of the fine folks of Portage Lisgar. And after weeks in our own constituencies, all of us got the chance to come back with the country's pulse. And the reality of what I heard from so many folks is that they are hurting. And their demand was that the time to act is now. Families are anxious about tomorrow. Seniors are feeling incredibly squeezed by rising costs. Young Canadians feel exiled from the very future this country once promised. They are shut out of the housing market and left to wonder whether starting a family is just a dream for the few these days. And too many people are wondering if their jobs will still be there next month. Too many folks on work share programs wondering if that will end and they will be laid off in the very near future. Unfortunately, every headline brings fresh dread for so many folks. Economic storms brewing, troubles that seem to creep closer to our shores each and every day. But here's the truth that gives me hope. There is nothing so wrong with Canada that we cannot fix. Anyone who has listened to Conservative MPs, and in particular our Conservative leader, knows exactly what I mean. We warned about these threats early and often. We raised the alarm on the housing crisis that priced out an entire generation. We highlighted families forced to choose between groceries and heating their homes. We pointed to the bureaucracy and red tape that has resulted in not being able to build anything on time or on budget in this country. Frankly, we were the canary in the coal mine. Today's big problems are not a surprise to us. We saw them coming, and unfortunately, so many people are feeling it now. Yes, forces beyond our borders are real and they are unpredictable. But that does not excuse the lost opportunity or the lost years of inaction here at home. Now, I'm not here to point fingers, but I am here to join a chorus of MPs that should all be focused on doing one thing, which is fixing the mess our country finds itself in. Now, I stand ready to work with any member of any political party across this Parliament who is committed to the overriding goal of making life more affordable and making Canada a place where we can finally once again get big things built in this country. We must make Canada more self-reliant so we can withstand shocks, protect workers, and thrive no matter what comes our way. Now, this is not about delivering lofty speeches or getting applause from elite circles in foreign countries like Switzerland. It is about the kitchen table conversations where families look at their bills and they feel their stomach drop, wondering if they're going to be able to afford next week's groceries. It's about being in that grocery aisle where basics like beef and coffee and fresh vegetables, things we once took for granted, now feel like luxuries for far too many Canadians. Food, fuel, heat, and a roof over one's head has become things that you have to fight for month after month. It shouldn't be this way, Madam Speaker. Canada is rich in resources, rich in talent, and blessed with a geography that should make us the envy of the entire world. But let's be honest, we are not reaching our full potential. It is the direct result of decisions and priorities that have drifted away from the people who uphold this country, who build this country. We acknowledge the Prime Minister's speech last week. Portions of it mirrored proposals Conservatives have championed for years. We want to unleash our energy and streamline approvals for projects. But, Madam Speaker, rhetoric, no matter how eloquent, does not lower a grocery price. Let's look at the hard numbers. Food inflation in Canada stands at 6.2% year over year as of December of 2025, which is the highest in the entire G7. We've been now labeled the food inflation capital, an embarrassing moniker. That rate is roughly double what American families face despite their own economic headwinds. The 2026 Canada's Food Price Report, released just a few weeks ago, projects that the average family of four will spend $17,570 on food this year. It's nearly $1,000 more for the same groceries. In fact, with shrinkflation, often less groceries, on top of the food prices having risen 27% higher than they were just 5 years ago. Now, food banks tell an even more grim story. In March 2025 alone, nearly 2.2 million Canadians were recorded visiting a food bank. This is the highest monthly total ever tracked by Food Banks Canada. Now, that figure has doubled since just 2019. Employment is softening in precisely the sectors that keep Canada moving. Now, recent figures show that over 566,000 Canadians were receiving regular EI benefits, with trends pointing upward. The workers hardest hit are those in trades, transport, and resource industries, such as truck drivers, carpenters, welders, pipe fitters, and equipment operators. Thousands more EI claimants in these fields reflect layoffs and project delays. These are the people who build homes. They move our goods. They extract our own resources. And at the root of much of this pain lies our inability to build. Major energy projects are talked about and just languish. The broken assessment process remains intact, with construction permit timelines ranking Canada near the bottom of most OECD nations. Projects that should advance in years stretch into decades, inflating costs, deterring investors, and exporting both jobs and capital. Over the past decade, Canada has experienced substantial net outflows in foreign direct investment. Now, the precise figures may vary. We're looking at hundreds of billions of dollars of lost or foregone capital as money flows to jurisdictions with clearer rules and faster execution. $500 billion, a made-up number. Real money that could have created good-paying jobs here in Canada and, in turn, good government tax revenue with a growing economy. However, it's been squandered. It's been wasted. Now, this is why we are moving this motion to advance the Canada Sovereignty Act. It is designed to reverse the exodus, to transform Canada into a destination for investment rather than a point of departure. Under this plan, individuals and businesses could reinvest capital gains into Canadian businesses without immediate tax triggers, ensuring that breakthroughs in technology, energy, and manufacturing stay here instead of migrating south or anywhere else around the world. Right now, when an entrepreneur sells a business they've built from nothing, or a family parts with a property held onto for years, or an investor finally realizes the gain from shares that they've been growing, the government steps in and takes a big slice. A capital gains tax that hits hardest at the very moment when that new money could be turned into something new, something better, something Canadian. The tax doesn't just take dollars, though, Madam Speaker. It stops people from selling and reinvesting here at home. It locks capital away in old assets instead of letting it flow into tomorrow's breakthroughs. Instead of turning those proceeds into expansion or new businesses, it just sits there. Or worse, the seller moves the capital to places where the taxes on reinvestment are lower and regulations lighter. We end up losing new investments and the jobs that go with them, all of which could have stayed in Canadian hands for the next generation to inherit and build upon. Now, this isn't just about investors or balance sheets, though. This is about unleashing billions of dollars in capital that have simply been waiting for green lights from government. It's about turning Canada into the best place in the world, not just to live, but to start something and to scale something. We could also dismantle the bureaucracy that repeatedly kill major energy projects. This includes fast-tracking approval for a new Pacific pipeline capable of transporting 1 million barrels per day, diversifying away from our over-reliance on a single buyer. Permit processes would be improved, moving from decades to years through streamlined reviews. And for provinces that actually remove internal trade barriers that fragment our national market, they would receive direct financial incentives, finally creating one functioning Canadian economy that we've always claimed we have. And critically, we would reduce taxes on the engines of growth. That includes on labor, on new home construction, and on energy development. Beneath our feet lie abundant resources. We have timber, we have minerals, we have oil, we have gas, and soil that feeds the world, and we should be darn proud of it, and we should utilize it. It has been said before, but I firmly believe it. We as Canadians, we have a history of rising to the challenges when the moment demands it. I won't settle for less, and nor will my constituents. I want to prioritize the people that sent me to this place to represent them. So I invite every member of this chamber, every single one of them, regardless of your party, to join in our efforts. I invite you to join our efforts and support this plan, because this isn't ideology. It's the audacity to admit that we can and we must do better, and we refuse to accept managed decline. When we look back, let it be said that we didn't shrink from the task. We didn't settle for the status quo. We met the moment head on, because that's what Canadians do when the stakes are real. We owe them a country that lifts, that builds, that believes in itself again. If we have the courage to get out of the way and unleash Canadians, they'll do the rest.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks here today. And the member talked a lot about initiatives that, frankly, the government has put forward in the budget and through the Budget Implementation Act of C-15, which is before members at the moment. But one thing I know this member knows the importance of, which is international trade. So I was surprised when I looked through the Opposition Day motion today not a single mention of diversifying trade markets, Canada's place in doing exactly what he talked about, fueling and feeding the world. He represents Portage Lisgar, and I had the opportunity to just have a quick look. Over 5,000 members, according to the 2021 census, of his constituents that are involved in the agricultural industry, peas, oilseeds, beef. Those are major elements of the regional economy that he represents. We were just in China. We established a trade arrangement. Does he support the work the government has done to open up markets for his farmers in Western Canada?
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, I appreciate my colleague reviewing the important staples of production in my riding. And yeah, I am an extremely strong supporter of international trade, of diversifying markets, and that's why I'm so surprised it took this Liberal government this long to realize the importance of this. Looking back to the Harper government, all of the trade deals, nearly 2/3 of the world's economy that we had signed in trade deals under the Harper government that went on to languish under the Liberal government. They came in inside the odd trade deal. Conservatives had consistently, for decades, forever, stood up for the importance of both rural communities, agriculture, and international trade, and I can tell you then one thing, we always will too.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it somewhat surprising to hear my Conservative colleagues. They're defending people who are having a hard time making ends meet, but they're still lobbying for the oil industry, which is making profits who are going into the pockets of Americans. We're facing a motion to restore Canada's sovereignty with respect to the United States, but this new alliance, which represents 80% of the oil sands, it is owned 73% by foreign interests, namely the Americans, and that means 131 billion in profits, and they put almost billions in dividends to foreign shareholders, and they're talking to us about sovereignty in Canada.
For Portage Lisgar.
Oh, a great opportunity. I want this country to have an economic boom again. You know when the last time that happened was? When our oil and gas and our resource sector was booming, because all of those little people are the ones that reinvest in those companies. They reinvest in their pensions. We should be investing in ourselves. We should be darn proud of the people that are unfortunately now struggling because they were laid off from a sawmill or an oil field because of the policies of this Liberal government. I will stand up for them every single day, and that's how we're going to build this country back up again.
The honourable member for Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, I really appreciated the member's speech, and really it's the Canadian Sovereignty Act is meant to get our economy going, but you listen to the Liberals, we've listened to them for the last 10 years, they basically destroyed our economy, and you'd swear that, you think they'd support this particular act in our bill. I was surprised to hear their opposition to it, as I'm sure the member is. Now, it's supposed to repeal federal blocks and penalties to development and reward territories and provinces and business workers who invest in Canada. I guess just for clarity to the member, is the Canadian sovereignty meant to help our economy or hurt it?
Member for Portage Lisgar in 40 seconds or less.
Yeah, I mean, this Liberal government has had a recent track record of taking our good ideas, and we're giving them a whole pile of good ideas that, if implemented, will get this country back on track and have our economy thriving. We've heard a whole lot of empty promises, empty words, and unfortunately, a continuation of terrible results. And that's why I'm sure when all of us went back across our ridings across this country, we heard the same thing. We can't afford to live anymore. I just want a good, stable, high-paying job. Why can't I find it? The answer is 10 years of Liberal failure.
Very brief point of order, and I hope it's a point of order. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
It was referenced of a particular piece of legislation. I just want to ask if there is a piece of legislation called the Canada Sovereignty Act.
Order, not a point of order, obviously. Order, not a point of order. Debate. Order. It being 5:15 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Madame Stubbs, appuyée par Madame...
Ms. Stubbs, seconded by Ms. Abstey, proposes that in the goal of restoring Canada's economic sovereignty, the House asked the government to now present a bill on Canadian sovereignty that makes Canada a competitive country with respect to its resources by repealing federal measures that penalize development, including the
C-69. 2, the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, formerly Bill C-48. 3, the Federal Industrial Carbon Tax. 4, the Oil and Gas Emissions. Shall I dispense? No. 5, the Federal Electric Vehicle Sales Mandate. 6, the Federal Plastics Manufacturing Prohibitions. 7, federal regulatory restrictions that impede communication advocacy by Canadian energy companies. B, rewards provinces, businesses, and workers who build and invest in Canada.
Introducing a Canada First reinvestment tax cut to spur domestic industrial activity. 2, providing free trade bonuses to provincial governments that remove internal trade barriers and fully open their markets to fellow Canadians. And
innovation by requiring the Minister of Industry to present plans to Parliament to keep Canada's inventions, discoveries, and innovations from being sold off to other countries. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
I request a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, January 28, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Point of order? Or not yet. It's not quite 5:30 yet, so perhaps the members rise on a point of order to see the clock. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'll find at this time unanimous consent to call it 5:30 so we could begin private members' hour.
Order. Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Order. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, beginning debate at second reading of Bill C-226, National Framework for Food Price Transparency Act, standing in the name of Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini, seconded by Ms. Royer, moves that Bill C-226, an act to establish a national framework to improve food price transparency, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Debate. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly rise today for the second reading of my private member's bill, Bill C-226, an act to establish a national framework to improve food price transparency. This bill responds directly to what Canadians in every region of the country have been telling us. Grocery prices are too expensive and pricing is too confusing. Canadians are doing everything they can to stretch their budgets. Families deserve clearer and more consistent information when making everyday purchasing decisions. Our government should ensure that the prices they see on shelf are fair and transparent. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-226 calls upon the collective efforts of the federal, provincial, and territorial government. In response to this crisis, the Minister of Industry would consult with provincial and territorial counterparts responsible for consumers' affairs. This bill recognizes that improving food prices transparency is not the responsibility of a single entity. It requires partnership. This is an exact kind of collaboration that Canadians deserve on issues that affect their daily lives. This is what Canadians voted for. As set out in Section 3.2 of the bill, the framework must include measures to establish national standards for unit pricing, ensuring accuracy, usability, and accessibility across the country. It also mandates great transparency around price increases, adjustment, and fluctuations. This helps consumers to better understand changes to the cost of essential foods over time. Furthermore, it promotes public education so Canadians are informed on unit pricing and how they can better compare product to determine value. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of Bill C-226 is promoting fairness. This bill strengthens transparency and builds consumers' confidence during a crisis that unreasonably impacts families, students, newcomers, and seniors on fixed income. The practice of unit pricing remains voluntary, and it applies inconsistently from one province or territory to the next, affecting all Canadians. In my meeting with my constituents, I regularly hear from families, seniors, newcomers, and young people who face this reality. Rising grocery costs require more deliberate planning and careful budgeting for each trip to the grocery store. When unit pricing is applied inconsistently, consumers face increased pressure to compare products quickly and ineffectively. As Canadians struggle to make ends meet, this uncertainty placed increased pressure on limited household budgets. Quebec is currently the only province where unit prices is mandated by law, and Quebecers benefit from clear universal unit price transparency anywhere in that province. Meanwhile, in other jurisdictions, Canadians face the inconsistencies of system reliant on retailers' discretion. This is a system that works for some, but leaves many without the benefit of a blanket approach that looks after all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the inconvenience of this disparity is fundamentally unfair. Canadians, regardless of where they live, deserve the same level of clarity when purchasing essential goods. This House can make this a reality by taking this crucial first step. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken with many stakeholders, including my constituents, post-secondary institutions, and organizations that support individuals and communities struggling with unaffordable grocery pricing. Members of the Consumer Council of Canada have emphasized that a national unit pricing framework would provide consumers with the accurate, uniform, and accessible labeling for every product. Clear, standardized unit pricing ensures Canadians aren't left to calculate costs based on inconsistent store practices to determine the true value of their groceries. I have also heard directly from post-secondary students of all backgrounds who are facing significant hardship. Student rights at Cortland University shared that many students are making dramatic sacrifice to their living standard to afford basic groceries. This includes sharing one or two bedroom suites with many roommates, cutting necessary expenses such as heating or medication to ensure that they can eat. Young Canadians deserve the opportunity to buy affordable, nutritious, and culturally appropriate meals in the face of food insecurity. Basic needs should never be compromised. While Bill C-226 is not a complete solution, it is a meaningful and practical step toward ensuring that Canadians have the tools they need to navigate an increasingly unaffordable grocery landscape. By ensuring universal unit price transparency, we empower consumers, promote fairness, and ease the burden of the overreaching issue of overpriced groceries. The passing of this bill is a concrete step toward addressing food insecurity and unaffordability. Unit price transparency provides Canadians with the clarity to shop based on product that provide the best value. It helps families maximize their grocery dollars, support those on fixed income, and ensure newcomers and low-income Canadians are not disadvantaged by inconsistent or complex price displays. The bill transparency requirement addresses price increase and fluctuation by fostering greater accountability and giving Canadians the opportunity to make informed decisions. Mr. Speaker, unit price transparency will not solve food insecurity on its own, but it is a practical first step that eases a key component of the affordability for all Canadians. As Canadians struggle to make ends meet, the bill offers fairness and transparency to all Canadians so they can make their more informed decision. Our country deserves a grocery system that is fair, transparent, and works for all its people. Bill C-226 delivers on this by providing Canadians with the tools they need to make informed choices. I urge all members of this House to vote for this bill and help Canadians take back control of the grocery stores. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his desire to seek transparency in food prices in Canada, although I would offer up that Canadians already are aware of how bad food prices are. Canadians are aware of what the food price report in Canada is saying, which is that they're going to spend $1,000 more this year on food. The average family of four will spend $17,500. So I wonder if my colleague would, in the interest of transparency, be open to acknowledging exactly how much of the price of food is directly tied to government policy, such as the industrial carbon tax, such as the plastic and packaging taxes, and whether beyond transparency he would support measures to reduce those prices on food.
The Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, my components, the taxes you're talking does not exist. There is zero effect of carbon taxes, and there are many studies that have justified that.
Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for this initiative talking about transparency and reducing prices in agri-food. I have a question for him because today at the Agriculture Committee, the Canadian Pork Council that came and the Quebec antenna came to request more transparency in transactions made for pork, especially with processors. We know that the consumer pays more and more every day, but producers are getting less and less money. So there's something in the supply chain that isn't quite right. Is he open to having more transparency in the supply chain in the States? There is a law that states that every transactional element has to be made transparent. Should we have the same system in Canada? More transparency? Because I think that it would be good for Quebecers and Canadians who pay a lot for pork.
The Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
My honourable member, I congratulate you as a Quebec member because Quebec is the only province currently that has this transparency. And I'm trying to say tell Canadians if it can be done in Quebec, it should be done for all Canadians. Absolutely, I'm open wherever we can help fellow Canadians to live a reasonable life by paying reasonable prices for the food product.
Question et commentaire dans la députée de Compton-Stanstead.
Speaker, I'm always really happy to hear about food and food prices, including farmers. I have many farmers in my riding who think it's really important to get transparency. I'd like to know from my colleague, just briefly, what is the need, as for him, for food transparency? And he was alluding the fact that in Quebec there is already some regulation. So if he can also elaborate a bit on this regulation that we have in Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, the Bill 226, every time you will go to a grocery store, beside the pricing, it will have what are you paying for quantity. Is it for 100 grams, whether it's kilos? So the consumer then can compare different product and different stores to make sure that they're getting the best prices that are available. So right now, it is not happening beside Quebec. And during the crisis 2 or 3 years ago, one of the worst things that was happening, the food prices stayed there, but the packages got shrink. So consumers were paying a lot more money for the less product. My bill they'll have to say what are the contents per gram or per kilo or however it is, then the Canadian then could compare prices online with different retailers and with different manufacturers.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are being crushed by the cost of food, and the solution from this Liberal government is more red tape, more bureaucracy, and more empty promises. Just months ago, the Prime Minister told Canadians that he should be judged by the cost of groceries. Well, the verdict's in. According to Statistics Canada, food inflation rose 6.2% year over year, with groceries up 5% and restaurant meals up 8.5%. Canada now has the highest food inflation in the G7, and it has increased more than double that in the United States. It's not a global problem. This is a made-in-Ottawa Liberal failure. Let me be even clearer. Bill C-226 does nothing to lower food prices. Instead, it adds red tape and federal overreach at the worst possible time. Bill C-226 would require the Minister of Industry to create a national framework on grocery price transparency and unit pricing. Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not want their tax dollars going to a federal report to tell them that food costs too much. They already know every time they swipe their credit card. What they need is relief from taxes, deficits, and regulatory costs that are driving up prices. This bill does not increase food supply. It does not lower input costs, but in the same Liberal fashion, it adds another layer of bureaucracy. To quote a member of my community that emailed me, "I find myself disgusted and angry," she said. Let's be clear, food prices are out of control. I want to speak directly about Windsor because this debate is not theoretical. One member of my community emailed into my office stating, "I am deeply concerned about the rising cost of groceries in our community. Even with careful budgeting and deal hunting, families are struggling to keep essentials on the table." Another saying, "During a recent shopping trip to pick up a few items for dinner, my wife and I were shocked by the total at the checkout. One example that stood out was a bag of just 5 potatoes, which cost us $8. With the added expenses of caring for a newborn, we found ourselves relying more on lower-cost frozen meals just to make ends meet, often at the expense of healthier choices. Eating well should not be a luxury." Please, members across the aisle, take a moment and think about those words and truly ask yourself, is your government doing enough? Eating should not be a luxury. My community is a working-class, manufacturing-driven region. It is home to thousands of auto workers, part suppliers, truck drivers, and food processing workers whose livelihoods depend on affordable energy, transportation, and stable supply chains. According to Stats Canada labor and income data, Windsor-Essex consistently has lower medium household incomes than the Ontario average, which means food inflation hits family harder and faster. When Ottawa raises fuel costs, carbon taxes on industry, packaging compliance costs, and transportation costs, those increases are magnified in regions like Windsor where families already spend a higher share of income on necessities. And let's be clear, this bill would only create a finger-pointing report, something that the Liberals are good at doing. When grocery chains face higher compliance costs, they do not absorb them. They pass them on to Canadian families, Canadian seniors, and Canadian students, all of us. Instead of taking responsibility for the cost of living crisis they created, the Liberals spend their time pointing fingers, blaming grocers, blaming global forces, and blaming everyone except themselves. Canadians know better. Government policy drives prices up, and this government keeps driving them up. Food insecurity is rising, and this bill does nothing to solve this crisis. Mr. Speaker, this is no longer just about prices. Canadians are struggling under this government. Canadians are having to choose if they should eat or heat their homes. Students are skipping meals. Seniors are stretching canned food across multiple days. And parents are buying cheaper, unhealthy options because that's all they can afford. According to Food Banks Canada, nearly 2.2 million Canadians visited a food bank in a single month last year, the highest number ever recorded. The Dalhousie University Agri-Food Analytics Lab estimates it will now cost $17,600 to feed a family of 4, and that's an increase of $1,000 in just 1 year. Nearly 30% of students report skipping meals because they can't afford to eat. A quarter of Canadian households are now considered food insecure. This is the result of this Liberal government's lost decade. Their empty promises, their failed regulation, and being so out of touch with Canadians has resulted in one of the costliest times to live in Canada. Mr. Speaker, in the face of this crisis, what is the Liberal government's response? Oh, a rebranded rebate, a one-time check, a blatant attempt at vote buying. The government is now calling the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, but let's be honest with Canadians, this is the same GST credit renamed and temporarily inflated ahead of an election. One thing this government won't tell Canadians is that it'll cost taxpayers $11.7 billion over 6 years for this scheme. Liberals love to point fingers when groceries get more expensive, but they refuse to look in the mirror. You cannot tax, regulate, and spend your way into affordability. This government is forcing Canadians to pay the price for that denial. A family cannot budget around a one-time rebate. A senior cannot plan groceries around a temporary check. A student cannot rely on a rebranded failed rebate instead of real affordability. Bill C-226 argues that unit pricing frameworks will help consumers compare prices. But even the Competition Bureau, in its grocery sector studies, has made it clear price transparency does not lower prices when competition is weak and costs are high. In fact, mandatory labeling frameworks increase costs, especially for small grocers, independent retailers, and rural and regional stores. These costs include shelf relabeling, signage redesign, staff training, and compliance monitoring. And as we have already seen in Quebec, where detailed price display rules were introduced, governments were forced to delay implementation after retailers warned of confusion, cost, and complexity. Mr. Speaker, the lesson is obvious. out-of-touch legislation does not cancel out bad economics. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are not opposing transparency. We are opposing symbolic politics that raise costs while pretending to help. When confronted with this growing crisis, the Liberal government's answer has been to point to a temporary GST rebate increase and claim that help is on the way. But as the Canadian Shield Institute has made clear, this approach is nothing more than a Band-Aid on a wound that the government keeps reopening. A one-time rebate does nothing to stop grocery prices from rising in the first place. It does not lower the cost of food production, transportation, or retail. It does not reduce fuel costs. It does not fix broken supply chains. And it certainly does not make food more affordable next week, next month, or next year. In fact, Mr. Speaker, temporary rebates often have the opposite effect. When governments recklessly put cash into an economy without addressing supply issues, prices continue to rise. Families receive a short-term check, but they are left paying the higher grocery bills. The rebate fades, but the inflation does not. They give the appearance of action without delivering real affordability. To the members across the floor, be honest with Canadians. A rebate that lasts a few months cannot keep pace with the grocery prices that rise every single day. It cannot help a family planning a food budget over an entire year, and it certainly cannot help seniors, students, or working parents who are already stretched to their breaking point. Every dollar the government spends comes out of the pocket of Canadians, and Canadians are feeling that more and more every time they enter a grocery store. Conservatives will provide for permanent affordability so that hard work once again means a good life, a home you can afford, and healthy food on the table, not a fake process of clarifying grocery store prices.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's as the new Bloc Québécois spokesperson for Agriculture, Agri-Food and Supply Management that I rise today to speak to this bill. And I'd like to thank the member for Fleetwood-Port Kells for his initiative. And as he said earlier, I can confirm that, yes, when it comes to food transparency, Quebec is already far ahead of the rest of Canada. In fact, just last year, the Quebec government amended its rules on on how prices are displayed. Unit pricing was already mandatory in Quebec, but the Quebec government decided recently to go even further. Under the new amended law, it's mandatory to display the regular price when a food item is on sale. It even distinguishes between the price for members and non-members of a store's loyalty program. And in Quebec, you don't have to wonder anymore if, for example, there's a promotion that says, hey, two pots of yogurt is $6. You don't have to wonder if a single pot is $3 or $3.50. It's also mandatory to indicate whether or not the product is taxable. Quebec goes even further by requiring that the information on labels be more visible, particularly the unit price. In addition, Quebec's Consumer Protection Office is updating its price accuracy policy from $10 to $15. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is once again at the forefront of consumer protection. Once again, it's Quebec that's leading the way. But what's Ottawa doing? Well, once again, with this bill, it's looking to interfere in provincial jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, maybe it's time for this government to read the Constitution. Domestic marketing, retail trade, and consumer protection are the responsibility of Quebec and the provinces. Once again, Ottawa is interfering in an area of exclusive provincial jurisdiction. The federal government justifies its intervention on the grounds of interprovincial trade, claiming that harmonizing labeling practices would encourage the mobility of goods and healthier competition. That's false. Unit price labeling is no way an obstacle to trade, since it does not restrict the movement of goods or commercial activity. Rather, it's simply a tool for informing consumers in Quebec and Canada of the price of what they're buying. There's a danger here. By imposing a coast-to-coast-to-coast Canada-wide standard, Ottawa would set a precedent that could pave the way for further interference in the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces. And this isn't the first time that the federal government has attempted to extend to the rest of Canada a measure that's already in place in Quebec. The federal stance is always to centralize, and it often puts Quebec at a disadvantage, since Quebec has often already put in place policies that are either more advanced or better suited to the reality on the ground. The 2023 Competition Bureau report proposed harmonizing unit price display practices through consultation between Quebec and the provinces. The federal government would only be a participant in those consultations. And this is an important point. It suggests that improving transparency and competition requires interprovincial collaboration, not vertical imposition of a new standard by the federal government. So why not follow the example of the Grocery Industry Code of Conduct adopted in 2024 after several years of negotiations between provinces and the major retailers, which is cited as a model of success. It's a process that was based on collaboration, respect for jurisdiction, and voluntary adherence by all parties concerned. It came into effect January 1st, and we'll see if the proof is in the pudding, but at least the process to get there was good. So it's possible to reach an agreement. To do so, we need to talk to all the parties involved. But no, instead of bringing together the ministers of the provinces to reach an agreement between the Canadian provinces, the state of Quebec, and Canada, we're encroaching on the powers of provinces with this bill. Mr. Speaker, I also sit on the Public Accounts Committee, and recently we analyzed the expenditures of the daycare program. Ottawa transfers funds to Quebec without conditions, but it transfers money with conditions in other provinces. The result? Well, Canada spends millions of dollars to study reports, send funds, and organize meetings between the various provincial ministers. $15 million, in fact. That's a lot of money that's coming out of taxpayers' pockets. $15 million to manage a program that is not under federal jurisdiction, when Ottawa could simply send the money and let the provinces take care of their own affairs. Quebec has chosen the path of consumer protection. So if the member for Fleetwood Port Kells would like to see a unit price for food displayed, I would invite him to speak to his provincial member of the Legislative Assembly in British Columbia. At the Bloc Québécois, we believe that the Quebec government and the Canadian provinces have their own jurisdictions and should have full power within them. You know, in the United States, price labeling in grocery stores varies from state to state. Alabama has no price labeling policy. California, on the other hand, is at the other extreme. Even the Competition Board of Canada stated very clearly in its report whose responsibility this is. And it's written right there in black and white. The Bureau stated that to achieve these objectives, provincial and territorial governments should consider collaborating on the development and the implementation of accessible and harmonized unit price display requirements. Because once again, what the federal government is proposing is to add new civil servants to put in place a framework that will require monitoring and follow-up. This is a new expense to develop a new program, and in the meantime, Quebec would be picking up the bill for something that it's already doing. How much will this new policy cost in travel expenses and staff and to pay for meetings? Well, every time a program is duplicated, the number of civil servants is duplicated, the number of reports is duplicated, everything is duplicated. The Parliamentary Budget Officer could tell you that this is a question of efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will vote against this bill. It's time for this government to recognize that Quebec and the Canadian provinces are perfectly capable of making their own decisions in their areas of jurisdiction. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour to speak to this bill put forward by my colleague from Fleetwood Port Kells, and I can definitely understand the inspiration behind this bill. I understand that in his speech he referred it to the COVID era activities that were happening in his community and definitely in communities coast to coast, whereby people were experiencing the different impacts of food shortages in certain areas, and some of the responses that some of the responses that grocers were devising. And I think this bill is really about the two of the most strongest emotional connections we have. the connection with our food and the connections with our wallet. And it's where those two things intersect is where this bill speaks. And I think that a special emotional reaction that we have at the cash register at the grocery store when we see, okay, what's the price of what we've actually put in the trolley. And I remember, my colleague from Fleetwood Port Kells referred to the COVID era effects that were experienced in groceries. And I remember at that time I was a professor at Toronto Metropolitan University. I see my friend here from Victoria who was also teaching at the time. And understanding the student perspective on these issues as students were often cooped up and they would eventually be able to go out of their classrooms, out into the community, get the food they needed for the week. And in, my particular case of Toronto Metropolitan University, and a lot of students these days are doing part-time work. And a lot of my students were actually the ones working in these grocery chains. And they started to notice something. They started to notice that they were being asked to move things on different shelves. They started to notice that different products were maybe even different shapes, different sizes. I remember very well a student who worked in the butcher department of one major grocer. And he told me very directly that he was being effectively asked to implement shrinkflation policies within that grocer's retail operation. And the students actually brought that forward to me as a professor. And it was significant enough, and there was enough of a voice that I offered. We happened to be doing a pre-budget consultation with the now former Minister of Finance, and actually, it was such a demonstration of what young people were experiencing, that not only were they being affected by some of the food security issues, but they were actually being forced to implement some of the policies within groceries that were maybe having a deleterious effect. And so I was able to bring those issues to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance at the time. But we also know that since the COVID era and during the COVID era that the former government here did make a number of responses that really helped reduce food inflation and really helped deal with some of the more problematic policies that were being implemented by grocers. So we now know that there's, for instance, an injunction on covenants that prevent other grocers from opening near grocers. We know there's a grocery code of conduct that has had, I think, an important impact on controlling and patrolling some of the behavior of some of the large grocers who would otherwise maybe have more space to be increasing prices. We know that in the specific case of a code of conduct, of a labeling standard that federal and provincial and territorial ministers didn't quite get there. And so that is, I think, one of the inspirations of this bill. We know that in particular I'm the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry, and so the Minister and her department, which administers the Code of Conduct, is also put up a number of information resources that I think are very important to help Canadians understand a bit more of their experience of an experience at the grocery store, in particular the Grocery Affordability webpage and the Food Price Data Hub. But I listened to my colleagues over across the aisle, and I've still been hearing a few of the old hits around grocery affordability, and maybe I just want to remind them of some of the realities of what is happening in groceries today and what is not happening. So I've brought here my receipt here from Maple Produce on Roncesvalles, a very well.
If the member is going to be quoting from the document, it's not considered a prop, and I don't think he was using it necessarily as a prop. So I'll allow the member to carry on to quote from it as long as it's not being used as a prop. Order. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just read out the prices here, and you can get at Maple Produce on Roncesvalles, you can get 2 tins of blackberries for the very affordable price of $5, and that's quoted here. Raspberries, 2 tins for $6. I have some other things here. I don't know exactly what I bought here in each case, and I see the member from Peterborough who may have well produced some of the products, although I understand that she is more in the area of carnivorous offerings at her facilities. But I'll note that Maple Produce, and you can get a lot of good fresh fruit and vegetables, and there is I don't see tax. There's no mention of any tax on any of these items. Later, not later that day, but I had the cause to be, I think all of us are trying to promote, I think each of us in our communities are trying to promote the local food retailers, the people who are producing within their community. And so I had a cause recently to visit Marvelous by Fred in High Park, introduced to me by Angela Robertson of the Bloor West Village Business Improvement Area, the oldest business improvement area in the world. And at that facility, at that bakery rather, I got some croissants, 6 plain croissants, and a bag of meringues. And the croissants, of course, are not taxed, and the meringues, certain kind of processed food is. And so, we know that the policies that we have and policies that governments of different stripes have passed for years have made sure that, in fact, for almost all groceries and the vast majority of groceries that are of interest to people in this House when we talk about food affordability are not taxed. And that continues to be the case. And in fact, this government, we understand some cooperation from the other side, is now endorsing the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit, which I know constituents in Tyacon, Parkdale, High Park will be very pleased to hear will bring for a family of 4 up to $1,890, for a single person up to $950, with the first increase in that credit taking place in July. A really important measure to address food affordability issues. We're also directing $500 million from the Strategic Response Fund to support food processors. I know in my riding there's a number of food processors, and in urban ridings and in urban communities, there's sometimes a bit more distance from your food, a bit more sense that maybe you're not connected, and we all go to farmers markets in different places where we can feel a bit more connected. But in urban communities across Canada, there are food processors, including a couple of major ones in my community. And I know that they are going to be looking forward to hearing about the food processing fund that is going to be available to food manufacturers across Canada. I'll also speak to, I think these measures are really doing a number of things to raise the importance of fresh local food. Some provinces have a real focus on that. I know our Buy Canadian policies will, I think, help promote that as well. But I think this bill is very important because some of those issues that I spoke about at the beginning of this address around shrinkflation, those experiences that my students addressed, they haven't completely gone away. I think each of us have had an experience, especially in some certain large grocery stores, where you go up to pull down that set of granola bars if you're sending your kids off to school, some granola bars or some yogurt, and the print is just a bit too fine, and the unit price is even finer. And there might be something there there's a liter of yogurt, but maybe that liter of yogurt is now 800 milliliters, or maybe that 650 milliliters is now 600 milliliters. And it's very hard to tell the difference between the cost of certain things, especially in this dynamic changing environment where consumer tastes are often changing and where packaging is changing. So I think this is an important intervention in this space. We know there's an ISO standard around food labeling in groceries, but we know these kinds of things have been improved, can be improved rather. I heard from my friend from the block that this is the thin end of the wedge of creeping federalism. I'm not so sure. I think this is a very useful intervention to help bring some further discipline into the marketplace, and I look forward to hearing more in the debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Provence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege for me to rise in this House today and speak to this bill. Canadians are not confused at the grocery store. Frustrated, angry, yes, as they're being crushed by prices that keep rising, while the Liberals here in Ottawa just keep talking. The Conservative approach is straightforward and grounded in reality. If the government wants lower grocery prices, it must stop doing the things that make groceries more expensive. That means ending inflationary deficits that devalue paychecks. It means removing hidden taxes on farmers, truckers, processors, and retailers that get passed directly on to consumers. It means cutting red tape that raises operating costs and limits supply. And it means strengthening competition so Canadians have real choice and real downward pressure on prices. Canadians are reaching out for the first time in their lives, many of them, because some are being forced to choose between food, heat, rent, and medication. Food banks across Canada are reporting record demand with nearly 2 million visits in a single month last year, and food bank usage has almost doubled in just 4 years. Many of those turning to food banks are working Canadians who've never before needed help. At the same time, families are paying hundreds of dollars more per year for groceries, while rent, mortgage payments, and interest costs have surged. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, federal taxes and inflationary policies are driving up costs throughout the food supply chain, meaning Canadians are paying more not because they're confused, but because government policy has made essentials more expensive. Not one of my constituents has asked for federal framework or an explanation of price labels. They do not ask Ottawa to explain inflation to them. They ask, when will the government stop driving up costs and start delivering the relief that they can see at the checkout counter? Here is what Bill C-226 is actually proposing to do in simple terms. It's instructing the Minister of Industry to consult with provinces and create a national framework about how grocery prices are displayed. That framework would set out standards for unit pricing, outline price increases, and promote consumer education about how to read unit prices. The bill does not change prices. It does not regulate supply costs or competition. It does not cap prices or reduce taxes. It creates a process. First consultations, then a written framework, then a report to Parliament within 18 months. Then 5 years later, another review and another report on how that framework worked. In other words, Bill C-226 is about explaining the problem, not fixing it. Families need relief now. Bill C-226 offers a report in 18 months and a review in 5 years. The timeline may suit a bureaucracy, but it does nothing for Canadians facing higher food prices this week. Bill C-226 requires more new federal spending to design, manage, and oversee a national framework, followed by ongoing reporting and reviews. None of that is free. It's funded by the taxpayer and financed in an environment where deficits are already massive. Every dollar spent by this government adds to inflationary pressure, and inflation is the tax that Canadians pay every time they buy food. When the government creates new rules, standards, and compliance requirements, businesses absorb those costs only on paper. In reality, they are passed on to consumers through higher prices. Canadians are already paying too much for food. They do not want policies that make groceries more expensive in exchange for better explanations why groceries are expensive. They want cheaper food. There's also a credibility problem that this bill that Canadians recognize almost immediately. This government has already failed to control inflation, failed to keep deficits in check, and failed to make life more affordable. Now it is asking Canadians to trust that this same government can fix grocery prices by supervising how they're going to be displayed in the grocery store. This bill treats public frustration as a communication failure rather than as a policy failure. It assumes that if prices are explained better, families will feel relief. But families do not feel explanations. They feel higher bills. They feel paychecks that buy less. They feel interest rates and grocery prices that are rising. If this government were serious about affordability, it would start by fixing what it can control: inflationary spending, punitive taxes, policies that raise costs across the economy. Some members will say this is harmless. They will say that we can have the transparency and affordability at the same time. But government capacity is not infinite, and neither is the patience of Canadians facing record food prices. Every dollar spent, every regulation imposed, and every hour of legislation time devoted to this framework is a dollar, a regulation, an hour not used to reduce costs, cut taxes, or bring inflation under control. In an affordability crisis, priorities matter. When the government chooses to process over price relief, it hurts Canadians. I do not doubt that some members supporting this bill believe it's helpful. But belief does not lower grocery prices. Intent does not reduce inflation. Only policy that cuts costs delivers relief to Canadians. And when Canadians look at this bill in context, a pattern becomes clear. Instead of tackling the hard issues of grocery prices, the government reaches for measures that look like action without producing results. Frameworks, consultation, education campaigns, and reports create the appearance of concern, but they do not tackle the real issue and change what families actually have to pay. This is why Conservatives call this bill a distraction. It treats frustration with prices as a communication problem rather than an affordability problem. It assumes Canadians need an explanation when what they actually need is action. from their government and results that are measured at the checkout counter, not in federal reports. A government that caused the affordability crisis cannot fix it with better messaging. Only policy change produces results. This bill fits a familiar Liberal pattern. When prices rise, they spend more, they regulate more, and explain more, while Canadians pay more. Conservatives would end inflationary deficits. When the government spends beyond its means, year after year, the cost is paid through higher prices and weaker purchasing power. Affordability begins with fiscal discipline. You cannot restore buying power while continuing to flood the economy with borrowed money. Conservatives would also remove the hidden Liberal taxes that drive up the cost of food, like taxes on fuel, fertilizer, energy, and packaging costs, which raise costs for farmers, processors, truckers, and retailers. These costs do not stay in Ottawa. They are built into your grocery prices. Cutting these taxes delivers immediate and permanent relief at the checkout counter. More, Conservatives would cut red tape that raises operating costs and restricts supply. Excessive regulation slows production, raises compliance, and limits competition. Reducing these burdens allows businesses to operate more efficiently and pass savings on to consumers. A Conservative government would encourage real competition in the grocery. Competition, not bureaucracy, is what lowers prices and protects consumers over the long term. This approach does not require new frameworks, new reports, or new explanations. It requires a political will. Conservatives have put these solutions on the table, but government has voted them down. That is the difference. While Liberals focus on managing frustration with prices, Conservatives focus on lowering prices. Bill C-226 does not lower prices. It does not reduce inflation. It does not cut costs in the food supply chain. It adds federal process, adds spending, adds compliance, adds duplication, while families continue to struggle. Canadians don't need Ottawa to explain their grocery bill to them. They need Ottawa to stop making it bigger. Conservatives has always support transparency, but transparency without affordability is not relief. Canadians cannot eat a framework. They cannot feed their families with an 18-month report or a 5-year review. What they need is a responsible government that will lower taxes, reduce red tape, and promote competition. That's what will deliver lower prices. And that is why Conservatives oppose Bill C-226. Conservatives deserve results at the checkout counter and not more Liberal political theatre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an unexpected chance to speak, but I'd like to make a few remarks. And I would start by telling a story. You know, Mr. Speaker, I grew up in the north of the riding of Abitibi-Témiscamingue in a small village at the time when there was roughly 4,000 people in the village. And there was an old gentleman, Mr. Tremblay, in my village, and he was a legend. Everyone knew him. And no one who had ever met Mr. Tremblay, well, what made him different was that he lived until the age of 116 years old. And when he died that day, it was very impressive. And I asked my father, I was really young at the time, I said, Dad, can you explain why Mr. Tremblay lived until the age of 116? And my father told me, it's simple. He kept to his own business. That way, he didn't get involved in other people's affairs. And Mr. Tremblay understood this, but the federal government, after 2 centuries, still hasn't understood this. If they don't want to get into trouble, they have to keep to their own beeswax. And that's why price regulations, there is a foundation says that consumption rights for contracts, it doesn't mean that the only measures for legal protections for consumers are contractual. This is civil law. But for some time now, what we're doing here at the federal government is putting all the problems of society on the backs of provinces. And if there are price increases in groceries, and it's certainly because there's a lack of competition. It's not because that in 1984 there were 13 grocery chains and now there's only 4 or 5. everything's bought at Walmart. No, that's not why. It's because the provinces are still doing something wrong, right? That's what they tell us. And if hospitals aren't doing well, it's not because there's poor funding from Ottawa. It's because the 10 provinces and 3 territories are doing a bad job. And if there's issues at universities, it's because we're telling provinces they're not able to manage them themselves. But the government needs to take care of its own business. Same thing with dental care. Quebec has a better job than Ottawa, but they always think they're doing better at the federal government. Same thing. There's a national strategy for housing, for example, and then we end up having the program that the Bloc was asking for. We wanted to know conditions for social housing quickly, but we're the only province that has a permanent social housing construction program. And same thing for daycares. We tell the provinces, and even Quebec that has its own system, they tell us what to do. We're never good enough for the federal government. In terms of food price transparency, what have we done? What did we do wrong, Mr. Speaker? Quebec has reformed the system, and my colleague said it earlier. We improved food price transparency to make sure that prices are properly shown so consumers can know what they're buying per unit, because that allows how much they're paying for 100 grams, for example, and they know what costs less. It makes it more obvious when there are cases of shrinkflation. Quebec has created regulations around this. And explain why this national framework, which is just a step into Quebec's jurisdiction, how it would improve things, improve anything. We're talking about price transparency, but there's no budget transparency. We had to fight with the finance minister to know when they table a budget, but now they're focused on price transparency. At the PMO, there's a whole office, a whole floor that's dedicated to dealing with the Prime Minister's conflicts of interest. But now this food price transparency is of the utmost importance for this government. There seems to be a refocus, and the federal government is focused on this. The Conservatives earlier they like to say what's important if we want to ensure people can buy groceries is to put money back in their pockets. The Conservatives obviously like to talk about inflationary budgets and all sorts of things that purely on a macroeconomic level may be kind of true, but at the end of the day, when a taxpayer from Quebec receives their paycheck after taxes and benefits, even if there's a federal government, a provincial government, and municipal taxes, there's only one taxpayer at the end of the day. And right now in Quebec, we're facing a crisis in the education sector and in the health care sector. And in terms of infrastructure as well, there's a crisis. And we know the population is aging. And that pressure with this aging population from 2005 to 2025 in Quebec, it may be the toughest years we've seen in decades. And if we want to allow Quebecers to breathe a bit, we have to help the Quebec government to fulfill its fundamental mission with respect to the Constitution, with transfers without strings for social programs. And when the Bloc is asking for this, what do they tell us? They tell us that the federal government has no money, and then the week after, they come with a similar expense of the same amount with conditions that impede in Quebec's jurisdiction. That's not how things work. If people want to be able to buy groceries, they need to have purchasing power. There's two ways to do this: increase their income or to lower the price of goods that they spend their money on. And also they can reduce the tax burden, and we know provinces need help. So, in short, this bill is not interesting. I'm not saying that the objective is not noble. There's nothing bad about it, but I'm just saying that these aren't the right priorities, and it's not the right time for this, because it steps into provincial jurisdiction. But above all, there is nothing in this that Quebec is not already doing very well. And I would conclude by saying that this interprovincial trade argument in this bill is the craziest argument, saying that to adding a layer of federal bureaucracy in terms of ticketing prices at corner stores, etc., that it would help interprovincial trade. Well, someone needs to explain through what mechanism this would be the case, because I have never had the impression that we put food prices on at factories. So for all these reasons, I will vote against this bill. The Bloc will as well. And obviously, we'll always be open-minded to consider legislation that does not hamper Quebec's jurisdiction. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has about 2 minutes before I'll have to cut him off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak to my colleagues' legislation. Legislation that is very difficult at times, as we all know. It's done through a draw, and my colleague has been provided the opportunity to be able to bring forward an important piece of legislation that he has identified as something that's important not only to his constituents, but it also happens to deal with the national perspective, Mr. Speaker, and I very much respect that. The issue of affordability in groceries, the cost of groceries, what is inside our large grocery stores has been an issue that's on top of mind for many Canadians. In fact, yesterday, as members will know, the Prime Minister had a wonderful announcement in regards to the grocery and essentials benefit that's going to take effect on July 1. It's Government of Canada's approach at making life more affordable for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It will make a positive difference for over 10 million Canadians, every region of the country that's going to be affected by that one policy. And I know that when we take a look at the bigger picture of food security and how important that is to all Canadians, at the very least, we should be open-minded in terms of what it is that the member is hoping to be able to get across. And I appreciate the Bloc's, what seems to be a positioning to be able to support the legislation, because in a minority situation, you obviously have to have that support. I take it the Conservatives are not going to be supporting it, even as private members. Private members will decide, and I'll be able to conclude my remarks when it comes back up for debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I'll tell the member he has 8 minutes and 7 seconds coming back to him the next time the House considers this matter. Order. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion for the adjournment of the House has been tabled and supported. So the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great privilege, as always, to rise on behalf of the people of Elgin, St. Thomas, London South. Although this is not a moment that I'm rising on with any pleasure, because we know that people across the country, and certainly people in my community, are struggling with the price of food right now. I spoke to a woman last week, actually, and she shared something that I know is not unique to her, but it was nonetheless not easy to hear, which is that she has to periodically skip meals. And she said this in a whisper because her husband was nearby and she didn't want him to know that she was making this sacrifice for their family, because this was the only way that they could balance the many costs that their family were shouldering. Inflation affects everything across the board, but there are few things as essential as food, and few things where we can see so demonstrably the rises in costs. Now, Canada's food price report has been abundantly clear on this. We know that this year alone, in 2026, the average Canadian family will expect to spend $1,000 more on food than they did last year. Now, the average family is not guaranteed a $1,000 increase in their income. The average family is also shouldering increases in other costs, such as interest rates on mortgages and credit card bills, which are increasingly necessary for people to maintain even their necessities in their homes. We're also seeing fuel costs go up. The fuel standard responsible for about 17 cents a litre. Again, a hidden tax on productivity and on a necessity, especially in a riding as rural as mine. And all of these, though, are, I think, subordinate to the real crisis people feel at the grocery store when they see the increases. And this is not a global problem. This is a uniquely Canadian problem in the sense that Canada has the highest food inflation anywhere in the G7, outpacing other countries. We know that 30% of students in this country are skipping meals. Now, I will share that this is very much a local problem in my communities that I have the great privilege and honor of representing. One thing I can share about the St. Thomas Elgin Food Bank, which just released its numbers for 2025, and that is that the St. Thomas Elgin Food Bank had to feed 26,278 mouths in 2025. That is triple the number that they had to feed 6 years ago. The St. Thomas Elgin Food Bank had to feed three times as many people as they did just 6 short years ago. I got some data today from the Corner Cupboard Food Bank in Elmer. They have also seen record increases. In 2025, Elmer is a small community. The Corner Cupboard had to feed, had 1,919 household visits. That was an 8% increase over the prior year. And more importantly, they have had 40% of their clients under the age of 18. 110 new families, people that have never before had to rely on a food bank that in 2025 could not take it anymore and needed that extra help. So we have seen a massive problem. A quarter of Canadian households are considered food insecure, and the government has not used every lever it has available to it. So that's my question today. This is a complex problem. There's no one-size-fits-all solution, but there are levers the government can deploy. Why are they not eliminating the hidden carbon taxes and taxes on food, the industrial carbon tax, the food and plastic packaging taxes, and reining in their reckless inflation to stop further increases?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has been relentlessly focused on bringing down costs for Canadians. Broadly speaking, we are doing this in two ways. Through Budget 2025, we've laid the groundwork to unlock generational investments in Canadian businesses, workers, and resources to build a stronger and more resilient Canadian economy. And while we implement those long-term and strategic initiatives, we are also putting more money in the pockets of Canadians through targeted and common-sense initiatives. By ensuring Canadian workers and families keep more of their hard-earned money, we are empowering Canadians to better support their families, invest in their communities, and build the future they want. Just yesterday, for example, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance announced new measures to make groceries and other essentials more affordable. In order to bring down these costs for Canadians, Canada's new government is introducing the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit, formerly known as formerly known as the GST credit. We are increasing its amount by 25% over the next 5 years, beginning in July 2026. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, we are providing a one-time payment equivalent to 50% increase this year. Combined, this means that a family of 4 will receive up to $1,890 this year and about $1,400 a year in the next 4 years. A single person will receive up to $950 this year and about $700 a year for the next 4 years. I am proud to say that the new Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit will provide additional significant support for more than 12 million Canadians. What's more, the government is also setting aside $500 million from the Strategic Response Fund to help businesses address the cost of supply chain disruptions without passing those costs on to Canadians at the checkout line. And for the same reason, we will create a $150 million food security fund under the existing Regional Tariff Response Initiative for small and medium-sized enterprises and the organizations that support them. Thanks to Budget 2025, we are doing so much more to make life more affordable for Canadians. Budget 2025 builds on the many actions we have already taken to support Canadian families at a time of significant economic uncertainty and affordability challenges. Here are some key examples of how we have been delivering for Canadians. Let's begin with the high cost of housing, which has been a focal point of our government's work to restore affordability. Canada is facing a steep housing supply gap, one that threatens affordability, opportunity, and the ability for Canadians to build a life and a future here. Put simply, our country needs to build many more homes. We are eliminating the GST for first-time buyers on homes at or under $1 million and reducing the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes between $1 million and $1.5 million. We will build faster, smarter, thanks to the launch of Build Canada Homes, a new federal agency that will drive investment and public-private cooperation. Federal dollars invested in Build Canada Homes will be leveraged to attract private capital, investors, and builders to expand the housing supplies. These measures will make housing attainable, cities more vibrant, and communities stronger. Mr. Speaker, we are doing so much more. Let's also look at other major cuts. Since July 1st, 2025, Canadians have been paying less tax after the government announced lowering the first marginal personal income tax rate from 15% to 14%. The rate reduction, which is currently before Parliament as part of Bill C4, applies to taxable income up to...
I'll give the member an opportunity to respond in a minute. The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand my honourable colleague had more to say. I hope in what is remaining was a plan to reduce the prices. You know, we will support the government in giving Canadians a bit of relief, but this relief does not deal with the underlying problem that's causing this crisis, which is that food costs have gone up and continue to rise. A family that's skipping meals because they can't afford food is not a family that is buying a $1.5 million house right now. And this is the crucial step here that I have to ask the government to take. Every lever imaginable must be pulled. So why is the government not committing to removing the hidden taxes on food, the cost of food and farm equipment and fertilizer and shipping, the fuel standards, all of these things that we've laid out and have given in a neat package with a bow the government as a course of action? Canadians are struggling. Where is the solution?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 will spend less on government operations and cut waste so we can invest more in growing our economy and protecting essential programs that make life more affordable for Canadians. For example, once again, the Prime Minister announced the creation of the new Canada Groceries and Essential Benefit, which will provide additional significant support for more than 12 million Canadians. Our government has been focused on bringing down Canadian costs, and this will remain our top priority. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always an honour to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the people of Elmwood Transcona. This Liberal government's soft-on-crime ideology has failed. Since these Liberals took office, violent crime is up 54%. Sexual assaults are up 75%. And extortion has skyrocketed an astounding 330%. In major Canadian cities like Brampton, Surrey, Vancouver, and Calgary, crimes like extortion have gone out of control. Canadians want action, not more speeches and not more press releases. This Liberal government must immediately repeal their catch-and-release laws, C5 and C75, and put an end to the revolving door justice system. They must also restore and strengthen mandatory jail time, so extortionists face real consequences for their crimes rather than a slap on the wrist. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have put forward a comprehensive plan to protect our communities. Last year, the member from Oxford introduced the Jail Not Bail Act to reverse the disastrous Liberal bail policies created through Bill C5 and C75, while the member for Edmonton Gateway introduced Bill C381, the Protection Against Extortion Act. which the Liberals voted down, choosing to put criminals over communities. The Liberal Bail Reform Bill, C-14, does not remove the principle of restraint that has caused the revolving door criminal justice system. This falls short of the comprehensive bail reform that was promised to Canadians in the last election. Even so, we have offered to fast-track the bill so Canadians can get some much-needed relief. While all this is happening on our streets, these Liberals have chosen to spend $750 million to target law-abiding gun owners. They are continually choosing ideology over facts and political influence over public safety. Will this Liberal government actually take the concerns of our communities seriously and ensure that career criminals and repeat violent offenders get jail, not bail?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always a privilege to rise in this House on behalf of the people of St. Leonard, St. Michel, which I represent, and I would like to wish everyone a Happy New Year and I hope a productive year ahead. Speaking of productivity, I rise today to respond to a question raised last fall regarding former Bill C-75. At that time, the Conservatives chose partisanship over collaboration and advanced a misleading claim that the bill required the release of violent offenders. Today, at the start of the new year, I welcome their stated desire to work in good faith and collaboratively, and I hope that the spirit of cooperation extends beyond this week's Conservative Convention in Alberta. And I'm sure the Conservative leader is greatly anticipating. Let me be absolutely clear. Former Bill C-75 does not require courts to release violent offenders at the earliest opportunity. That claim is simply false and is now acknowledged by police associations across the country. Bill C-75 codified the long-standing principle of restraint, affirmed by the Supreme Court, which does not mean automatic release. When an accused is violent, poses a risk to public safety, or has a serious criminal history, detention is entirely appropriate. By claiming otherwise, Conservatives are misleading Canadians and undermining the confidence in our justice system for political gain. Now, Mr. Speaker, let us turn to what is actually before the House today. Our Liberal government currently has 6 major crime bills before Parliament, legislation that police associations across the country have been explicitly asking for. Take Bill C-2, for example, which would modernize lawful access and give police the tools they need to catch predators before the crimes are committed. Conservatives say they care about public safety, yet they are blocking the very tools police say they need. Take Bill C-14, introduced last fall, which directly addresses bail and sentencing. This bill makes it harder for serious and repeat violent offenders to obtain bail. It strengthens sentences, adds new aggravating factors for repeat violent offending, and prioritizing denunciation and deterrence where communities are being harmed. Importantly, C-14 also clarifies the principle of restraint, making it explicit that restraint does not mean automatic release. Bill C-14 is exactly the kind of targeted, evidence-based reform Canadians are asking for. Yet, last fall, Conservatives refused to pass this bill before Christmas. Then there's Bill C-16, which puts victims first. It strengthens protections for victims of gender-based violence by creating a standalone offense for coercive and controlling conduct and by clearly identifying circumstances in the criminal code where a murder constitutes femicide. Mr. Speaker, this legislation reflects our commitment to centering victims and addressing the realities of gender-based violence. This bill also restores mandatory jail time for criminal code offenses, including those previously struck down by the Supreme Court. To ensure these mandatory minimums are charter compliant, the bill includes a narrowly tailored safety valve. It allows a judge, in rare and exceptional cases, to impose a sentence below the mandatory minimum only when and where applying it would amount to cruel and unusual punishment. Mandatory jail time remains the rule, Mr. Speaker, and we're glad to have the endorsement of Conservative member of Kamloops, Thompson Nicola, on the safety valve for MMPs. Mr. Speaker, this government is acting. We are strengthening bail where it needs to be strengthened. We are targeting repeat violent offenders. We are giving police real tools, and we're centering.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, I am a trained, vetted, tested, licensed gun owner. I am not a criminal, and I have the great privilege, as many Canadians do, to purchase and use firearms safely and responsibly. To the community of hunters, sport shooters, and Indigenous communities, firearms aren't just equipment or tools, they are a way of life. The Liberals have chosen to attack groups of law-abiding Canadians for no reason beyond ideology. The Liberals have completely dropped the ball on this file. So much so that the minister responsible for this failed buyback program was not even aware of what an RPAL was mere months ago. When will this Liberal government stop attacking law-abiding firearms owners and get serious about holding the real criminals accountable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me be perfectly clear. This government is taking action and holding and wants to hold criminals responsible. But legislation alone will not fix the problem. The provinces and territories play a critical role in administering justice, conducting bail hearings, supervising individuals on release, ensuring compliance with condition, and investing in programs that will prevent reoffending. The federal government is stepping up with new laws and major investments in policing. We encourage our provincial and territorial partners to lead with us to continue funding their courts, training justices of the peace, and expanding community supports. Thank you.
À l'ordre, la motion.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 2 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.